Welcome back to Brands Hatch, and it is the second day here of the 2023 truck racing season. We had lots of action yesterday, but we are getting ready, as you can see, to go out for our first race of Sunday. Let's have a quick word from our sponsors before we see them out on track.
Have you seen this trailer? If you have, take a photo when safe and then send it to us. All for a chance to win one of our 5 miniature truck and trailers.
Well, good morning and welcome back to Brands Hatch, and it's a pleasure to finally get to meet and introduce all of you to Gordon Snell, Championship Manager. Gordon, how are we? Thank you very much for joining us. So you're a relatively new addition to the team at British Truck Racing. Tell us a quick bit about what your role is.
My role is to act as the coordinator between the drivers and the officials, the race officials.
So keeping everybody in line and also having that buffer between the teams down here and, of course, the officials up in the tower.
Yes, they've got a difficult job to do. Our job's to try and assist them and make it easier for them and for the drivers.
So having that liaison obviously speeds up the judiciary process up there, it takes the pressure off, and so far we saw yesterday obviously everything running relatively smoothly.
Yeah, the drivers have promised me we won't have any judicials because they're looking forward to a good year of clean racing. So.
Yeah, the drivers promised us every year, but then we had to hire you. Have you, what's been your background with regards to motorsports up until today?
A bit of hill climbing and sprints, younger years, then powerboating, and then karting as a dad picking up the bills for my son.
Picking up the bills, that sounds familiar to a lot of people around here in the Paddock, I'm sure.
Yes, yeah, as he keeps telling me, Dad, don't worry, it's only money.
It's only money. You can always make more, Dad. And so obviously based on yesterday, we had a couple of red flags. It's okay, that's him. My watch vibrated at the same time, and I thought that's a new ringtone for me, that is. A couple of red flags yesterday. Are we hoping today, after the driver's briefing, the imminent driver's briefing that we're about to have, do you think we should see a bit better behaviour out on track?
Well, I think a couple of the red flags yesterday, it wasn't deliberate. You know, somebody goes off circuit, there's not a lot we can do about that. And then they're recovered, something else breaks. It's unfortunate. Just
got to stop breaking those trucks, basically.
Well, they're put together well anyway, but yeah, these things happen.
Fantastic. Well, let's hope that the day goes well. Gordon, thank you very much for talking to us. And yes, good luck with the rest of the season.
Thank you.
Total Care's T8 range of mobile column lifts provides a highly flexible lifting solution for any commercial vehicle workshop. Easy to manoeuvre, the columns can be used across different lifting bays within the workshop and can be stored out of the way when not in use. The super strong lifts can support up to a 7,500 kilogram capacity per column and can be configured in sets of 4, 6 or 8. Adjustable wheel forks provide flexibility for lifting a variety of vehicles and wheel diameters. Speak to our team today for more information or a bespoke quote.
Well, good morning and good morning to you. Simon Combe joined down here in the paddock, and we've got the beast behind us.
No, it's Eleanor. We sold the beast.
Oh, we've sold the beast, huh?
It's Eleanor.
And so what changes have we got on Eleanor that the beast didn't have enough of?
Well, it's an FIA Division 1 truck, but we're running the beast old engine because the budget's tight and we've been let down with a few sponsors, so we just have to we're just getting out there basically and getting used to the truck.
We saw you doing quite a bit of work on it late last night. Do we think that's going to stick today?
Yeah, well, we're still working on it now, so let's hope we're just trying to rush to get out now. So,
well, fingers crossed you make a few laps stick this morning. Any thoughts on how yesterday's racing went as a whole with the rest of the paddock?
yeah, I think the racing was good. We're very disappointed where we are, but it is what it is. It's a long season, so it's a learning year for us and try and go whole hog next year.
So yeah, I mean the Beast obviously being from Division 2 originally, we're in Division 1 now. Have you found any extra challenges that you weren't expecting?
No, not really. I knew it'd be tough, but not as tough as it is. With this old power plant in here, it's no good. The engine's no good, so we need to try and adapt and overcome somehow.
Well, Simon, good luck for first race of Sunday. Thanks for talking to us. Simon Cole in the number 41. Well, as you can hear in the background, we're getting ready to go out racing, but just enough time left to speak to Division 1 driver Simon Faulkner. Simon, how are we?
Good morning, yeah, good. Good morning. So,
It's a very loud morning.
yes. Not ideal, that noise, is it? Not ideal. But yeah, well, we failed race 2 because we had a turbo gone. So we've changed turbos. Fingers crossed, we're good to go.
Fantastic. Now, we notice you've got quite a clean look, shall we call it. Stands out very well, I suppose. How come you've not got a lot more of your name all over it?
Last minute, we haven't finished the truck yet, I'll be honest.
Ah, right.
It really has been a last minute. So we've sorted out power issues. It's a different truck underneath. Steering's changed. Other setups. Coat of paint, as you can see. We've got finishing off to do yet.
So watch out at Pembury for the new sticker pack.
That's it. That's it. Do you not like it plain then?
Oh no, I like it plain.
I just liking it plain actually.
I know, that's
And
what I
it's
mean.
difficult. Do you leave it plain? What do you do?
I'd at least put your name on it somewhere.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, boss.
Yeah, okay. Just one logo on the door, that's it.
No, we've got a lot more dressing up to do yet. It was literally just down to time. It's hit and miss if we got here, to be honest.
Yeah.
But we're here.
Fantastic, you are here, and good luck in the third race, first race on Sunday. I hope you make it stiff. Certainly standing out from the crowd, Simon Faulkner, Division 1. One to watch in this season, I believe, sorting out those issues. Simon, thanks for talking to us. I think it's time to go racing now, so let's head up to Dave in the commentary box.
The British Truck Racing Championship making its way to the grid then for their third race of the weekend. It was a bit of an incident-packed day yesterday. We had a tangle at Druids on the first lap of race 1, and then race 2 called early after a blow-up for Ricky Collett. Unfortunately, he won't be on the grid for this race. It looks like he has withdrawn from the weekend after a spectacular exit from yesterday's second race. The grid is based on the results of race 1 yesterday, but with the top 8 in Division 1 reversed and the full Division 2 field reversed because they have 5 entries. So the grid lines up as follows. It's Division 1 newcomer John Bowler who will start on pole in number 14, his MAN, alongside the Iveco of number 68, Craig Reed. Second row, number 46, Bradley Smith in his MAN, alongside the 10 times champion, number 7, Stuart Oliver in the Volvo VNL. Row 3, the Iveco of Simon Reed, number 89, alongside 69 of David Jenkins with his MAN. On row 4 it is the reigning 7-time champion Ryan Smith in the Daimler Freightliner number 1, alongside 92 Simon Faulkner with his Iveco. Row 5, 86 Tom O'Rourke had a tough day yesterday, ended up in the gravel in race 2 and broke the steering on his MAN. Lines up alongside Simon Cole, number 41 with his MAN, graduating to Division 1 this year. Row 6, number 32 Jock Borthwick picked up a fair amount of damage in a collision with Stephen Powell in yesterday's first race, but managed to repair his MAN. Stephen Powell does line up alongside him, and number 12 Michael Oliver with his MAN, son of Stuart, completes the Division 1 grid. Then there's a gap and we move to Division 2. The grid reversed from the results of race 1, so it's Jim Bennett, number 28 in his venerable Seddon Atkinson, who lines up on pole alongside number 10 Craig Evans with his MAN. The number 6 of John Powell in the DAF, he had a win yesterday, as did the man alongside him, number 5 Adam Bint with the Volvo Whites. And completing the grid, number 22 Paul Rivette in his MAN, the Napa Racing MAN. He missed race 1 yesterday, was replacing the gearbox in his MAN, but he is there this time. He's at the back of this grid. It looks like we have, pleasingly, a full complement. The only truck missing has officially withdrawn. That's sadly Ricky Collett, who saw his engine go bang rather spectacularly in race 2 yesterday and deposit oil over the Sir Jack Brabham Straight, which led to the race being called early. We go on board with flying Ryan Smith in the new Daimler Freightliner, the bonneted truck. The brand new build for this year, 7 consecutive championships for the man from Nottinghamshire, looking to make it 8 in a row this year, and he started perfectly with 2 wins in yesterday's 2 Division 1 races. But it is the reverse grid for the first time this season. The top 8 from race 1 yesterday being reversed. Looking back from David Jenkins, number 69 MAN, the 2011 champion. That's Simon Faulkner's Iveco, newly liveried for this year. Looks menacing, doesn't it, in that grey livery. Simon in his second full season of truck racing, learning all the time. It's John Bowler on pole in his new number 14 MAN TGX. He's making the move up from Division 2 last season. If you've not seen truck racing before, you really have got a treat coming up. These trucks weigh around 5 tonnes. They produce around 1,000 horsepower from their turbocharged 13 and 14 litre engines, using the more sustainable HVO fuel, as we've mentioned this year. As Adam Bint, who was the first to try that fuel over the last couple of seasons, it's now been adopted by the championship as a whole. Trucks electronically limited. They are limited, of course, by speed limiters on the road to 56 miles an hour in the UK. Limited in racing to 100 miles an hour electronically, and you'll be penalised if you go over that limit. That's what happened to Tom O'Rourke in qualifying yesterday. He had his qualifying times disallowed and had to start from the pit lane after exceeding the 100 mile an hour limit because the speed recording devices on his truck were not operational. So the officials are checking all the time. You're not allowed to emit excessive smoke either. Bowler being joined on the front row here by Craig Reed. He got his first Division 1 victory in the last race of 2022 here at Brands Hatch, the 2021 Division 2 champion in his Iveco Stralis. Can he get a second win here? The youngest man in the race is Bradley Smith on row 2, just 23 years of age, alongside the 10 times British champion and 1-time European champion Stuart Oliver in the bonneted Volvo. Simon Reed, the elder of the brothers from Stoke-on-Trent, in his Iveco on row 3. There he is, just ahead of Ryan Smith, with David Jenkins in the Digraph Transport MAN alongside. Ryan Smith, run by Worldwide Truck Racing. Look them up on social media for full updates. And alongside him will be Simon Faulkner. Good to see Simon Coles back out. He missed race 2 yesterday with a few problems with his new MAN. Made a one-off appearance at Donington in that truck last season, known as Eleanor, most likely named after the car in Gone in 60 Seconds, the Ford Mustang. Quickest trucks lap Brands Hatch in around 60 seconds. Okay, here we go then. They move off behind the pace truck for the rolling starts. Pace trucks are provided by TRP Parts, UK's largest range of truck and trailer parts and consumables for all makes of truck. Over 130 locations across the UK. The DAF pace truck leading them round. On board with Ryan Smith. See the heavy roll caging in the cabs of these trucks. It's John Bowler on pole in the number 14, the man from Stockport. Stuart Oliver nicely positioned on row 2. He could get down the outside into Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. There's Tom O'Rourke, a poor day for him yesterday. Looking for better fortune today. There's Jim Bennett, great to have him back. 73 years young and still going strong. Back after a couple of years away in the Seddon Atkinson. Division 2 much more open this year. The defending champion Luke Garrett not out this weekend. We'll wait to see if he reappears later in the season. A couple of drivers that raced in the UK last year, Mark Taylor and John Newell, they're contesting the European Championship this year. I think Luke looking to race in Europe as well. Paul Rivette at the back in the Napa Racing MAN. Watch for him coming through in Division 2. This will be a 15-minute race. Here we go. The big rigs ready to rumble on the Brands Hatch Indy circuits. Jim Bennett alongside Craig Evans looking for his first Division 2 win. There's Adam Bint in the Volvo. John Powell alongside him. They had a win each yesterday. Paul Rivett behind them, the ex-saloon car star. Here we go. John Bowler and Craig Reed lead them up towards the red lights. Over 19,000 horsepower about to be unleashed. Here we go, the power comes on and they're away, down towards Paddock Bend for the first time. Good start by Stuart Oliver, good start by David Jenkins, but it's the two front row men who have the advantage into Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. John Bowler, is he going to keep his nose in front as they go towards Druids, and off wide goes one of our front row men, that was Craig Reed. He's dropped back, just ran over the gravel there, but he's kept it going. There's a bit of slip and slide in the pack, and Stuart Oliver has come through as I expected into the lead. Stuart Oliver leads in the Volvo from fourth on the grid. It's side by side for second, John Bowler and David Jenkins. Great cloud of dust in the background where Craig Reed ran wide. A bit of grass tracking there for Jock Borthwick. 3 wide through Graham Hill Bend. That doesn't work in cars, never mind in trucks. 92 of Simon Faulkner got squeezed in the middle there. Bradley Smith has dropped back a little in the 46. He's battling with the Reed brothers. Wait to see what the order is as they come round to complete the opening lap. Looks like it is Stuart Oliver who's got the lead, and Ryan Smith is in heavy traffic there in the midfield. Stuart Oliver's away and gone in front. David Jenkins having a go at John Bowler for second place. Then it's the first of the Reeds. Which one is that? That's Simon Reed in fourth place. Craig, of course, ran wide on the first corner. Impossible to tell the two Ivicos apart from a distance. David Jenkins trying to go through into second place past John Bowler. They head up towards Druids. Ryan Smith is in traffic at the moment. He was down in sixth at the end of the first lap. Side by side for third. Simon Reed trying to move past John Bowler. David Jenkins has already gone through up into second place. There's Flying Ryan. That's a stunning looking Daimler Freightliner, the bonneted number 1, just ahead of Jock Borthwick in the 32. But look at the lead Stuart Oliver has built up already. He needs to build a good lead, because in case Ryan Smith does get through this traffic, he's having a go at Bradley Smith and John Bowler now. John Bowler holding him off. New to Division 1 this year. On their tails is Jock Borthwick, desperate to make up for a frustrating day yesterday, as is Tom O'Rourke. He's on the tail of Craig Reed. Ryan Smith having a look. There's no way through there on the inside down the Brabham Straights. Stuart Oliver leads. Over 3 seconds clear of David Jenkins. Look at the lead he's got there as he heads out of Paddock Bend. 10 times champion still leads, and John Bowler still holding off Ryan Smith, who now gets a run on the inside up towards Druids Hill Bend. Here he comes, on board with Ryan as they go round the right-hander, steering the truck one-handed, keeping his other hand on the gear lever through there. He's got through past the number 14. I think Bowler's lost another place. I think Jock Borthwick may have come through as well. We look back from David Jenkins in second place to Simon Reed's Iveco in third. It's the veteran from the northeast of England, Stuart Oliver, who holds the lead. A spin at the back of the field, that's Jim Bennett, the veteran in the Seddon Atkinson, sliding off at Surtees. He's learning the ropes on his comeback after a couple of years away, possibly a bit race rusty, the veteran. A veteran truck as well as Seddon Atkinson. They haven't been made since about 2006. The Lancashire firm, I think, was bought out by Iveco. Here comes Tom O'Rourke attacking John Bowler. We ride with Flying Ryan Smith. Who's he attacking now? Coming up on the back of, I think that's Bradley Smith, no relation, in the 46. Fighting for fourth position. So Ryan Smith's made up a few spots. Along the Cooper Straight, that's Craig Reed a bit sideways. Michael Oliver's rather battered MAN behind him. Ryan Smith on the tail of the 46 of his namesake Bradley Smith, the youngest man in the race. The leaders head up towards the line, completing their fourth lap. Just under 11 minutes of the race to go. Jim Bennett's got going again, just being lapped there by David Jenkins and Simon Reed. Gentleman Jim trying to stay out of the way of the Division 1 trucks there. Bradley Smith had to go wide around him there. That could let Ryan Smith in for an attack into Druid. Yes, he's got the inside line. Ryan up the inside, squeezes through and up into 4th place. Now, next target, a little way up the road, is Simon Reed. Let's have a quick look back and see who's leading Division 2. It's Craig Evans, the number 10. One truck getting the black and white flag, which is the driving standards flag. That's Jock Borthwick running in 6th place. But he did cut across the grass at Graham Hill Bend on the opening lap. That's probably why he's got the warning there for exceeding track limits, possibly. Simon Reed staying with David Jenkins. Simon had 4 wins in last year's championship in Division 1. David Jenkins also had 4. He finished a little further down the points chart. David Jenkins was the runner-up last year, in fact, and Simon Reed was down in 7th. Didn't have the consistency to challenge the top runners. I think it was John Newell who finished 3rd in Division 1 in the points last year. He's gone to race on the continent in his MAN this year, the Yorkshireman. We might see him back at Convoy in the Park, possibly at Donington later in the summer. But it's Oliver from Jenkins. Jenkins just ahead of Simon Reed, and look who's charging up in the background. There is Flying Ryan. He's done the fastest lap of the race, 59.307 for the Daimler Freightliner. Steam coming from the wheels of David Jenkins. That's from the water-cooled brakes that these trucks run. Showing how hard David Jenkins is working the brakes. We saw that yesterday as well from the MAN. It's Volvo, MAN, Iveco and Daimler Freightliner. 4 different marks in the top 4 places. Behind them Bradley Smith, Jock Borthwick, then Tom O'Rourke, Michael Oliver. There's John Bowler, he's dropped back to 9th, and there's Stephen Powell. A quiet race for him, and damage to the front of Craig Reed's truck. What has happened there? I know he went wide on the first lap, but looks like the front bumper has come adrift on Craig Reed's truck. He's 11th, ahead of Simon Faulkner. And then we've got the Division 2 runners. Craig Evans is leading them. He's looking for his first ever Division 2 win. He's had a few podiums in the past. New fastest lap of the race for Ryan Smith last time through. 58.876. Can't tell you how long there is to go in the race because the clock on the timing screen isn't working, unfortunately. 7 laps completed this time. There we go, just under 8 minutes. Over the line go the Division 1 leaders. Stuart Oliver's lead has been reduced to 2 seconds now by David Jenkins. But clearing off early at the start like that is exactly what Stuart Oliver wanted to do, because he knows that the likes of Jenkins and Smith will try their hardest to close that gap. So it was important to build it as early as he could. And try and build enough of a lead. Again, a bit like in a cycle race. You've got to break away early. Hope you've built too much of a gap for the others to catch up. Ryan Smith is now on the tail of the 89 of Simon Reed. This is the battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Bradley Smith going well, just behind them. Had a couple of podiums in his first full season last year. He was racing trucks even before he was old enough to have an HGV licence, because the only licence you need to race trucks is an ARDS licence, Association of Racing Driver Schools. You don't need to take a separate licence for trucks. That's why we've seen Paul Rivette make the move into truck racing from cars. And here's our Division 2 leader, the Brown Recycling Limited MAN of Craig Evans. Now, can he hold on in front for his first ever victory in the category? He's had several podiums in the past, but has not taken a win. He's ahead of John Powell by 1.5 seconds at last count. Paul Rivette is 3rd in Division 2 ahead of Adam Bitts. Jim Bennett, of course, we saw have a spin early on. Simon Cole's dropped back into the Division 2 runners as well. There's that truck of Craig Evans with the front bodywork loose after he ran wide early on. He has got ahead of Simon Faulkner's similar Iveco Stralis. I think that's an ex-Reed truck that he's driving, re-liveried for this year. Getting closer and closer for 2nd place now. Take a look at the lap times as they cross the line. 6 minutes of the race to go. Stuart Oliver does a 59.503, his personal best lap of the race. Yeah, Ryan Smith did a 59.9. He's being held up somewhat behind Simon Reed's Iveco. It's a slightly slower truck, that one. He's going to be getting a little bit frustrated, although Ryan has dropped back slightly there, so maybe he had a moment on that last lap. You can see he's dropped back about a couple of lengths from Simon Reed, who's continuing to harry David Jenkins for second place. David's father Tony was a truck racer before him, used to race an American-built Mack in the British Championship. Here's the battle further back for 9th place between John Bowler and Stephen Powell. Stephen went straight on into Druids for the first time in yesterday's race, unfortunately. Never mind that, because look at the way Simon Reed is going. He's right up alongside David Jenkins, but that's left the route through for Ryan Smith. He left the gap there, and Ryan says, thank you very much, I'll go through for 3rd place. Now, it won't take him long to have a go at David Jenkins. They are arch rivals, these two. What's the gap to the leader? It's gone out to 3.1 seconds that time through. David Jenkins and Ryan Smith have had a big rivalry on track for several seasons now. And Ryan's moving to the inside. He's not hanging about here. He needs to get past David Jenkins if he's going to stand any chance of charging after Stuart Oliver. Bit of a twitch there coming off Druids. Just under 5 minutes of the race still to go. On board with Ryan Smith, he's on the tail of Jenkins. Is he going to have a look here going into Surtees? I don't think he'll be close enough. Great shot riding on board these trucks, thanks to Chris Clark for his help with the onboard cameras this weekend. Jenkins defending now. He wants to keep Ryan Smith behind him. The lead gap was 3.1 seconds. It's now gone, let's have a look as they go over the line. It's still 3.1 seconds. And Simon Reed's not finished yet. Look at the Iveco there, up alongside Ryan Smith, trying to go around the outside into Paddock Bend. And they've got back markers ahead of them now. Stuart Oliver's catching not only Jim Bennett, but Simon Cole as well, struggling a bit this weekend with his new acquisition, Eleanor, the pink and white MAN. Used to be sponsored by Team Hard of touring car fame. Simon Cole used to run the Mercedes Beast, as it was known, in Division 2. First full season in Division 1 this year. Ryan Smith still holding off Simon Reed. Stuart Oliver has got past the back markers on the Cooper straight there. No problem there. Here's the battle in Division 2. It's close between Evans and Powell. Powell only half a second behind now. Can the DAF, the Dutch machine, get ahead of the MAN? Look at this, the leader's weaving between the back markers. That looked pretty spectacular. Hasn't helped Ryan Smith's lap time though, he's lost a couple of seconds there. In fact, they're all slower because of getting through the traffic. Less than 3 minutes to go now. Craig Evans still hanging on in the lead, looking for his first Division 2 win. He's in 13th place overall. Slightly smaller field in Division 2 this year. That's because several runners have moved up into Division 1. John Bowler and Jock Borthwick among them. Simon Cole as well. Still bodywork flapping there from Craig Reed's truck. There's Simon Faulkner coming through. Pick up the Division 2 leaders. Here they come. Just between these two now. Powell is 8 seconds clear of Adam Bint, who's up into 3rd place, ahead of Paul Rivette. A couple of trucks getting the black and white flag. Numbers 10 and 6 is these two getting the driving standards flag, maybe for exceeding track limits. Reed gap is down to 1.745 seconds for Oliver ahead of Jenkins now. And Ryan Smith still with the fastest lap of the race. They're starting to close in on Stuart Oliver now. They know there's only a couple of laps left to run in this first British truck race of the day. We're on board with Ryan Smith. He's still behind Jenkins. You can see they're slightly closer to Stuart Oliver now. Looking back from Jenkins, there is Smith. Stunning looking Daimler Freightliner. Closer and closer all the time to the rear bumper of David Jenkins' MAN. Is Stuart Oliver going to be able to hold them off? Cloud of dust there, someone's been off. Not sure who it was. There's Paul Rivette, the Napa Racing MAN. Here's a battle between John Bowler, Stephen Powell, and they've been caught by the battered Iveco of Craig Reed. It's not long to go now. We may well be on the last lap now. We'll wait to see as the trucks come round on this lap. The clock is showing 0, but it's been playing up during this race, unfortunately, so we'll wait for the leaders to come into sight. There's Ryan Smith. We look back from David Jenkins. The gap was 1.6 seconds, so I think Stuart Oliver is going to hang on to take the win. And if anything, Ryan Smith's dropping back slightly there from Jenkins. Here they come. Is it going to be checkered flag this time for Stuart Oliver, the man from the northeast, 10 times British champion, 1-time European champion. Here he comes then in the GT tyres Volvo. Is it going to be checkered flag this time? It certainly is. There's the checkered flag. Stuart Oliver wins our first truck race of the day. David Jenkins second. Ryan Smith has to settle for third. Fourth, it is Simon Reed. Bradley Smith takes a good 5th position. Well done, Jock Borthwick, a fine 6th. His fellow Scotsman, Tom O'Rourke, in 7th. 8th, it is Michael Oliver. 9th over the line is going to be John Bowler, just ahead of Stephen Powell, Craig Reed and Simon Faulkner. What about Division 2? Where are the Division 2 trucks? They'll be coming round the final corner now. Is it going to be Craig Evans or John Powell who takes the victory in Division 2? They're coming towards us now. It looks like John Powell's got ahead of Craig Evans. In fact, they come over the line. Yes, it's John Powell. Powell has won it. Craig Evans, a slower lap there on the last lap. I'll wait to see if we can see where John Powell took the lead. Was it Evans who ran wide? We saw that cloud of dust at Paddock. It was. Oh, what a shame for Craig Evans. Losing the class win with just a couple of laps to go. What a disappointment for Craig Evans. I saw that cloud of dust. We didn't see the cause of it. And that's what happened. He just ran wide through Paddock, and John Powell takes his 2nd Division 1 win of the weekend. Craig Evans still looking for his first ever Division 2 victory. 3rd place went to Adam Bint in Division 2 ahead of Paul Rivets, and then Simon Cole and Jim Bennett a lap down, completing the finishers. Well, pleasingly, everybody went the distance in race 3 of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship here on this Easter Sunday at Brands Hatch. It's a win for the great Stuart Oliver, taking the win by just over a second ahead of David Jenkins at the flag. Ryan Smith having to settle for 3rd this time, so his unbeaten run comes to an end. 4th for Simon Reed ahead of Bradley Smith, then Jock Borthwick. Better result this time for Tom O'Rourke after a trying weekend so far. Michael Oliver in 8th. John Bowler taking 9th, the pole starter. And 10th place for Stephen Powell. That result, incidentally, will set the grid for race 5 at the end of the weekend, so it looks like it'll be Michael Oliver on pole. Craig Reed and Simon Faulkner completing the top 12. And then the Division 2 results. Disaster for Craig Evans with a couple of laps left. It was John Powell who inherited the win. Evans 2nd ahead of Adam Bint. And then the other finishers were Paul Rivets, Simon Cole and Jim Bennett. Let's hand down to Pointy in pit lane to talk to some of the drivers.
Well, just in time down here in the pit lane, we see Stuart Oliver taking the 1st place podium of the first race here on Sunday. Have we got the driver? Are we allowed to go in? We're going. They're going. They're sending them on. Looks like he's getting out of the trucks. We might be able to have a quick chance to have a word with him. I'm going in, I don't care. Stuart, come on over. Fantastic result. Well done. Congratulations. I believe they're shifting everybody on, but they're just getting someone in now. Incredible result. I completely, it's almost like I blinked and all of a sudden you were seconds ahead of the pack.
Yeah, I had a great start, you know. The start at Brands is always a little bit touch and go, and all credit to the boys in front. They maybe haven't got the experience as this old lad, but I managed to get a good start, get through and kept in tight, because the outside on Paddock Hill is not the place to be, so over the moon with that.
Absolutely fantastic effort, and the lead you kept the entire way through the race as well. You've got to be happy with that.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it was fairly comfortable. I knew I had a 3.5 second gap with Dave, and I just kept it at that, and I just kept it going.
Oh.
And then
Dave, great race for you as well. So we'll come and talk to you down in Parc Ferme.
And I had a bit of a moment with Jim and Simon around the back there, and that's when they got up on us. And I thought, well, but they had to get past them as well. So yeah, it was all right. I like that.
Fantastic, Ever. So it's a good start to Sunday. Not your first trophy of the weekend though, so that's good news as well.
Absolutely, yeah. That's right. We've got a big trailer to take them all home in, so we'll just keep piling them up.
I'll say you got a few from last year as well, I think. So plenty of room left. Yeah. Stuart, thanks very much for talking to us. Congratulations.
Well done.
Brian Smith, another fantastic race, chasing the whole way through. Now we're going to head down to Parc Ferme and speak to some more drivers. It's time for a word from our sponsors.
Have you seen this trailer? If you have, take a photo when safe and then send it to us. All for a chance to win one of our 5 miniature truck and trailers.
Hello there and welcome to the humble abode of Mr. Tom O'Rourke, not just championship race driver, also haulage mogul from MV Commercial and Fruhoff. Tom, thanks for joining us.
Oh, steady.
Obviously, you've got quite a big hand in the British truck racing and fantastic support that your companies have offered. Just quickly run through, let's say, for example, MV Commercial. What do they do in their day-to-day operations?
We're essentially a truck rental company, so we hire 18 different versions, predominantly dry freight and construction vehicles, and we also sell new ready-to-go trucks. And having a fleet of 2,000 out and hire, obviously they have to be replaced. We also sell the second-hand ones as well. So
there's like a continuation of life for those vehicles. Once they're finished with the lease, you can obviously offer them out to other buyers.
Yeah, well, we have bronze, silver, gold and platinum customers. So if somebody's maybe setting out to buy, for example, a tipper grab, they might buy a 7 or 8 year old one because it's all they can afford. And they would start off as a bronze customer, and some go to silver, gold and platinum, and it works both ways. So we sell, we try and have something for everyone really. But the main part of the business started as a truck rental business, and I had probably 15 or 20 new trucks that weren't moving, and I sold them, and that's how the ready-to-go truck part of it sort of took off. And now that's probably became, equally as big as the hire business, if not probably slightly bigger.
So it just kind of happened naturally.
Yeah,
and I understand as well that obviously with the trucks that you're selling, along with like the customers of your fleets and of course from external customers, you offer servicing, repairs, that kind of stuff in your garages as well. Is that right?
We look after our own fleet predominantly. We have 196 approved repairers from Land's End to John O'Groats that help us with that. But normally when we sell a truck to someone, they do their own maintenance. But if they want us to do the maintenance, then that option's available, yeah.
So you mentioned quite a lot of garages there. So you're never too far away from assistance if you do have any issues.
No, basically, if you break down within 12 miles of where you break down, we'll have an approved repairer who'll be able to attend the breakdown. Because an awful lot of breakdowns in modern trucks are silly things and simple things that a computer can be taken out of a tool case, plugged in, something reset and the truck goes away again. So that's pretty much the way it works.
So turn it off and back on again, basically.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah, reboot it, yeah.
And so that's the MV side. And of course, you didn't want to stop there. Fruhoff, obviously one of your sponsors and the championship sponsors. Tell us more about what they do.
Fruhoff is probably one of the oldest trailer manufacturing businesses in the UK. In the 70s, they were building probably 5,000 trailers a year in the UK. And they're just a renowned name and a renowned brand in the business. Unfortunately, over the past 25 years, they've went bankrupt 3 times. And so we bought the business from the ashes in September 21. And the reason I bought it, it's a 67-acre site with 500,000 square feet of buildings. It's right in the middle of England, and the building part of the business in terms of truck building, cranes and putting together trucks and bodies, I've always wanted to centralise and do in one place. So when I seen Fruhoff, it really you know, we have a one-stop shop in Airdrie. We have a smaller version of it in a 9-acre site where we have painting, mechanical, essentially everything you can do on the truck in one site, including an MOT and a tackle bay. So I just seen that as a bigger scale. So it's probably came, you know, at the wrong end of 50. I wish it had happened 20 years ago. But when
it's never too late to start.
When I seen the opportunity to buy Fruhoff, you know, it's what we'll bring to Fruhoff that will make the difference. So we're making about 11 trailers a week. I think we're making the best product that they've ever had. It's been a bit of a baptism of fire, to be honest, in the last 18 months. But we've got it stabilised. We've invested, you know, a substantial amount of money in it, and I'm looking forward to developing it. Yeah.
I mean, I think there's certain people in this world that when they're good at business, they're just good at business, you know. And obviously, from your experiences with MV Commercial, you know how to run a business.
I think you learn how to run the business. Basically, Stephen Cairns, my managing director, runs the company, and I bring in the work, you know. So I try and score the goals at one end, and he makes sure that we don't let them in at the other. In a nutshell, really. So it's more, rather than run the business, it's more a passionate about lorries and trucks, you know. So and I've just so I've eventually became HGV positive, I think.
HGV positive, I like that. We'll certainly use that again. On to your passion then of trucks. Obviously we've got very beautiful MAN parts outside that you've been racing in now for, is it 2 years, is it?
Yeah, this is a new one. This is another one. It looks
another
the same
one.
As the, so my pal was giving up and I bought his trailer and I bought his truck. I'm going to sell my other one. So we're developing this, and we've got the new Rood engine, and had a few problems yesterday with it, so just a few teething problems, but it's an exciting truck to drive. So, and
obviously links perfectly with getting the brands out there that you're so passionate about.
Oh, listen, the geographical position of all the tracks means that we can meet various different customers on site. So at Brands, for example, we've got about 100 and odd people here today. Wow. You know, so, and we bring a chef, we feed them, we give them a beer. And it's like anything else. If you go, it's a family thing. And if you go with your wife, I don't know about you, but if I go with my wife to a truck show, after an hour, she's like, we've had a hamburger, we've had a can of juice, we've seen a few air horns, let's go. But the convoy in the park concept with the truck racing combined with the truck show, I think is a great platform for many different things in transport.
Yeah, it's great to do a bit of hospitality, and obviously yours is second to none on a lot of the events.
Yeah, well, you can tell by the way he is.
Well, look, Tom, thank you very much. I know you're probably going to get ready for a race now, so I really appreciate you talking to us. And of course, if you want any more information about MV Commercial and Fruhoff, head over to btrc.co, or of course their official websites as well. Thanks for joining us, Tom. It's been a pleasure to speak to you.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Pointy.
So I'm over here in Park Fair, mate, with Steve from Total Care, one of the championship sponsors. And as you can see behind us, we've now got Stuart Oliver's rather large truck, rather high in the air. Steve, tell us what you do for the championship at the moment.
We've just come on board as a sponsor for the for this new season, multi-year deal, and yeah, we're looking out for a couple of years now, to be honest. And the way the company's grown over probably the last 4 or 5 years, we're now at a point where it's yeah, it's something we really like the look of, and that's terrible. So.
It's fine. No, it is something we like the look of. It's cool. Just look at me in future. It's fine. It's all real life. That's the whole point of truck racing. And speaking of real life, we've obviously got a 5-ton racing truck here. Tell us more about what you do know about. What are these things?
Okay, so these are our cable-free mobile column lifts. 7.5 ton per column, cabled or cable free, so you can lift 15 ton across each axle. Wow. You can use them in we've got a set of 4 here today, You can combine them in sets of 4, 6 or 8.
So you can lift an entire lorry essentially if you do it right.
100%. We do a lot of heavy recovery, so essentially you can have a vehicle up to 60 tonne as long as the weight is evenly distributed across those axles.
All about weight distribution, people. Remember that. 100%. Okay. So these are on trolley jacks, I suppose, and that's how you manoeuvre them under the tyres.
They kind of move a bit like almost like a pallet truck. So yeah, they pump.
That's it, not trolley jacks. See, I get things wrong too.
Well, trolley jacks aren't too dissimilar in all fairness, but yeah, they're really portable. They come into their own in workshops where space is at a premium. They're an alternative to a fixed installation or a pit, and where you've got tight workshops, particularly. They're great because if you're not lifting vehicles all the time, you can put them to the side and use that space for something else. But we do have customers that have multiple sets all set up and they're in use pretty much solidly.
Well, I suppose because of how they are, you can move them in and out a bit for different distances between the axles.
Yeah, very, very much so. They also have adjustable forks, so they work on a variety of wheel diameters as well, so you can lift all sorts from light.
And then these holes on the side, this is obviously for a safety locking mechanism, so this would be safe to work on now, essentially.
It's on a ratchet system, so yeah, you can take it up higher and obviously work at a safe height, and you don't have to be crouching or anything.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
And then over here we've got a mobile brake testing setup. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we do both the.
Saw how quickly all them ran away. Then it was like, oh, quick, go. So yes.
Yeah, so mobile brake tester. You can test up to 16 tonne across an axle on there. Highly portable, fully galvanised, so they can be used outside. Self-leveling legs as well, so you can place it on uneven ground. Comes supplied with computer, printer, monitor and a tablet, so you can sit in the driver's seat, conduct the brake test at a one-person operation. There's no more situations of yesteryear where you'd have someone in the workshop looking at a big readout on the side, go, right, apply your brake now, and
is that the big clock thing you see at MOT stations?
100%.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's all digitalised now, so you can do that just one chap or one lady behind the wheel. Simple.
Wow. Well, Steve, thanks for talking to us. Thanks for sponsoring the championship, more importantly.
No, it's great to be on
and
board. Thanks
for bringing along some of your toys to show us. Steve from Total Care.
Total Care's T8 range of mobile column lifts provides a highly flexible lifting solution for any commercial vehicle workshop. Easy to manoeuvre, the columns can be used across different lifting bays within the workshop and can be stored out of the way when not in use. The super strong lifts can support up to a 7,500 kg capacity per column and can be configured in sets of 4, 6 or 8. Adjustable wheel forks provide flexibility for lifting a variety of vehicles and wheel diameters. Speak to our team today for more information or a bespoke quote.
While we wait to go and get some more driver interviews down in the paddock, why don't you enjoy some race action from yesterday's race 1?
So Stuart Oliver lines up on row 3, and alongside him number 32 Jock Borthwick. He's made the move from Division 2 to Division 1. Scotsman this year, third in Division 2 last season, his second season of truck racing in 2022 was a successful one in Division 2, makes his Division 1 debut this year. Row 4, one of the youngest men in the championship, 23-year-old Bradley Smith, local man from Gravesend, starts his MAN alongside an even more local man, number 3 Stephen Powell, lives literally just down the road from Brands Hatch, had a couple of wins in his first season in Division 1 last year, the 6-time Division 2 champion, looking for his first Division 1 title this year. Row 5, number 12 Michael Oliver, son of Stuart in his MAN, and another man moving up from Division 2 to Division 1, number 14 John Bowler, making his Division 1 debut today, the man from Stockport. Row 6, number 92 Simon Faulkner, second full season of truck racing for the Hampshire driver in his Iveco. And number 68 alongside him is Craig Reed, brother of Simon, scored his maiden Division 1 win here at Brands Hatch last year, was 9th in the points. He had some problems with his transmission yesterday and has repaired the truck for today. Row 7, another Division 1 newcomer, 41, Simon Cole, his first full season in Division 1 this year, another local driver from Dartford. Alongside him is the vastly experienced number 95, Ricky Collins, the heavy haulage company boss from Yorkshire, had one race win last year, made his debut back in 1991, and his only championships coming in 95 and 97, so it's been some time since we've seen Ricky Collins as the champion. Then there's a small gap and we'll have the Division 2 trucks starting behind the 14 in Division 1. It's a slightly smaller Division 2 field this year because of those drivers that have moved up to Division 1. On the grid we will have number 5, Adam Bint, who we just heard from in his Volvo White Aerodyne, looking for his first title since 2016. Alongside him will be number 6, John Powell, in his DAF, local man from Kent, 4th in Division 2 last season. Behind them, number 10, Craig Evans, suffered a blown gearbox in testing yesterday and was working late last night to repair his MAN, looking for his maiden win in this race in Division 2. And welcome back, number 28, Jim Bennett. After a couple of years away from truck racing, the oldest man on the grid, 73 years young, Jim Bennett, in his classic Seddon Atkinson. Now, hopefully at the back of the grid behind him, we will see number 22, Paul Rivette, the former multiple Renault Clio champion, in his MAN. We'll wait to see if he is there. Division 2 trucks are just making their way along Cooper Straight now. There's Craig Evans, he's made it out. Behind him, Jim Bennett. And yes, it looks like, no, that's Tom O'Rourke's truck behind Jim Bennett. So not sure if Paul Rivette is there, which would be a shame. He was working to replace the gearbox in his MAN and missed qualifying, got permission to start from the back of the grid, but I'm not sure if it's ready in time for this first race, which is a great shame for the team sponsored by Napa Auto Parts. Hopefully we will see Paul Rivette out later in the event if he doesn't make this race. Onboard cameras in this race are on board with Jock Borthwick, number 32. There's Tom O'Rourke heading into the pit lane where he will start, the MV Commercials MAN, the man from Scotland. We look back on the grid from Stuart Oliver's truck, the number 7 on row 2. Thanks to Chris Clark for his assistance with our onboard cameras this weekend. Looking back from Stuart Oliver, the 10 times champion. Waiting for the rest of the grid to form up. Bradley Smith, who should start behind Stuart. You can see the 46 colour, the blue, white and green truck. 89 is Simon Reed with the Iveco Stralis. The most numerous truck on the grid is the German-built MAN. We've got the Volvo of Stuart Oliver as well, the Ivecos of the Reed family, and also Simon Faulkner. John Powell is in his DAF LF, Adam Bint the Volvo White Aerodyne, and the Seddon Atkinson of Jim Bennett. Getting ready for what will be a 15-minute race to kick off the British truck racing season. In the grid fully into line, and there's our other camera truck, that's Jock Borthwick from Hoyk in the south of Scotland. But to think how many hours they spent travelling down to Brands Hatch this weekend, the two Scottish drivers, just getting the grid correctly into line then. Stuart Oliver will start on the outside of row 2, but on pole it is the Daimler Freightliner of number 1, Ryan Smith. We've seen the Bugira Freightliners in the European Championship in recent years, the Czech-built machines. That's where the bodywork comes from, but it's Daimler-Benz power on the chassis of Ryan Smith's new truck. Beautiful looking bonneted machine. David Jenkins and his familiar MAN alongside him. They are major rivals, those two. There's always been a rivalry over the last few years between Ryan Smith and Dave Jenkins. Simon Reed has qualified well on row 2 alongside Stuart Oliver. Jock Borthwick ready for his Division 1 debut alongside Bradley Smith. Slightly amended grid because of the absence of Tom O'Rourke. Alongside Jock Borthwick is Bradley Smith. Then we've got Stephen Powell, runs a pub just down the road from Brands Hatch. We know where the celebrations will be if he has a win today. Michael Oliver alongside him in the MAN. That's the truck Martin Gibson raced a couple of years ago. He's now concentrating on car racing with the Fun Cup Enduro Series. Then we've got John Bowler, number 14, making his debut in Division 1 today, alongside Simon Faulkner. New livery on the number 92 Iveco Stralis this season. You can see the dark grey truck there on the fifth row of the grid. Very menacing looking machine that is. Then Craig Reed, the younger of the two brothers. Simon Cole alongside, used to race the Team Hard sponsored Mercedes Beast, as it was known, in Division 2. Made a one-off appearance at Donington Park, at Convoy in the Park last season, and back for the full season this year. And then Ricky Collett lurking at the back of the Division 1 grid. I remember an incident about 3 years ago when Stuart Oliver got his truck hooked on the back of Ricky Collett's MAN and was towed round Brands Hatch for a lap. Well, saves a bit on diesel and tyre wear, I suppose. And then we've got, has to be said, a slightly smaller than usual field in Division 2, but that's because 3 of the contenders from previous years have moved into Division 1. So Adam Bint will probably start as the favourite in Division 2 in the black Volvo white Aerodyne. He was the first truck to run on the greener HVO fuel over the last couple of years. And now HVO fuel, supported by Green Biofuels, has a partnership with the British Truck Racing Championship to commit to a more sustainable future, offering a cleaner alternative to diesel. Green Biofuels advanced GD Plus fuel made from waste-derived cooking oils and fats, supercharged with an engine-enhancing additive. So greener fuels being used by the British Truck Racing Championship this year, which is great to see. So they're off and rolling then. Looks like we got us a convoy here at Brands Hatch. A convoy of what should have been 19 trucks. Paul Rivette, sadly a non-starter. Tom O'Rourke will start from the pit lane. Ryan Smith in that aggressive-looking number 1, the Daimler Freightliner, run by Worldwide Truck Racing. Check them out on social media for more updates. Oh yes, I'm looking forward to this. Will Ryan Smith kick off his title defence with a victory? A new name on top in Division 2 this year. It was Luke Garrett who took the Division 2 title last year, but not on the grid this season. I think he's planning to race in Europe as well. Looking back from Stuart Oliver as they head along the Cooper Straight, the pace truck leading them round, ready to unleash these 19, well, it should have been 19, there are a couple missing, these 5-ton, 1,000 horsepower beasts. Biggest machines in British motorsports. Ready to rumble here at Brands Hatch, a brand new season for the British Truck Racing Championship. There's Jim Bennett in the classic Seddon Atkinson Strata at the back. Great to have the truck racing veteran back after a couple of years away. Here we go then. Pace truck is in pit lane. Ryan Smith and Dave Jenkins, the arch rivals, lead them up towards the red lights. It's time to go truck racing in 2023. Wait for the power to come on. The pack is unleashed and here we go down towards Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. Ryan Smith takes the lead from the inside line ahead of David Jenkins. Now are they all going to get round Paddock Bend okay for the first time? John Bowler running up wide on the outside line. Looks like they've all made it round the Division 1 trucks. It's flying Ryan Smith who leads up towards Druids Hill Bend for the first time. We go on board with Jock Borthwick in the 32. They swing their way through and he's been hit. Jock Borthwick's tangled up with Stephen Powell. They go off. Oh, Michael Oliver's caught up as well. Bradley Smith's gone off too. Well, 4 trucks involved there. Borthwick's getting going again. And well, it's certainly first day back at school, isn't it? 4 trucks off at Druids. Let's hope they can continue. Ryan Smith leads from David Jenkins. Stuart Oliver third. There's a hole been created in the field there already. The first 4 left clear as a result of that tangle. The Reed brothers in 4th and 5th. There's mayhem at Druids, and not surprisingly, the red flag is coming out. Well, Bradley Smith's truck stranded there. Looks like the left front suspension may be broken. A lot of contact there in the Druids. There's bits of bodywork everywhere. Look at the state of Jock Borthwick's truck, and that's just the first half lap of the season. A baptism of fire for him in Division 1. On board with the 32 truck as he makes his way. He's going to have to come into the pits to get that checked. It's a crack in the windscreen as well. No, he's not going into the pits. He is heading up to the grid. So the trucks will be reassembled on the grid. The marshals will then go to work up at Druids Hill Bend, and it'll be the first job of the weekend for trackside recovery. They manage all the car and truck recoveries here at Brands Hatch with their fleet of vehicles. We'll see how a race truck is recovered after an incident here. Let's take another look and see what happened there. They charged their way up to Druids for the first time. Watch the 32 and the 3. Stephen Powell just charged kamikaze up the inside there and sent everyone else skittling, I think is what happened. Dear oh dear. 4 of them off. And luckily everybody else was able to get through on the inside. Bradley Smith there, looks like his steering was broken. He went into the gravel. That was just an over-optimistic move, I would say, there from Stephen Powell. Just charged up the inside, clipped Jock Borthwick first of all, sent him spinning around. He went into Bradley Smith, and then they charged into Michael Oliver and sent him into the gravel. Borthwick was able to get going again, so were Powell and Oliver eventually. Bradley Smith's truck stuck there and debris everywhere. On board with Jock Borthwick. He was tapped once on the way towards Druids, and then again. I wonder if Stephen Powell had a brake problem there, because he just didn't seem to slow at first at all there. And then just went straight on. Jock Borthwick quickly on the throttle and away. And now they've got to clear the wreckage. Told incidents involving trucks 3, 12 and 46 will be investigated after the race. They're ready for a restart over 12 minutes. The pace truck leads them round. Let's try again with the season opener for the British Truck Racing Championship. 4 of the Division 2 trucks back out there. There's Adam Bintz. Very smart looking DAF of number 6, John Powell alongside. Craig Evans and Jim Bennett behind. Shame we haven't got Paul Rivette out there. Hopefully he can fix his gearbox issues. He'll be back out later in the weekend. Ricky Collett at the back of Division 1. Division 1, the more powerful, more modified machines. So no Michael Oliver on the grid. Jock Borthwick is headed back into pit lane. We'll wait to see if they do join in from the pit lane. Bradley Smith is there. Ryan Smith, no relation, and David Jenkins on the front row. Here we go then, let's try again. There's Craig Evans, number 10. Repaired his truck overnight after he blew his gearbox in testing yesterday. Ready for a restart. The pace truck is in pit lane. Ryan Smith and David Jenkins ready to lead them off once again. Waiting for the red lights to go out. And we're back underway. Super start by Ryan Smith. David Jenkins moves across to protect second place, but Ryan Smith's away and gone already. He's about 3 truck lengths clear as they head into Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. Side by side between Simon Reed and Stuart Oliver for third. Bradley Smith round the outside into 5th position as they thunder their way up towards Druids. Let's hope they all get round this time. Stephen Powell positioning himself on the inside once again, but he's got it slowed up this time, just ahead of John Bowler on his Division 1 debut. They're all round Druids okay for the first time. Adam Bint leads Division 2 down into Graham Hill Bend for the first time. Division 2 staying with Division 1 for the moment. Simon Cole just ahead of Adam Bint there. Bint leads Division 2 in the Volvo Whites, the older Volvo than Stuart Oliver's example. As they come round towards Clearways for the first time, and Stephen Powell's off again. There is something wrong with that truck. Whether it's steering or brakes, I'm not sure, but again, it just didn't turn there going into Surtees. Luckily, he didn't collect anybody that time. I think that's going to be end of race for Stephen Powell. At least he hasn't got far to go to get spares, based on the same road as Brands Hatch outside the circuit. Over the line they go. Simon Cole might be in trouble here as well. He's dropped back behind some of the Division 2 runners there. There's Tom O'Rourke as well. He's up to speed once again. So it is Ryan Smith who leads from Jenkins, Simon Reed, Stuart Oliver, Bradley Smith, John Bowler. Then it's Craig Reed in 7th place. Simon Faulkner going well, learning all the time. His second full season of truck racing. Tom O'Rourke's got past Simon Cole in the number 41. No Michael Oliver out there, or Jock Borthwick, damage from the incident at the start of the race. There is O'Rourke coming through. He's eager to make up for lost time after losing his pole position. Charge their way along the Cooper Straight up to the completion of their second lap. Ryan Smith, will see what lap time he sets this time through. 58.103. Fantastic lap for Ryan Smith. He's already nearly 2 seconds clear of David Jenkins at the front of the field, with Simon Reed in 3rd. There's Ricky Collett over the line in 9th place, chasing Simon Faulkner, who's running well in the Iveco, chasing Craig Reed. Adam Bint behind them rounds out the top 10 overall, and he leads Division 2, looking for his first title since 2016 in that Volvo. John Powell second in Division 2. He could have to cede to the quicker Division 1 truck of Tom O'Rourke. There's a battle developing between Faulkner and the very experienced Ricky Collett. Down into Graham Hill Bend. Ricky Collett, it's his heavy haulage company based up in Halifax, hauling some of the biggest loads seen on lorries in the UK. There's Adam Bint behind them. O'Rourke's got ahead of John Powell now, trying to catch his fellow Division 1 runners. Ryan Smith continues to extend his lead. 2 seconds clear now of David Jenkins. Simon Reed in 3rd. Stuart Oliver, the 10 times champion, is 4th. Bradley Smith, none the worse for that tangle on the first start, is rounding out the top 5. Craig Reed, John Bowler, sorry, in 6th place ahead of Craig Reed. Ricky Collett has a look there at Paddock Hill Bend on that newly liveried number 92 truck, and it's very dark grey livery. Brilliant looking truck that is. Collett has another look at Druids. I don't think he'll get through there. Fairly well strung out, other than this battle in this first race of the season for the British Truck Racing Championship. O'Rourke made up 2 places on that lap past the Division 2 runners. Not surprisingly, Stephen Powell has pulled into the pits. So there's 15 trucks running now. Out of the 18 that took the start, the 19 that are here. John Bowler runs a little bit wide there coming through Clearways, chased by Craig Reed, the man from Stoke. The Reed brothers took 5 race wins between them last season. Simon took 4. Craig, in the season finale here at Brands Hatch, got his maiden Division 1 win, former Division 2 champion 2 years ago. With a couple of tenths pulled out by Ryan Smith at the front of the field. He continues to lead, already well into this restart. 7.5 minutes to go. The lead group is well strung out. We concentrate on this battle between Faulkner and Collett. These two are closest at the moment. Craig Reed has been given the black and white driving standards flag for exceeding track limits. Any further breaches and he could get a penalty. Simon Faulkner bounces over the curb in the Iveco Stralis, one of 3 Ivecos on the grid. Over the line they go. The lead gap is now up to 3 seconds. Ryan Smith pulled away by nearly a full second that time around. Tom O'Rourke's got ahead of our Division 2 leader. There is the Oxfordshire driver, number 5, Adam Bint, in the Volvo white Aerodyne. Should be a Volvo black really in that livery, shouldn't it? That was the first truck to use the new HVO fuel, as Ricky Collett finally gets past Simon Faulkner. Been trying that for about 5 laps. And moves up into 8th position. Now down to the business of trying to catch Craig Reed ahead of them. They're a couple of seconds back on the Iveco. There it is, chasing John Bowler. Good smooth run on his Division 1 debut. He's looking to get some points on the board. It's 15 points for a win, 14 for second, down to 1 point the 15th place. Bonus point for pole position and for the fastest lap. Fastest lap of Division 1 currently with Ryan Smith. There he is. Starting his title defence perfectly, as he always does here at Brands Hatch. He's nearly 4 seconds clear of David Jenkins now. No stopping the Daimler Freightliner, sponsored by Northside Truck and Van Limited, run by Worldwide Truck Racing. I know Ryan would dearly love to go and compete in the European Championship Sunday, budget permitting. But first, he wants to match Stuart Oliver's record of 10 British Championships. David Jenkins in second, champion back in 2011. Simon Reed, could we see him on top in Division 1 in years to come? Stuart Oliver giving chase. He's been there, seen it, done it and won it in truck racing. He was European champion a few years ago as well. There's a gap back to Bradley Smith, the youngest man in the race, just 23 years of age. He first competed in a truck race before he was old enough to have an HGV licence. Of course, it's only an ARDS licence, Association of Racing Driver Schools licence, that you need to race trucks. Just over 4.5 minutes of this first truck race of the season to go, the first of 5 this weekend. A couple more black and white flags going out, number 10 Craig Evans and number 89 Simon Reed. Just a warning for exceeding track limits. Things having settled down this restart after that incident first time out. Adam Bint continues to lead Division 2. Favourite for the title this year, along with Paul Rivette if he gets his truck up and running. Had 4 wins, Adam Bint, last year. It's the battle for second. John Powell in the number 6, the DAF LF. 6 wins last season, was only 4th in the points in Division 2. Craig Evans behind has yet to win a race. He's had a few podiums though, a consistent driver more than rapid. Made his debut in 2019. There's a battle further back. Ricky Collett has got ahead of John Bowler. Chasing now Craig Reed. It's the fight for 6th position. So Ricky Collett has closed up. Bowler's dropped a couple of spots there. The number 14, he's sideways coming off Graham Hill bend. I thought he was going to spin it there. Just getting used to the power of his new number 14 MAN. Simon Faulkner in behind him. 3 minutes to go. Ryan Smith leads by over 4.5 seconds now. Looking set to take his now traditional opening race victory here at Brands Hatch. Second fastest times from qualifying for each driver will decide the grid for race 2 later on. And then we get into the reverse grids for the rest of the weekend, where the top 8 in each division get reversed on the grid based on results of previous races. We'll do the top 8 in Division 1 and all 4 or 5 in Division 2. Battle for 6th continues, headed by Craig Reed. And Craig, I've just been informed, Craig Reed has been given a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits. Given the warning earlier on. So Craig Reed will get a 5-second penalty added to his race time for exceeding track limits. Simon Cole has just got the black and white flag as well. So the officials being pretty hot on track limit breaches here. Well, there's our leader. Ryan Smith leads by 5.2 seconds. David Jenkins is 2.5 seconds clear of Simon Reed. The leader coming up to lap Simon Cole in the number 41. Jim Bennett, I think, has already been lapped in his Seddon Atkinson. Seddon Atkinson, quite a classic name in British trucks. Used to be based up in Lancashire. I believe they were taken over by Iveco several years ago. Simon Cole has been lapped. There's just over a minute left on the clock, so we might get 2 more laps out of this. Such is the pace being set by Fly-In Ryan. What's the gap going to be this time? It was 5.2, it's now 5.6 seconds. So another 0.4 of a second stretch clear. Simon Reed another 2.5 seconds back in third in Division 1. Adam Bint continues to set the pace in Division 2. He's 3 seconds clear of John Powell. There's Craig Evans behind Powell in third in Division 2. Ricky Collett still ahead of John Bowler. Craig Reed still ahead of them, and he's got that penalty which will be added on. There's Jim Bennett being lapped in the Sedn Atkinson. It's good to have Gentleman Jim back in the championship. Been away for a few years. He's rebuilt the Sedn Atkinson for this year. Tom O'Rourke behind him there. Tom's up to 10th place, the last of the Division 1 runners, with the exception of Simon Cole, who's just getting dialed in after only a one-off appearance last year. As across the line goes Ryan Smith, some 14 seconds left on the clock as he comes up to the line to start his final lap. Over 6 seconds clear now of David Jenkins. It's been pretty much a stroll in the park here at Brands Hatch. The first race of this new Daimler Freightliner. It has worked absolutely perfectly for Ryan, the man from Nottinghamshire, in the worldwide truck racing Daimler. Through Graham Hill Bend for the last time. Simon Faulkner, I can tell you, may have got ahead of John Bowler further back, with John Bowler having issues with his transponder. No, he is still 8th. And here comes Flying Ryan into clear ways for the final time. A perfect start to the defence of his British truck racing title. Is it going to be 8 in a row? Well, if his luck keeps up like this and his speed keeps up, it's certainly very likely. Ryan Smith opens the season with a victory. Second place will go to David Jenkins. The gap 6.233 seconds at the line. Third place for Simon Reed. And Stuart Oliver a lonely 4th. An equally lonely 5th is going to go to Bradley Smith, none the worse for that spill on the opening lap. And then 6th place across the line will be Craig Reed. Wait to see where that penalty places him. Over the line goes Craig Reed. I don't think he's got 5 seconds clear of those behind him, so 6th will go to Ricky Collett. John Bowler on his Division 1 debut 7th. Craig Reed ends up 8th. Simon Faulkner is 9th, and Tom O'Rourke will round out the top 10, having started from the pit lane. In Division 2, meanwhile, the win goes to Adam Bint in the Volvo White Aerodyne in 11th overall. John Powell holds off Craig Evans for 2nd. And a lap down, Simon Cole will finish 14th, and Jim Bennett, the final finisher, in 15th. Congratulations to Flying Ryan Smith. A dominant display to kick off his 2023 season. Bad luck to those who suffered damage in that race, but the result confirmed Ryan Smith the winner by 6.23 seconds over David Jenkins. And Simon Reed over 3 seconds back in 3rd place. Stuart Oliver and Bradley Smith racing pretty much on their own towards the end of that one in 4th and 5th. And then a long gap back to Ricky Collett in 6th position. John Bowler a good 7th. Craig Reed a 5-second penalty dropping him to 8th. And Simon Faulkner and Tom O'Rourke rounding out the top 10. Adam Bint wins Division 2 in 11th overall. He finished some 3 seconds ahead of John Powell. Craig Evans 3rd in that division, ahead of the Division 1 truck of Simon Cole in 14th. Jim Bennett the final finisher in 15th in the Sedn Atkinson. Stephen Powell pulled into the pits with problems after that shunt. And of course, Michael Oliver and Jock Borthwick didn't take the restart. Well, a lively opener then for the British Truck Racing Championship for 2023. Look back at some highlights of that first race. Well, the main talking point was on the opening lap when Stephen Powell went straight on at Druids and claimed 3 other trucks as a result. Jock Borthwick, Michael Oliver and Bradley Smith. They would eventually all drop out. Stephen Powell would take the restart, but it wouldn't last long for him. Borthwick and Michael Oliver's races were done for good. Seeing it from Jock Borthwick's point of view, wallop, straight round and straight into the gravel trap. So a fairly chaotic opening lap. That led to the red flags coming out. Restart didn't last long for Stephen Powell. His truck went straight on at Surtees over the grass, and that was the end of his race. there on. It was a dominant display by Ryan Smith. The main battle in the early stages was between Ricky Collett, John Bowler and Simon Faulkner further back in the order. They later caught up with Craig Reed. See them lapping Jim Bennett there, but Ryan Smith was away and gone out in front for his usual dominant season opening victory. Over 6 seconds clear at flag 4 of his rival David Jenkins.
Congratulations on your first place.
I don't want to. I want to go over again because it's so important to me. We built a brand new truck, first new truck we've ever had. As I've just said, Arnie Aaron Parkin is not seeing his family in 8 days solid. He stayed in the garage. Billy the same. Libby had time off from work. Adam just they've worked tirelessly and we've built it all ourselves. And I want to say a big thank you to Tim and Melanie Frost at Unit 8 because they supplied us some parts that without them with timing that we just never got. So, and of course all my sponsors. I don't want to take any credit for that win. The truck deserves it, the team deserves it, and the partners deserve it. But
must have been the autopilot that won the race then. Fantastic, well done Ryan, congratulations, great start to the season. We have obviously had a bit of damage. If we look over to your left here, poor old Michael Oliver, not a great start. Again, not even his doing or his fault. But we've had issues on the first corner, well, second corner, first race. Michael, that wasn't even your doing. I know you probably don't want to talk to us, but, you know, you are completely oblivious to what was going on behind you.
No, I knew exactly what was going on.
Oh, right.
We just couldn't do out about it. Honestly, from last year, I reckon I will eventually finish a lap.
Yeah. I mean, is there a thing of start how you mean to go on, or we think we're just getting it out of the way early on?
Next question.
Okay, fine. When you start, well, watch your back, cameraman. Come to me, Adam. Come hither, so he doesn't get destroyed by the wrecker. There we go. He's gone. He's sweet. Okay. What's actually damaged? Are we talking, you know, back out after lunch, or are we going to have to look what's actually wrong with it?
Oh, we'll be back out, but the back axle's come out. The water tank's punctured, which isn't a problem. I don't need water.
Doesn't need water.
No, but the back axle's got to be in.
Right. Yeah, that makes it the wheels move, doesn't it?
Yeah. And I might need a tyre.
Couple. Yeah. Do you know anyone that does tyres?
I know, good company. Good company.
Googly Woogle?
Googly Woogle.
Well, I'm glad you're keeping high spirits, Michael. Condolences for that first race, but there's a whole season ahead of us, and I'm sure. Always fun to be around Michael Oliver, putting a smile on the darkest of situations. Well, here we are, as promised, down in Parc Fermé just after the first race of Sunday. And as you can see behind me, we've got plenty of drivers and teammates alike hanging out, having a chat, putting the world to rights, which is what happens a lot down in Parc Fermé. Luckily, no major issues in that last race. Let's see who we can find. That's Mr. John Bowler. Perfect opportunity. How are we, sir?
Good, thank you. Yourself?
Yeah, very good. So we said we'd come and have a proper chat to you later on. We can have a chat now as well. Yeah. We've got the very nice MAN behind us here with a brand spanking new Division 1 engine.
That's right, yeah.
And from Division 2, obviously, that's where we started our career in the British truck racing. What kind of differences are we looking at from the Division 1 engine just on its own?
Massive difference in power. I think it's about 2,000 newton meters of torque difference, so it's a huge difference.
That is a lot. And with regards to the chassis and the body, what's new, what's old? Have you reused anything from the previous Div 2 truck?
I think we used the power steering reservoir, that's about it.
Oh wow, so it's completely new from the ground up then?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. New axles, new running gear. I think we're just getting to grips with the truck, getting it set up right, so we're a little bit new to this side of it. The power is immense, like in difference, so yeah.
We saw you have a pretty good race out there, holding your own for a lot of it. Almost a bit of a close call with Michael Oliver though, coming out of Paddock Hill Bend.
That's it, yeah. Rubbin's racing.
Well, Rubbin is racing, of course. Did we have any rear damage in there? Because we saw there was a time where Craig got quite close to the back of you there, but was it him that hit you?
Yeah, Craig came in the back, caught the bumper, which pushed against the tyre. See further on that side.
Yeah, it's a bit of a bend there, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a little bit. So that's been rubbing against the tyre. We had a little bit of caused a bit of understeer into the corners. So yeah, it'll be all right though.
I mean, to a lot of people at home, this looks like pretty hefty damage. What kind of work are we going to have to do between now and the next race to put this right?
We'll make a cup of tea, and I'm going to crack on.
It's very important.
Very much.
Yeah, cup of tea, crack on. Right, thanks, John. Good luck with the repairs. Let's head over here and have a chat to the Reed brothers that I can see. Hi, guys. How the devil are we? Craig Reed, Simon Reed. We spoke to Simon yesterday. Craig, it's the first time we've really spoken to you this weekend.
Yes, yeah, it is. Yeah. I've just been having a bit of a tough start to the weekend with I rebuilt my truck and it do got a few teething problems, but we, honestly, blooming, we've to put. He always gets in the way.
Good old Jock.
I'm slowly getting there. We were up till 2 o'clock the other morning changing the gearbox, and then literally I've just got a bit of a power intermittent fault which I'm just fighting with. But literally, the first corner, then John just leant on me a bit too hard, and I went into the gravel. And really, that was the story of the race for me. And then at the top of the bank, Michael did a late lunge on John. John brake for him, and the rest is history. I just literally, as I got out to the back end of Michael's cab, John was boom there. So, but no, we've just had a bit of a chat, and I said I'll give you a tip for Tad on the first corner. But no, that choice of you, I'm pleased. Lap time wise though, just spoke to my brother. I'm a Nats because I've got a power problem. I'm a Nats whisker off him, so performance wise then the truck definitely, I just got into the rhythm, but when I hit John I sort of lost my clutch for about 2 laps, and then I just had to wait for the clutch pedal to come back a little bit.
Oh, blow, you got to have it all the way up to now.
Well, when 2 bits of metal hit each other, the gearbox and these race trucks, they don't like it, they don't like the shock.
Well, no, and I mean, Paul Rivette's been through 3 this weekend already.
Yeah, well, to choice of you, my gearbox was rebuilt over winter, and I don't know what happened at practice, but it was not playing ball.
Did you have any spare screws over winter? You know, when you put a flat pack together and you're just left with a couple of bolts left.
Oh yeah, you want to see our garage after building these 2 trucks? It's bloody mayhem.
So possibly some gearbox parts knocking around.
Yeah. No, while I'm on it, I'd like to thank all my team, to be honest with you, because not many people say, but not just the team that are here, the team back at the garage. We built a pair of trucks which is in lightning speed time.
Yeah.
And choice with you, they're blooming stunning, to be fair. Well, mine was stunning.
Yeah, you took it to bits.
That's it. I've got to get the welder out now and fix it. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, this is it. Credit where credit's due. It's hard enough for people to concentrate on running a business and building 1 truck during the winter season, let alone doing 2 at the same time. Yeah,
that's it. To be honest with you, I have worked on other people's trucks as well, but to build these 2 S-Ways, massive work from weeks and weeks and late hours, and and I think that's what you come here and the adrenaline gets you and you forget about all that work that everyone's done. So
let's see how fast I can trash it.
That's it. No, that's it. But no, like I say, everyone's done a cracking job this year though. To be honest, all the trucks are amazing. You know what I mean? So should be a good year hopefully.
Great turnout. Thanks very much for talking to us, Craig. Appreciate it. Well, I think that's all we've got time for down here in Parc Fermé. So let's see a bit more of yesterday's action possibly, whilst we go and get ready to hand out some trophies.
Watch for Paul Rivette from the very back in the MAN, a very quick driver indeed. Made a one-off appearance in that Napa MAN at Donington last season, in for the full season this year. It's the arch rivals on the front row, Ryan Smith from Nottinghamshire, David Jenkins from Stafford. 8 titles between them. Add in Stuart Oliver, 18 titles between the first 3 on the grid. Here we go. Hopefully Simon Faulkner can join in as well. We saw him pull off the grid with a last minute problem. There's Tom O'Rourke's truck in the pit lane, the MV Commercial MAN. Tom O'Rourke got into truck racing as a sponsor first and foremost. He brought MV Commercial to Convoy in the Park at Donington for a display. Never been to a truck race meeting in his life, and decided, I'm going to have a go at that. There go Division 2. I can only see 4 Division 2s. Has Paul Rivette not got going? Oh no, there he is. I thought for a second we'd lost the MAN again. What a magnificent sight they make. They head round. Druids, pace truck leading round the DAF. I am really looking forward to this race. There's Paul Rivette. Napa Autoparts.eu, the Napa Racing MAN. Looks beautiful, doesn't it? also sponsored by Tacosis. He's at the back of the Division 2 grid. Great to see Craig Evans on Division 2 pole for I think the first time in his career, looking for his first win. Had a few podiums over the last 2 years. Ryan Smith looking for 2 wins out of 2. Scored 14 wins on his way to the title last year. David Jenkins alongside him. Stuart Oliver and Simon Reed on row 2. Jock Borthwick and Bradley Smith on the 3rd row. And Stephen Powell and John Bowler. Michael Oliver alone on row 5. We ride with Jock Borthwick as they come through clearways. The pace truck is in pit lane. Looking back from Simon Reed's truck as the revs begin to rise. Here we go. Up towards the red lights when they go out. Get ready to feel the thunder as the power comes on from these 1,000 horsepower engines. Here we go with race 2 of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. Ryan Smith will take the lead as they go into Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. Stuart Oliver trying to get through on the inside there. He can't quite get alongside David Jenkins. We ride with Jock Borthwick alongside Bradley Smith. Looking back now from Simon Reed as they head up towards Druids for the first time. Will they all make it round Druids Hill Bend this time? Smith leads from Jenkins. Oliver side by side for 4th between Bradley Smith and Simon Reed. Reed moves through on the inside. We look back from Simon Reed. There's Bradley Smith behind us. Then it is Jock Borthwick, the Scotsman. Then Michael Oliver. He's got away well. Stephen Powell just behind him as they file their way down to Cooper Straight for the first time. It's called Cooper Straight. It isn't quite straight. Up towards the left at Surtees, the right of McLaren. Ryan Smith has the early lead from Jenkins, Oliver, Reed, Smith, Borthwick. Oliver Jr. is next in the order. Division 2 is being led by the look of it by John Powell. There's Paul Rivett. He's waiting for the right time to make his move from the back of the field. They complete the first lap then with Ryan Smith already over a second clear of David Jenkins at the front of the field. Over the line they go. Let's see where Tom O'Rourke can get up to around this opening lap. The tail of the field at the moment, I think. Make sure he comes through on this lap. Yes, he has. On board with Jock Borthwick, chasing Bradley Smith on the run up towards Druids. You can see the heavy roll caging in the cab of these trucks. Simon Reed has pulled out a gap over the 46 of Bradley Smith. They're just getting settled into this 15-minute race. The first 4 have pulled away slightly. 5th place is Bradley Smith, then Jock Borthwick, then it's Michael Oliver and his rather battered MAN after the contact earlier on. Seems to be a bit of a damaged magnet over the last couple of seasons, unfortunately. And hang on, the red flag is coming out. What has happened? Oh, that's what's happened. It's Tom O'Rourke. He's in the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend. Quite a long way up Paddock Hill Bend towards Halewood Rise, so what has happened there? That'll need a tow from trackside recovery. Hopefully there's not too much damage there and they can quickly get the truck out of the gravel. Try and see what's happened there in a moment, I think. But the race is stopped again. Another truck in the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend. It's the unfortunate Tom O'Rourke. He's not having a happy weekend so far, sadly. See if we can see what's happened. Back of the field, coming down Paddock Hill Bend. He runs wide. Yeah, the truck just straightened up in the middle of the bend. I don't know whether something broke in the steering perhaps there. And into the gravel he goes. Great shame for the Scotsman. Let's try again then. Ryan Smith on pole, looking to make it 2 wins out of 2. This will be a 12-minute race now. This has happened in race 1. David Jenkins, number 69, alongside him. The TRP pace truck leading them round. Second row, Stuart Oliver, the 10 times champion, alongside 89, Simon Reed. Then we've got Jock Borthwick, who's done a considerable amount of repair work for his truck after that collision with Stephen Powell in race 1. Stephen Powell received a reprimand from the steward, incidentally, as was judged to be at fault for that collision, while Jock Borthwick also received a warning for an unsafe rejoin as he got going again in front of Tom O'Rourke in that first race. A little bit of disciplinary news update there. 4th row of the grid, Stephen Powell and John Bowler, the Division 1 debutants. Michael Oliver's there, Craig Reed, Ricky Collins, no Simon Faulkner or Simon Cole. Then our 5 Division 2 trucks, headed by Craig Evans, looking for his first win in the category in his MAN. It's the Daimler Freightliner on pole. Such an aggressive looking machine, just like the Volvo behind the bonneted trucks. And Stuart Oliver. Those first 3 on the grid, 18 championships between them. Watch for Paul Rivette from the back. Adam Bintz ahead of him, going for 2 wins out of 2. Here we go, ready for 12 minutes of truck racing. Well done to the recovery teams there. Getting Tom O'Rourke back to the paddock. Hopefully we'll see him back out tomorrow. Smith and Jenkins lead them up towards the red lights. The power comes on and away they go. Quick start by Stuart Oliver. Watch the number 7. He could get past David Jenkins here in the second place. He won't get ahead of Ryan Smith. But I think Oliver's got the inside line. Yes, he's up into second place as they head down Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. 1 or 2 trucks running wide. We've got one into the gravel. That's Michael Oliver. John Bowler's run wide as well. Oliver keeps his foot in. He keeps it going at the back of the Division 1 group. Will they all get round Druids? Okay, Bradley Smith running wide in the 46 truck. It's Smith who leads from Oliver. Jenkins. Jock Borthwick is in 4th place. Then it's Simon Reed, Stephen Powell, Bradley Smith. Next through is Craig Reed, then Bowler, Collett. Michael Oliver recovering from that off, missing the side panel you can see on the number 12 truck. As they start to sort themselves out around this Brands Hatch Indy circuit. We'll look back quickly to see who's leading Division 2. It's John Powell who's got away best in the DAF, number 6, ahead of Craig Evans and Adam Bintz. Michael Oliver's incident pack weekend continuing. I had a bad feeling he was going to get bogged down in the gravel there, but he kept it going. Ryan Smith will lead as they complete the first lap. Then he's already over a second clear of Stuart Oliver in 2nd place. Now into Paddock Hill Bend we ride with Jock Borthwick chasing now David Jenkins. Good start from Borthwick up into 4th place ahead of Simon Reed. Through the roller coaster first part of the lap, through the dust and the bit of smoke that was kicked up last time through. Round Druids and then drop down again into the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. Simon Reed putting Jock Borthwick under a little bit of pressure. Then it's Stephen Powell in the number 3 in 6th position, the local man. Bradley Smith has dropped back to 7th. But Ryan Smith already starting to put clear air between himself and Stuart Oliver in the GT Tyres Volvo in 2nd place. Craig Reed in behind Bradley Smith. Looking back to see the leader of Division 2 is still John Powell ahead of Craig Evans, Adam Bintz and Paul Rivette. Jim Bennett in the older Seddon Atkinson has already dropped away. It's good to have Gentleman Jim back in the championship this year. Certainly one of the friendliest teams in the paddock, the Team Bennett squad. Up the hill towards Druids and Jock Borthwick a little bit wide there over the curve. He almost drops onto the gravel, holds it together, swings it in. Up on the inside there's Simon Reed and he goes through, forces Jock Borthwick to go wide. It's a good move by Simon Reed. Good aggression from the Iveco pilot up into 4th position. Down to 5th goes Borthwick in the white and tartan liveried MAN. The colours of My Name's Doddy. Heard in the break between races all about the fundraising efforts going on this season for motor neurone disease. Campaign started by rugby legend Donny Weir. Ricky Collett staying ahead of Michael Oliver. Ricky Collett with a down on power engine this weekend. He's had a few engine problems, that truck, over the last couple of seasons. Had a nasty crash with it at Thruxton back in 2020. Oh, and say engine problems, a great flash of flame. Goodness me. Ricky Collett needs to get out of there. He slides it to a halt against the barrier. Well stopped, Ricky Collett. I hope that's truck is not going to burst into flames. Something blew up there. I hope that was just the turbo and not the engine going for a Burton. Ricky Collett very much out of the race. Just as I said, having engine problems. Curse of the commentator there. Sorry, Ricky. I was saying he had a big accident at Thruxton back in 2020 when he rolled the truck over, having got onto the wet grass. And he's out of this one, and I hope that's not the end of his weekend. Hopefully he's not dropped any oil there either down the Sir Jack Brabham straights. Through go the leaders. Ryan Smith leads by over 3 seconds now ahead of Stuart Oliver, David Jenkins, Simon Reed up to 4th. Let's have a look again there as they came down the straight. Watch the back of Ricky Collett's truck here. Bang! Something went up in a big way there. Hopefully that's not the engine detonating, hoping it's just the turbo. Slid it onto the grass into retirement. Stuart Oliver staying ahead of David Jenkins. It's still John Powell leading Division 2. Adam Bint in third place behind Craig Evans, looking for his double. Down the Cooper Straight, left of Surtees, right of McLaren. Many of the corners here at Brands Hatch named after great names from the world of motorsport in Britain and beyond. David Jenkins trying to chase down Stuart Oliver for second place. The midfield quite spaced out now. Bradley Smith running wide. In fact, I think the red flag is out again. Yes, the red flag has come out, presumably to deal with Ricky Collett's truck. See if things are okay down there on the entry to Paddock, and we'll wait to see what will happen with this race. We were not yet at half distance. There were around just over 7 minutes left on the clock. So whether there will be a restart or not, we'll have to wait and see. Race leader Ryan Smith had completed 4 laps. We'll have to await official news on what's going to happen here. Outcome trackside recovery again. Yes, because Ricky Collett, where that truck has stopped, would be in the firing line if anybody was to slide off to the inside of Paddock. Marshall's likely wanting to check there's no risk of any fire there as well after that blow up for Ricky Collett. I hope that's not the end of his weekend. You can see where he's stopped there, just on the entry to Paddock on the inside against the barrier. See it again here. Watch the back of the yellow MAN. Boom. Big explosion. Ricky Collett instantly knew what had happened, and he steered the truck to an almost instant halt there. He's got the brakes locked on, as you can see, and just bumps the barrier as he brings it to a halt. That was good decisive driving there by Ricky Collett as he felt the explosion behind him as the either the turbo or the engine let go. There is the British truck racing veteran.
Love the handshakes. Everybody get your photos, your videos, your TikToks and your grams. And of course we'll then go along. Well, an exciting start to Sunday here at Brands Hatch, but now of course it's time for some trophies. We didn't rehearse that at all, I promise. Right, so here we go then, straight into Division 2's top 3. And ladies and gentlemen, could you please put your hands together for Mr. Adam Bint. You can take a pick a hat. I know it's difficult. Yeah, I know. It's tricky. Just pick one. Put them both on. Back, one forward. That's what you're going to do. And in second place, I tell you what, we saw some incredible driving in the first half of that race. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Craig Evans. I tell you, I thought you had that one in the bag, sir. I did. But you just couldn't quite beat the prowess, performance and experience
of Mr. John Powell, ladies and gentlemen. They are hefty trophies now, I'll tell you what, my goodness me. Love the handshakes. Everybody get your photos, your videos, your TikToks and your grams. And of course we'll then go along and find our new feature for the trophies and podiums, our one-word experience. So pick a different one, okay, just give it a minute. Okay, one word, how the race went. Exciting. Oh goodness. We've had exciting experience. Oh, I like that one. That's a message in there somewhere, Craig. Gravel. Oh dear me. Round of applause for Division 2 top 3, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. And away we go. Thank you, gentlemen. Right then, on to of course the Division 1. And this will be an interesting experience. Put your hands together for Mr. Ryan Smith. You certainly won't need any help carrying that one. Sorry, buddy. Well done. And in second place, certainly at the front of the race, or a lot of it, Mr. Dave Jenkins, ladies and gentlemen. Hot on the heels of that podium the entire way round. But of course, managing to notice that gap at the beginning, flying through to first place since he's been engaged. Stuart Oliver! He's obviously under orders now, that's what it is, isn't it? Yeah. Well done, sir, well done. Watch this space, that's what I'm saying, watch this space. Now, take your pictures, get your shots. All got our lovely hats on, fantastic. Right, we'll go along, we'll get our one-word wonders. What have we got from Ryan? Humbled. Humbled, very true, sir. Masterful. Masterful, oh, very nice. And Dave? Oliver. Oh, round of applause for Division 1 top 3 for race 1 here at Brands Hatch on Sunday. Thank you very much. Right now, just before you all go, to let you know, we are doing a driver's signing session. That's in front of the Brands Hatch Superstore in about half an hour. So if you do want to get involved with that, head on up. Otherwise, we'll see you back down here after race 2 this afternoon. I'll see you all very soon.
Have you seen this trailer? If you have, take a photo when safe and then send it to us. All for a chance to win one of our 5 miniature truck and trailers.
Total Care's T8 range of mobile column lifts provides a highly flexible lifting solution for any commercial vehicle workshop. Easy to manoeuvre, the columns can be used across different lifting bays within the workshop and can be stored out of the way when not in use. The super strong lifts can support up to a 7,500 kilogram capacity per column and can be configured in sets of 4, 6 or 8. Adjustable wheel forks provide flexibility for lifting a variety of vehicles and wheel diameters. Speak to our team today for more information or a bespoke quote.
Oh, hi, sorry. Well, we've got a little bit of time spare before the next race, race 4 this afternoon at Brands Hatch. So we're going to have a little look back at race 3 this morning of Sunday to remind us how that went for all the drivers.
The British Truck Racing Championship making its way to the grid then for their 3rd race of the weekend. It was a bit of an incident-packed day yesterday. We had a tangle at Druids on the first lap of race 1. And then race 2 called early after a blow-up for Ricky Collett. Unfortunately, he won't be on the grid for this race. It looks like he has withdrawn from the weekend after a spectacular exit from yesterday's second race. The grid is based on the results of race 1 yesterday, but with the top 8 in Division 1 reversed and the full Division 2 field reversed because they have 5 entries. So the grid lines up as follows. It's Division 1 newcomer John Bowler who will start on pole in number 14, his MAN, alongside the Iveco of number 68 Craig Reed. Second row, number 46 Bradley Smith in his MAN, alongside the 10 times champion number 7 Stuart Oliver in the Volvo VNL. Row 3, the Iveco of Simon Reed, number 89, alongside 69 of David Jenkins with his MAN. On row 4 it is the reigning 7-time champion Ryan Smith in the Daimler Freightliner number 1, alongside 92 Simon Faulkner with his Iveco. Row 5, 86 Tom O'Rourke had a tough day yesterday, ended up in the gravel in race 2 and broke the steering on his MAN. Lines up alongside Simon Cole, number 41 with his MAN, graduating to Division 1 this year. Row 6, number 32 Jock Borthwick picked up a fair amount of damage in a collision with Stephen Powell in yesterday's first race, but managed to repair his MAN. Stephen Powell does line up alongside him, and number 12 Michael Oliver with his MAN, son of Stuart, completes the Division 1 grid. Then there's a gap and we move to Division 2. The grid reversed from the results of race 1, so it's Jim Bennett, number 28 in his venerable Seddon Atkinson, who lines up on pole alongside number 10 Craig Evans with his MAN. The number 6 of John Powell in the DAF, he had a win yesterday, as did the man alongside him, number 5 Adam Bint with the Volvo Whites. And completing the grid, number 22 Paul Rivette in his MAN, the Napa Racing MAN. He missed race 1 yesterday, was replacing the gearbox in his MAN, but he is there this time. He's at the back of this grid. It looks like we have, pleasingly, a full complement. The only truck missing has officially withdrawn. That's sadly Ricky Collett, who saw his engine go bang rather spectacularly in race 2 yesterday and deposit oil over the Sir Jack Brabham Straight, which led to the race being called early. We go on board with Flying Ryan Smith in the new Daimler Freightliner, the bonneted truck. It's a brand new build for this year. 7 consecutive championships for the man from Nottinghamshire, looking to make it 8 in a row this year, and he started perfectly with 2 wins in yesterday's 2 Division 1 races. But it is the reverse grid for the first time this season. The top 8 from race 1 yesterday being reversed. Looking back from David Jenkins, number 69 MAN, the 2011 champion. That's Simon Faulkner's Iveco, newly liveried for this year. Looks menacing, doesn't it, in that grey livery. Simon in his second full season of truck racing, learning all the time. It's John Bowler on pole in his new number 14 MAN TGX. He's making the move up from Division 2 last season. If you've not seen truck racing before, you really have got a treat coming up. These trucks weigh around 5 tonnes. They produce around 1,000 horsepower from their turbocharged 13 and 14 litre engines, using the more sustainable HVO fuel, as we've mentioned this year. It was Adam Bint who was the first to try that fuel over the last couple of seasons. It's now been adopted by the championship as a whole. Trucks electronically limited. They are limited, of course, by speed limiters on the road to 56 miles an hour in the UK. Limited in racing to 100 miles an hour electronically, and you'll be penalised if you go over that limit. That's what happened to Tom O'Rourke in qualifying yesterday. He had his qualifying times disallowed and had to start from the pit lane after exceeding the 100 mile an hour limit because the speed recording devices on his truck were not operational. So the officials are checking all the time. You're not allowed to emit excessive smoke either. Bowler being joined on the front row here by Craig Reed. He got his first Division 1 victory in the last race of 2022 here at Brands Hatch, the 2021 Division 2 champion in his Iveco Stralis. Can he get a second win here? The youngest man in the race is Bradley Smith on row 2, just 23 years of age, alongside the 10 times British champion and 1-time European champion Stuart Oliver in the bonneted Volvo. Simon Reed, the elder of the brothers from Stoke-on-Trent, in his Iveco on row 3. There he is, just ahead of Ryan Smith, with David Jenkins in the Digraph Transport MAN alongside. Ryan Smith, run by Worldwide Truck Racing. Look them up on social media for full updates. And alongside him will be Simon Faulkner. Good to see Simon Coles back out. He missed race 2 yesterday with a few problems with his new MAN. Made a one-off appearance at Donington in that truck last season, known as Eleanor, most likely named after the car in Gone in 60 Seconds, the Ford Mustang. Quickest truck's lap, Brands Hatch, in around 60 seconds. Okay, here we go then. They move off behind the pace truck for the rolling starts. Pace trucks are provided by TRP Parts, UK's largest range of truck and trailer parts and consumables for all makes of truck. Over 130 locations across the UK. The DAF pace truck leading them round. On board with Ryan Smith. See the heavy roll caging in the cabs of these trucks. It's John Bowler on pole in the number 14, the man from Stockport. Stuart Oliver nicely positioned on row 2. He could get down the outside into Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. There's Tom O'Rourke, a poor day for him yesterday. Looking for better fortune today. There's Jim Bennett, great to have him back. 73 years young and still going strong. Back after a couple of years away in the Seddon Atkinson. Division 2 much more open this year. The defending champion Luke Garrett not out this weekend. We'll wait to see if he reappears later in the season. A couple of drivers that raced in the UK last year, Mark Taylor and John Newell, they're contesting the European Championship this year. I think Luke looking to race in Europe as well. Paul Rivette at the back in the Napa Racing MAN. Watch for him coming through in Division 2. This will be a 15-minute race. Here we go. The big rigs ready to rumble on the Brands Hatch Indy circuits. Bennett alongside Craig Evans looking for his first Division 2 win. There's Adam Bint in the Volvo. John Powell alongside him. They had a win each yesterday. Paul Rivette behind them, the ex-saloon car star. Here we go. John Bowler and Craig Reed lead them up towards the red lights. Over 19,000 horsepower about to be unleashed. Here we go, the power comes on and they're away down towards Paddock then for the first time. Good start by Stuart Oliver, good start by David Jenkins, but it's the two front row men who have the advantage into Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. John Bowler, is he going to keep his nose in front as they go towards Druids, and off wide goes one of our front row men, that was Craig Reed. He's dropped back, just ran over the gravel there, but he's kept it going. There's a bit of slip and slide in the pack, and Stuart Oliver has come through as I expected into the lead. Stuart Oliver leads in the Volvo from fourth on the grid. It's side by side for second, John Bowler and David Jenkins. Great cloud of dust in the background where Craig Reed ran wide. A bit of grass tracking there for Jock Baldwick. 3 wide through Graham Hill Bend. That doesn't work in cars, never mind in trucks. 92 of Simon Faulkner got squeezed in the middle there. Bradley Smith has dropped back a little in the 46. He's battling with the Reed brothers. Wait to see what the order is as they come round to complete the opening lap. Looks like it is Stuart Oliver who's got the lead, and Ryan Smith is in heavy traffic there in the midfield. Stuart Oliver's away and gone in front. David Jenkins having a go at John Bowler for second place. Then it's the first of the Reeds. Which one is that? That's Simon Reed in fourth place. Craig, of course, ran wide on the first score. Impossible to tell the two Ivecos apart from a distance. David Jenkins trying to go through into second place past John Bowler. They head up towards Druids. Ryan Smith is in traffic at the moment. He was down in sixth at the end of the first lap. Side by side for third. Simon Reed trying to move past John Bowler. David Jenkins has already gone through up into second place. There's Flying Ryan. That's a stunning looking Daimler Freightliner, the bonneted number 1, just ahead of Jock Borthwick in the 32. But look at the lead Stuart Oliver has built up already. He needs to build a good lead, because in case Ryan Smith does get through this traffic, he's having a go at Bradley Smith and John Bowler now. John Bowler holding him off. New to Division 1 this year. On their tails is Jock Borthwick, desperate to make up for a frustrating day yesterday, as is Tom O'Rourke. He's on the tail of Craig Reed. Ryan Smith having a look. There's no way through there on the inside down the Brabham Straights. Stuart Oliver leads. Over 3 seconds clear of David Jenkins. Look at the lead he's got there as he heads out of Paddock Bend. 10 times champion still leads, and John Bowler still holding off Ryan Smith, who now gets a run on the inside up towards Druids Hill Bend. Here he comes, on board with Ryan as they go round the right-hander, steering the truck one-handed, keeping his other hand on the gear lever through there. He's got through past the number 14. I think Bowler's lost another place. I think Jock Borthwick may have come through as well. We look back from David Jenkins in second place to Simon Reed's Iveco in third. It's the veteran from the northeast of England, Stuart Oliver, who holds the lead. A spin at the back of the field, that's Jim Bennett, the veteran in the Seddon Atkinson, sliding off at Surtees. Just learning the ropes on his comeback after a couple of years away, possibly a bit race rusty, the veteran. A veteran truck as well, the Seddon Atkinson. They haven't been made since about 2006. The Lancashire firm, I think, was bought out by Iveco. Here comes Tom O'Rourke attacking John Bowler. We ride with flying Ryan Smith. Who's he attacking now? Coming up on the back of, I think that's Bradley Smith, no relation, in the 46, fighting for 4th position. So Ryan Smith's made up a few spots. Along the Cooper Straight, that's Craig Reed a bit sideways. Michael Oliver's rather battered MAN behind him. Ryan Smith on the tail of the 46 of his namesake Bradley Smith, the youngest man in the race. As the leaders head up towards the line, completing their 4th lap. Just under 11 minutes of the race to go. Jim Bennett's got going again, just being lapped there by David Jenkins and Simon Reed. Gentleman Jim is trying to stay out of the way of the Division 1 trucks there. Bradley Smith's had to go wide around him there. That could let Ryan Smith in for an attack into Druids. Yes, he's got the inside line. Ryan up the inside, squeezes through and up into 4th place. Now, next target, a little way up the road, is Simon Reed. Let's have a quick look back and see who's leading Division 2. It's Craig Evans, the number 10. One truck getting the black and white flag, which is the driving standards flag. That's Jock Borthwick running in 6th place. But he did cut across the grass at Graham Hill Bend on the opening lap. That's probably why he's got the warning there for exceeding track limits, possibly. Simon Reed staying with David Jenkins. Simon had 4 wins in last year's championship in Division 1. David Jenkins also had 4. Finished a little further down the points chart. David Jenkins was the runner-up last year, in fact, and Simon Reed was down in 7th. Didn't have the consistency to challenge the top runners. I think it was John Newell who finished 3rd in Division 1 in the points last year. He's gone to race on the continent in his MAN this year, the Yorkshireman. We might see him back at Convoy in the Park, possibly at Donington later in the summer. It's Oliver from Jenkins. Jenkins just ahead of Simon Reed, and look who's charging up in the background. There is Flying Ryan. He's done the fastest lap of the race, 59.307 for the Daimler Freightliner. Steam coming from the wheels of David Jenkins. That's from the water-cooled brakes that these trucks run. Showing how hard David Jenkins is working the brakes. We saw that yesterday as well from the MAN. It's Volvo, MAN, Iveco and Daimler Freightliner. 4 different marks in the top 4 places. Behind them Bradley Smith, Jock Borthwick, then Tom O'Rourke, Michael Oliver. There's John Bowler, he's dropped back to 9th, and there's Stephen Powell. A quiet race for him, and damage to the front of Craig Reed's truck. What has happened there? I know he went wide on the first lap, but looks like the front bumper has come adrift on Craig Reed's truck. He's 11th, ahead of Simon Faulkner. And then we've got the Division 2 runners. Craig Evans is leading them. He's looking for his first ever Division 2 win. He's had a few podiums in the past. New fastest lap of the race for Ryan Smith last time through. 58.876. Can't tell you how long there is to go in the race because the clock on the timing screen isn't working, unfortunately. 7 laps completed this time. There we go, just under 8 minutes. Over the line go the Division 1 leaders. bit. Stuart Oliver's lead has been reduced to 2 seconds now by David Jenkins. But clearing off early at the start like that is exactly what Stuart Oliver wanted to do, because he knows that the likes of Jenkins and Smith will try their hardest to close that gap. So it was important to build it as early as he could. And try and build enough of a lead. Again, a bit like in a cycle race. You've got to break away early. Hope you've built too much of a gap for the others to catch up. Ryan Smith is now on the tail of the 89 of Simon Reed. This is the battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Bradley Smith going well, just behind them. Had a couple of podiums in his first full season last year. He was racing trucks even before he was old enough to have an HGV licence, because the only licence you need to race trucks is an ARDS licence, Association of Racing Driver Schools. You don't need to take a separate licence for trucks. That's why we've seen Paul Rivette make the move into truck racing from cars. And here's our Division 2 leader, the Brown Recycling Limited MAN of Craig Evans. Now, can he hold on in front for his first ever victory in the category? He's had several podiums in the past, but has not taken a win. He's ahead of John Powell by 1.5 seconds at last count. Paul Rivette is 3rd in Division 2 ahead of Adam Bitts. Jim Bennett, of course, we saw have a spin early on. Simon Cole's dropped back into the Division 2 runners as well. There's that truck of Craig Evans with the front bodywork loose after he ran wide early on. He has got ahead of Simon Faulkner's similar Iveco Stralis. I think that's an ex-Reed truck that he's driving, re-liveried for this year. Getting closer and closer for 2nd place now. Take a look at the lap times as they cross the line. 6 minutes of the race to go. Stuart Oliver does a 59.503, his personal best lap of the race. Yeah, Ryan Smith did a 59.9. He's being held up somewhat behind Simon Reed's Iveco. It's a slightly slower truck, that one. He's going to be getting a little bit frustrated, although Ryan has dropped back slightly there, so maybe he had a moment on that last lap. You can see he's dropped back about a couple of lengths from Simon Reed, who's continuing to harry David Jenkins for 2nd place. David's father Tony was a truck racer before him, used to race an American-built Mack in the British Championship. Here's the battle further back for 9th place between John Bowler and Stephen Powell. Stephen went straight on into Druids for the first time in yesterday's race, unfortunately. Never mind that, because look at the way Simon Reed is going. He's right up alongside David Jenkins, but that's left the route through for Ryan Smith. He left the gap there, and Ryan says thank you very much, I'll go through for 3rd place. Now, it won't take him long to have a go at David Jenkins. They are arch rivals, these two. What's the gap to the leader? It's gone out to 3.1 seconds that time through. David Jenkins and Ryan Smith have had a big rivalry on track for several seasons now. And Ryan's moving to the inside. He's not hanging about here. He needs to get past David Jenkins if he's going to stand any chance of charging after Stuart Oliver. Bit of a twitch there coming off Druids. Just under 5 minutes of the race still to go. On board with Ryan Smith, he's on the tail of Jenkins. Is he going to have a look here going into Surtees? I don't think he'll be close enough. Great shot riding on board these trucks are, thanks to Chris Clark for his help with the onboard cameras this weekend. Jenkins defending now. He wants to keep Ryan Smith behind him. The lead gap was 3.1 seconds. It's now gone, let's have a look as they go over the line. It's still 3.1 seconds. And Simon Reed's not finished yet. Look at the Iveco there, up alongside Ryan Smith, trying to go around the outside into Paddock Bend. And they've got back markers ahead of them now. Stuart Oliver's catching not only Jim Bennett, but Simon Cole as well, struggling a bit this weekend with his new acquisition, Eleanor, the pink and white MAN. Used to be sponsored by Team Hard of touring car fame. Simon Cole used to run the Mercedes Beast, as it was known, in Division 2. First full season in Division 1 this year. Ryan Smith still holding off Simon Reed. Stuart Oliver has got past the back markers on the Cooper straight there. No problem there. Here's the battle in Division 2. It's close between Evans and Powell. Powell only half a second behind now. Can the DAF, the Dutch machine, get ahead of the MAN? Look at this, the leader's weaving between the back markers. That looked pretty spectacular. Hasn't helped Ryan Smith's lap time though, he's lost a couple of seconds there. In fact, they're all slower because of getting through the traffic. Less than 3 minutes to go now. Craig Evans still hanging on in the lead, looking for his first Division 2 win. He's in 13th place overall. Slightly smaller field in Division 2 this year. That's because several runners have moved up into Division 1. John Bowler and Jock Borthwick among them. Simon Cole as well. Still bodywork flapping there from Craig Reed's truck. There's Simon Faulkner coming through. Pick up the Division 2 leaders. Here they come. Just between these two now. Powell is 8 seconds clear of Adam Bint, who's up into 3rd place. Ahead of Paul Rivette. A couple of trucks getting the black and white flag. Numbers 10 and 6 is these two. Getting the driving standards flag, maybe for exceeding track limits. Reed gap is down to 1.745 seconds for Oliver ahead of Jenkins now. And Ryan Smith still with the fastest lap of the race. They're starting to close in on Stuart Oliver now. They know there's only a couple of laps left to run in this first British truck race of the day. We're on board with Ryan Smith. He's still behind Jenkins. You can see they're slightly closer to Stuart Oliver now. Looking back from Jenkins, there is Smith. Stunning looking Daimler Freightliner. Closer and closer all the time to the rear bumper of David Jenkins MAN. Is Stuart Oliver going to be able to hold them off? Cloud of dust there, someone's been off. Not sure who it was. There's Paul Rivette, the Napa Racing MAN. Here's a battle between John Bowler, Stephen Powell, and they've been caught by the battered Iveco of Craig Reed. It's not long to go now. We may well be on the last lap now. We'll wait to see as the trucks come round on this lap. The clock is showing 0, but it's been playing up during this race, unfortunately. So we'll wait for the leaders to come into sight. There's Ryan Smith. We look back from David Jenkins. The gap was 1.6 seconds, so I think Stuart Oliver is going to hang on to take the win. And if anything, Ryan Smith's dropping back slightly there from Jenkins. Here they come. Is it going to be checkered flag this time for Stuart Oliver, the man from the northeast, 10 times British champion, 1-time European champion. Here he comes then in the GT tyres Volvo. Is it going to be checkered flag this time? It certainly is. There's the checkered flag. Stuart Oliver wins our first truck race of the day. David Jenkins 2nd. Ryan Smith has to settle for 3rd. 4th, it is Simon Reed. Bradley Smith takes a good 5th position. Well done, Jock Borthwick, a fine 6th. His fellow Scotsman, Tom O'Rourke, in 7th. 8th, it is Michael Oliver. 9th over the line is going to be John Bowler, just ahead of Stephen Powell, Craig Reed and Simon Faulkner. What about Division 2? Where are the Division 2 trucks? They'll be coming round the final corner now. Is it going to be Craig Evans or John Powell who takes the victory in Division 2? They're coming towards us now. It looks like John Powell's got ahead of Craig Evans. In fact, they come over the line. Yes, it's John Powell. Powell has won it. Craig Evans, a slower lap there on the last lap. I'll wait to see if we can see where John Powell took the lead. Ah, was it Evans who ran wide? We saw that cloud of dust at Paddock. It was. Oh, what a shame for Craig Evans. Losing the class win with just a couple of laps to go. What a disappointment for Craig Evans. I saw that cloud of dust. We didn't see the cause of it. And that's what happened. He just ran wide through Paddock, and John Powell takes his 2nd Division 1 win of the weekend. Craig Evans still looking for his first ever Division 2 victory. 3rd place went to Adam Bint in Division 2 ahead of Paul Rivette, and then Simon Cole and Jim Bennett a lap down, completing the finishers. Well, pleasingly, everybody went the distance in race 3 of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship here on this Easter Sunday at Brands Hatch. It's a win for the great Stuart Oliver, taking the win by just over a second ahead of David Jenkins at the flag. Ryan Smith having to settle for 3rd this time, so his unbeaten run comes to an end. 4th for Simon Reed ahead of Bradley Smith, then Jock Borthwick. Better result this time for Tom O'Rourke after a trying weekend so far. Michael Oliver in 8th. John Bowler taking 9th, the pole starter, and 10th place for Stephen Powell. That result, incidentally, will set the grid for race 5 at the end of the weekend, so it looks like it'll be Michael Oliver on pole. Craig Reed and Simon Faulkner completing the top 12, and then the Division 2 results. Disaster for Craig Evans with a couple of laps left. It was John Powell who inherited the win. Evans second ahead of Adam Bintz. And then the other finishers were Paul Rivette, Simon Cole and Jim Bennett.
Looks like he's getting out of the trucks. We might be able to have a quick chance to have a word with him. I'm going in, I don't care. Stuart, come on over. Fantastic result, well done. Congratulations. I believe they're shifting everybody on, but they're just getting someone in now. Incredible result. I completely, it's almost like I blinked and all of a sudden you were seconds ahead of the pack.
Yeah, I had a great start, you know. The start at Brands is always a little bit touch and go, and all credit to the boys in front. They maybe haven't got the experience as this old lad, but I managed to get a good start, get through and kept in tight, because the outside on Paddock Hill is not the place to be, so over the moon with that.
Absolutely fantastic effort, and the lead you kept the entire way through the race as well. You've got to be happy with that.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. It was fairly comfortable, I knew I had a 3.5 second gap with Dave, and I just kept it at that, and I just kept it going.
Oh.
And then,
Dave, great race for you as well, so we'll come and talk to you down in Park Fair, mate.
And I had a bit of a moment with Jim and Simon around the back there, and that's when they got up on us, and I thought, well, but they had to get past them as well, so yeah, it was all right. I like that.
Fantastic effort. So it's a good start to Sunday. Not your first trophy of the weekend though, so that's good news as well.
Absolutely, yeah, that's right. We've got a big trailer to take them all home in, so we'll just keep piling them up.
I'll say you got a few from last year as well, I think, so plenty of room left, yeah. Stuart, thanks very much for talking to us. Congratulations. Oh, hi, sorry, I was just doing a bit of window shopping for my van. Well, time to take a break from the racing action. Why don't we head over to have a few words from, well, a few of our sponsors. So you join me down here at the GT tent, one of the championship's main sponsors for a few years now. I'm here with Stuart Little. Stuart, tell us just quickly what your role is within the GT organisation.
I'm here today just to supervise the fitting of the race tyres and publicise GT as a whole. We as a company are very proud to represent the truck racing, work with the guys and use this as an opportunity to develop our tyres. As we can see around us, our truck tyres that are behind me are directly correlated to build with the road tyres that we've got on display. So it's a great development for the company and a great sort of focus point for everyone to sort of see GT as a real ongoing product.
It is fantastic, and of course you've been around for quite a while now, and obviously the proof is in the pudding, coming in a few years ago and becoming the official tyre brand of the British Truck Racing Championship. But again, like you've said yourself, we've got a lot of road tyres on display here with several different attributes. Obviously we've got the all-weathers over here, which you actually do for vans as well.
Oh yes, we've got a massive range that we don't really always see. We go from the car, we've got the car sports tyre, we've got high performance tyres, we've got quite a number of main manufacturers now take our tyres OE. So you can look around the forecourts and you'll see GT there. Obviously with a truck tyre, we're developing that forward. Martin, our race technicians, has been round yesterday, looked at some stuff, told me some secrets information that's coming out shortly. So we've got some really good stuff going on with GT.
Those at home, Martin of course being Martin Gibson, Division 1 driver for Team Oliver Transport a few years ago. A good friend of mine as well. He actually tests all sorts of different vehicles for the GT team. I mean, he was telling me once before that he was in a VW, I believe, and he was doing 90 miles an hour in a van, and he was then told to turn left. And he's like, just slow down. He's like, no, just turn left and see how they handle. And he says it was scary, but he did it.
Oh, definitely. I mean, he has some stories that will make your hair go. Mine's already gone, that's why I'm wearing the cap. But yeah, Martin is quite an exciting guy. Any race driver has got his stories, but Martin puts it into practice every day over at Coventry at Myra. And yeah, that's where we're developing the tyre in this country. It's great to see.
It is fantastic to see, and what we're about to see just to your left and your guys right is of course the pace truck going out for the first race of the season, of course with all of the trucks behind it following with the GT race developed race tyres, brought to you by the GT tyre company. Well, Stuart, thank you very much for talking to us. Thank you hugely for being involved in the sport and continuing to support the championship, and I'm sure we'll get to see more from GT as the weekend progresses. Well, hello there again, and I'm joined now with Matt Squires, which is the MAN Truck and Bus UK Sales Director. Thank you very much for joining us today at Brands Hatch.
Pleased to meet you. Thank you for having us.
Thank you for coming along. Now, of course, first time sponsors of the British Truck Racing Championship. We're absolutely thrilled to have you on board. What brought you along to the championship this year?
Truck racing's in our DNA. And we are very mindful with a new launch of our strategy in the UK about our impact and sustainability, and the way the British truck racing was going, looking at what they can do to make racing cleaner, more benefit for the environment, the younger generation coming through. We felt now was the time to get involved.
Well, indeed, and of course, just to mention another one of our sponsors, GBF, they actually are providing biodiesel to all of the race trucks this season. That's going to look great on paper and in general.
Yeah, it's absolutely huge, and it just shows the importance and everybody taking responsibility to make truck racing. It's enthusiastic, it's exciting, it draws the crowds out. Beautiful sunny day today, and it's absolutely brilliant to see, but everyone's doing their bit, and as a truck manufacturer our product is full HVO, no impact on maintenance, no impact on service life cycle, and we felt now was the time with your partnership with a biofuel supplier and us, now's the big time to get involved and really show what a partnership we can achieve together.
And that is fantastic, and the sky's the limit moving forward. Let's just talk quickly about the engines then, because of course anybody that might follow truck racing abroad, obviously in Europe where MAN's been a huge part for so many years, a lot of the trucks dotted around the paddock have actually got the brand new rental MAN race engines. Tell us more about those.
So those engines are built by Petrofitter, who's a supplier to us, and they represent the MAN engines. It's a massively strong engine. It's been in the paddock for absolutely donkey's years. Literally. I think everyone that's been involved in truck racing knows the MAN engine. And with the developments, with the new technologies and making engines lighter, more powerful, it's still an absolute robust and a go-to product for, you see it on the grid. The front runners out there are running an MAN, and it speaks for itself.
It is, and just to mention to the guys at home, guys and girls at home, that just because a truck might not necessarily be having the MAN badge on the front of the cab, or even an MAN cab at all, doesn't necessarily mean it's not got an MAN engine inside it. To name a few, for example, Stuart Oliver, looking with his Volvo Bullnose, has got an MAN engine in it.
Yeah, it's absolutely lovely because we see it, and as much as the competition want to get involved, the racers, the teams, they all know you want a strong heart in something, you put an MAN engine in it.
And mentioning that, of course, so the latest model, am I right in thinking, because I'm no technician, is it the D26 that they're running a lot at the moment?
Yeah, D26.
And of course, not to forget though, that a lot of Division 2, all the way up to, well, today, is still running the D28, the older model, that's still going strong.
Well, it's robust, it does what it says on the tin, and you know, it's still, the parts are readily available and they're quite competitive, so for somebody coming in at entry levels, they can get a first class strong engine that's reliable and gets them into the sport, and then as they get up and they want to spend more money, then like any manufacturer, we'll help them spend it and we'll give them the best product.
Now, looking at MAN, the business as a whole, especially in the UK, we mentioned truck and bus. Now, of course, a lot of people are only used to seeing MAN lorries around on the highways. Tell us more about the bus side of that now.
So I'm responsible, I'm head of bus sales for the UK, coach and bus. We've got a lovely Neoplan coach product. The bus product is something that we're very strong in Europe. We're not so strong in the UK because of weight, which has been a big problem, but now we're going over to e-mobility and alternative fuels. We're really looking at bringing another product back into the UK. We're still in design stage at the moment, But we see that as a great opportunity for us, and hopefully you won't just see trucks. Loads of vans about. Everyone knows the MAN vans. Some beautiful vans up here today for people to go and have a look at. But the bus product as well. It's truck and bus and van.
Yeah, the MAN van is interesting you mentioned that, because they are insanely great looking vans, and they're very big, very robust, and really, so some people that say, well, it looks like that kind of van, but it's the same van, but it's MAN. It's all about the aftermarket service and cover, isn't it, with that?
Yeah, I think where we've done, Tracy, you know, she's done an amazing job with a team who's our head of van sales. We're not just a white van manufacturer. We're really going into specialised markets, and the markets where premium product is seen, quality, reliability, and by having a strong after sales network that is a real commercial network, because we've come from the trucks.
Yeah.
It's in our DNA. It's what customers want. They want to be able to drop a van off in the evening. It's worked over in during the night, then they pick it up in the morning. It's a tool to go to work. It's not a nice to have luxury item, although people do pimp them up and they do make them look absolutely fantastic. But it's a premium product in that like commercial vehicle sector.
No, that is fantastic. And just one more thing then, talking about looking into the future and what you're bringing looking forward. I was at the commercial vehicle show last year, I believe, and you had an all-electric medium weight goods delivery vehicle that you're looking to maybe roll out in places like London or low emission zones.
Yeah, so we will have sort of 2024, I will have a complete demo fleet from 4x2 rigid up to 6x2 rigid, and a 4x2 tractor coming next year. And the ranges are absolutely amazing. With a 45-minute charge, they'll do up to 600 to 800 kilometres, depending on the routes and the payloads that they're on. But we're really excited because we've had electric vehicles, and the one you were talking about, there's been a number of vehicles running in Austria for probably about 7-8 years now. Oh, wow. So we've really done the due diligence on the reliability. We're now ready to go to series production, so customers will keep your eyes open. They'll be around, and they're an amazing piece of kit, really are.
Wow, that's fantastic to hear. Matt Squires, thank you so much for joining us, and again, thank you on behalf of the Championship and all the spectators for MAN support this year.
Look forward to seeing you again soon. Thank you.
Fantastic. Matt Squires, MAN Truck and Bus UK Sales Director, and of course Championship sponsors for 2023. So I'm over here in Park Fair, mate, with Steve from Total Care, one of the Championship sponsors. And as you can see behind us, we've now got Stuart Oliver's rather large truck, rather high in the air. Steve, tell us what you do for the Championship at the moment.
We've just come on board as a sponsor for the for this new season, multi-year deal, and yeah, we're looking out for a couple of years now, to be honest. And the way the company's grown over probably the last 4 or 5 years, we're now at a point where it's it's something we really like the look of, and that's terrible.
It's fine. No, it is something we like the look of. It's cool. Just look at me in future. It's fine. It's all real life. That's the whole point of truck racing. And speaking of real life, we've obviously got a 5-ton racing truck here. Tell us more about what you do know about. What are these things?
Okay, so these are our cable-free mobile column lifts. 7.5 ton per column, cabled or cable-free. So you can lift 15 ton across each axle. Wow. You can use them in. We've got a set of 4 here today. You can combine them in sets of 4, 6 or 8.
So you can lift an entire lorry essentially if you do it right.
100%. We do a lot of heavy recovery. So essentially you can have a vehicle up to 60 ton as long as the weight is evenly distributed across those axles. You can
all about weight distribution, people. Remember that. 100%. Okay. So these are on trolley jacks, I suppose, and that's how you manoeuvre them under the tyres.
They kind of move a bit like almost like a pallet truck. So yeah, they pump.
That's it, not trolley jacks. See, I get things wrong too.
Well, trolley jacks aren't too dissimilar in all fairness, but yeah, they're really portable. They come into their own in workshops where space is at a premium. They're an alternative to a fixed installation or a pit, and where you've got tight workshops particularly. They're great because if you're not lifting vehicles all the time, you can put them to the side and use that space for something else. But we do have customers that have multiple sets all set up, and they're in use pretty much solid.
Well, I suppose because of how they are, you can move them in and out a bit for different distances between the axles.
Yeah, very, very much so. They also have adjustable forks, so they work on a variety of wheel diameters as well. So you can lift all sorts from light.
And then these holes on the side. This is obviously for a safety locking mechanism. So this would be safe to work on now.
It's on a ratchet system, so yeah, you can take it up higher and obviously work at a safe height, and you don't have to be crouching or anything.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
And then over here we've got a mobile brake testing setup. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we do both the.
Saw how quickly all them ran away. Then it was like, oh, quick, go. So yes.
Yeah, so mobile brake tester. You can test up to 16 ton across an axle on there. Highly portable, fully galvanised, so they can be used outside. Self-leveling legs as well, so you can place it on uneven ground. Comes supplied with computer, printer, monitor, and a tablet, so you can sit in the driver's seat, conduct the brake test at a one-person operation. There's no more situations of yesteryear where you'd have someone in the workshop looking at a big readout on the side, go, right, apply your brake now, and
is that the big clock thing you see at MOT stations?
100%.
Yeah.
So it's all digitalised now, so you can do that just one chap or one lady behind the wheel. Simple.
Wow. Well, Steve, thanks for talking to us. Thanks for sponsoring the championship, more importantly.
No, it's great to be on
and
board.
Thanks for bringing along some of your toys to show us. Steve from Total Care. Hello there and welcome to the humble abode of Mr. Tom O'Rourke, not just championship race driver, also haulage mogul from MV Commercial and Fruhoff. Tom, thanks for joining us.
Oh, steady.
Obviously, you've got quite a big hand in the British truck racing and fantastic support that your companies have offered. Just quickly run through, let's say, for example, MV Commercial. What do they do in their day-to-day operations?
We're essentially a truck rental company, so we hire 18 different versions, predominantly dry freight and construction vehicles. And we also sell new ready-to-go trucks. And having a fleet of 2,000 out and hire, obviously they have to be replaced. We also sell the second-hand ones as well. So
there's like a continuation of life for those vehicles. Once they're finished with the lease, you can obviously offer them out to other buyers.
Yeah, well, we have bronze, silver, gold and platinum customers. So if somebody's maybe setting out to buy, for example, a tipper grab, they might buy a 7 or 8 year old one because it's all they can afford. And they would start off as a bronze customer, and some go to silver, gold and platinum, and it works both ways. So we sell, we try and have something for everyone really. But the main part of the business started as a truck rental business, and I had probably 15 or 20 new trucks that weren't moving, and I sold them, and that's how the ready-to-go truck part of it sort of took off. And now that's probably became, equally as big as the hire business, if not probably slightly bigger.
So it just kind of happened naturally.
Yeah,
and I understand as well that obviously with the trucks that you're selling, along with like the customers of your fleets and of course from external customers, you offer servicing, repairs, that kind of stuff in your garages as well. Is that right?
We look after our own fleet predominantly. We have 196 approved repairers from Land's End to John O'Groats that help us with that. But normally when we sell a truck to someone, they do their own maintenance. But if they want us to do the maintenance, then that option's available, yeah.
So you mentioned quite a lot of garages there, so you're never too far away from assistance if you do have any issues.
No, basically if you break down within 12 miles of where you break down, we'll have an approved repairer who'll be able to attend the breakdown. Because an awful lot of breakdowns in modern trucks are silly things and simple things that a computer can be taken out of a tool case, plugged in, something reset and the truck goes away again. So that's pretty much the way it works.
So turn it off and back on again, basically.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah, reboot it, yeah.
And so that's the MV side. And of course, you didn't want to stop there. Fruhoff, obviously one of your sponsors and the championship sponsors. Tell us more about what they do.
Fruhoff is probably one of the oldest trailer manufacturing businesses in the UK. In the 70s, they were building probably 5,000 trailers a year in the UK. And they're just a renowned name and a renowned brand in the business. Unfortunately, over the past 25 years, they've went bankrupt 3 times. And so we bought the business from the Ashes in September 21. And the reason I bought it, it's a 67-acre site with 500,000 square feet of buildings. It's right in the middle of England. And the building part of the business, in terms of truck building, cranes, and putting together trucks and bodies, I've always wanted to centralise and do in one place. So when I seen Fruhoff, you know, it really, you know, we have a one-stop shop in Airdrie. We have a smaller version of it in a 9-acre site where we have painting, mechanical, essentially everything you can do on the truck in one site, including an MOT and a tackle bay. So I just seen that as a bigger scale. So it's probably came, you know, at the wrong end of 50. I wish it had happened 20 years ago. But when
it's never too late to start.
When I seen the opportunity to buy Fruhoff, you know, it's what we will bring to Fruhoff that will make the difference. So we're making about 11 trailers a week. I think we're making the best product that they've ever had. It's been a bit of a baptism of fire, to be honest, in the last 18 months. But we've got it stabilised. We've invested, you know, a substantial amount of money in it, and I'm looking forward to developing it. Yeah.
I mean, I think there's certain people in this world that when they're good at business, they're just good at business, you know. And obviously, from your experiences with MV Commercial, you know how to run a business.
I think you learn how to run the business. Basically, Stephen Cairns, my managing director, runs the company, and I bring in the work, you know. So I try and score the goals at one end, and he makes sure that we don't let them in at the other. In a nutshell, really. So it's more, rather than run the business, it's more a passionate about lorries and trucks, you know. So and I've just so I've eventually became HGV positive, I think.
HGV positive, I like that. We'll certainly use that again. On to your passion then of trucks. Obviously we've got very beautiful MAN parts outside that you've been racing in now for, is it 2 years, is it?
Yeah, this is a new one. This is another one. It looks
another
the same
one.
as the, so my pal was giving up and I bought his trailer and I bought his truck. I'm going to sell my other one. So we're developing this, and we've got the new Rood engine, and had a few problems yesterday with it, so just a few teething problems, but it's an exciting truck to drive. So
and obviously links perfectly with getting the brands out there that you're so passionate about.
Oh, listen, the geographical position of all the tracks means that we can meet various different customers on site. So at Brands, for example, we've got about 100 odd people here today. Wow. You know, so, and we bring a chef, we feed them, we give them a beer, and it's like anything else. If you go, it's a family thing, and if you go with your wife, I don't know about you, but if I go with my wife to a truck show, after an hour she's like, we've had a hamburger, we've had a can of juice, we've seen a few air horns, let's go. But the convoy in the park concept with the truck racing combined with the truck show, I think is a great platform for many different things in transport.
Yeah, it's great to do a bit of hospitality, and obviously yours is second to none on a lot of the events.
Yeah, well, you can tell by the way it is.
Well, look, Tom, thank you very much. I know you're probably going to get ready for a race now, so I really appreciate you talking to us. And of course, you want any more information about MV Commercial and Fruhoff, head over to btrc.co, or of course their official websites as well. Thanks for joining us, Tom. It's been a pleasure to speak to you.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Monty.
Well, good morning and welcome back to Brands Hatch, and it's a pleasure to finally get to meet and introduce all of you to Gordon Snell, Championship Manager. Gordon, how are we? Thank you very much for joining us. So you're a relatively new addition to the team at British Truck Racing. Tell us a quick bit about what your role is.
My role is to act as the coordinator between the drivers and the officials, the race officials.
So keeping everybody in line and also having that buffer between the teams down here and of course the officials up in the tower.
Yes, they've got a difficult job to do. Our job's to try and assist them and make it easier for them and for the drivers.
So having that liaison obviously speeds up the judiciary process up there, it takes the pressure off, and so far we saw yesterday obviously everything running relatively smoothly.
Yeah, the drivers have promised me we won't have any judicials because they're looking forward to a good year of clean racing. So.
Yeah, the drivers promised us every year, but then we had to hire you. Have you, what's been your background with regards to motorsports up until today?
A bit of hill climbing and sprints, younger years, then powerboating, and then karting as a dad packing up the bills for my son.
Picking up the bills. That sounds familiar to a lot of people around here in the paddock, I'm sure.
Yes, yeah, as he keeps telling me, Dad, don't worry, it's only money.
It's only money. You can always make more, Dad. And so obviously based on yesterday, we had a couple of red flags. It's okay, that's him. My watch vibrated at the same time, and I thought that's a new ringtone for me, that is. A couple of red flags yesterday. Are we hoping today, after the driver's briefing, the imminent driver's briefing that we're about to have, do you think we should see a bit better behaviour out on track?
Well, I think a couple of the red flags yesterday, it wasn't deliberate. You know, somebody goes off circuit, there's not a lot we can do about that. And then they're recovered, something else breaks. It's unfortunate.
Just got to stop breaking those trucks, basically.
Well, they're put together well anyway, but yeah, these things happen.
Fantastic. Well, let's hope that the day goes well. Gordon, thank you very much for talking to us. And yes, good luck with the rest of the season.
Thank you.
So I'm over here in Park Fairmate with Steve from Total Care, one of the championship sponsors. And as you can see behind us, we've now got Stuart Oliver's rather large truck, rather high in the air. Steve, tell us what you do for the championship at the moment.
We've just come on board as a sponsor for the for this new season, multi-year deal, and yeah, we're looking out for a couple of years now, to be honest. And the way the company's grown over probably the last 4 or 5 years, we're now at a point where it's yeah, it's something we really like the look of, and that's terrible. So.
It's fine. No, it is something we like the look of. It's cool. Just look at me in future. It's fine. It's all real life. That's the whole point of truck racing. And speaking of real life, we've obviously got a 5-ton racing truck here. Tell us more about what you do know about. What are these things?
Okay, so these are our cable-free mobile column lifts. 7.5 ton per column, cabled or cable-free. So you can lift 15 ton across each axle. Wow. You can use them in, we've got a set of 4 here today. You can combine them in sets of 4, 6 or 8.
So you can lift an entire lorry essentially if you do it right.
100%. We do a lot of heavy recovery. So essentially you can have a vehicle up to 60 ton as long as the weight is evenly distributed across those axles.
All about weight distribution, people. Remember that. 100%. Okay. So these are on trolley jacks, I suppose, and that's how you manoeuvre them under the tyres.
They kind of move a bit like almost like a pallet truck. So yeah, they pump.
That's it, not trolley jacks. See, I get things wrong too.
Well, trolley jacks aren't too dissimilar in all fairness, but yeah, they're really portable. They come into their own in workshops where space is at a premium. They're an alternative to a fixed installation or a pit, and where you've got tight workshops particularly. They're great because if you're not lifting vehicles all the time, you can put them to the side and use that space for something else. But we do have customers that have multiple sets all set up, and they're in use pretty much solidly.
Well, I suppose because of how they are, you can move them in and out a bit for different distances between the axles.
Yeah, very much so. They also have adjustable forks, so they work on a variety of wheel diameters as well. So you can lift all sorts from like.
And then these holes on the side. This is obviously for a safety locking mechanism. So this would be safe to work on now.
It's on a ratchet system, so yeah, you can take it up higher and obviously work at a safe height, and you know. You don't have to be crouching or anything.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
And then over here we've got a mobile brake testing setup. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we do both the.
Saw how quickly all them ran away. Then it was like, oh, quick, go. So yes.
Yeah, so mobile brake tester. You can test up to 16 ton across an axle on there. Highly portable, fully galvanised, so they can be used outside. Self-leveling legs as well, so you can place it on uneven ground. Comes supplied with computer, printer, monitor and a tablet, so you can sit in the driver's seat, conduct the brake test at a one-person operation. There's no more situations of yesteryear where you'd have someone in the workshop looking at a big readout on the side, go, right, apply your brake now, and
is that the big clock thing you see at MOT stations?
100%.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's all digitalised now, so you can do that just one chap or one lady behind the wheel. Simple.
Wow. Well, Steve, thanks for talking to us. Thanks for sponsoring the championship, more importantly.
No, it's great to be on board.
Thanks for bringing along some of your toys to show us. Steve from Total Care. Right then, so as part of the convoy events and of course the British Truck Racing Championships, we do like to have something called the driver signing session, also known as autograph sessions. As you can see, life must continue on around these events, but if we head on in, let's have a look at some of the drivers signing some autographs. Excusez-moi, s'il vous plaît. Hello, mate. Like your hat. We're obviously allowed to go contra-flow. Watch out for the barrier there, Ad. As you can see, we've got all of the Division 1, Division 2 drivers here taking a break from fixing their trucks, working on them, getting them ready for the next race. And we can see by the huge queue further down here, it's actually a really popular part of the weekend. So we didn't do this yesterday, but we are doing it today, obviously. And that's as well as another grid walk that we'll be holding later on, just before the last race of the day, where, of course, you might have seen yesterday, we allow spectators and viewers to come on to the pit lane and to the grid and have a walk around to meet the drivers up close and personal with their trucks. Let's have a wander down, shall we? And see if we can't have a little word with some of the people that have come all the way down here to chat to the drivers. Hi, excuse me, hello.
Hello, you're right.
What's your name?
Andrew.
Hi Andrew, and what's brought you along to Brands Hatch today?
Just to watch the trucks.
Just to watch, you said just to watch the trucks. I mean, that's good enough. It's a generalisation.
I've watched it since I was 5, so it's just been, you know.
Really?
Yeah, tradition.
Who's your favourite driver, so Michael Oliver?
It's
Stuart, oh! I was hoping you'd say Michael, but you know, you're not getting that £5, I promised you now. Are you having a good day so far?
Loving it, thank you.
Fantastic. Well, Andrew, enjoy the rest of your day. Drivers obviously happy to see all of the fans. A little bit of wind picking up, so you've got to make sure they hold on to these nice and tight. Let's head a bit further back. Hi. Hi, Lauren. Hi. Hello, how are we doing? Lauren actually works here at the circuit. Lauren, if you could just give us a quick rundown of why the circuit runs these kind of events.
To give everyone the opportunity to meet the drivers and get to see them, they see them on track, get to see them off track, get their autographs and meet who they absolutely love.
It is fantastic, and we were just talking a moment ago about the grid walk and how it's not really been done for so many years with British truck racing. What's made that possible now? And obviously it's a firm favourite.
Well, it gives everyone the opportunity to go on the grid. You don't get the opportunity to go on the grid unless you are here, and they get to actually get up and close and personal with the drivers and the trucks, which is really good. Yeah.
It is a rare occasion. We're very grateful that you're allowing us to do it. Lauren, thank you very much. Keep up the great work. Huge amounts of behind the scenes effort goes into putting these weekends on, obviously, and it's people like Lauren that make the whole thing possible. Yeah, I beg your pardon?
I want your hat.
You want my hat? I want your hat.
I'll go and get it out of the car.
Oh, there we go. That's a trade. What's your name, sir?
Jimbo.
Jimbo, how you doing, Jimbo?
Yeah, not too bad.
Are we here on foot, in car, in truck?
Car.
Car. Are we've just come to see the truck race, I take it?
Yeah.
When you're ready. Are you ready? Well, I'm going to speak to Steve Powell, not one to attract attention, obviously, but we'll get a great shot to talk to Steve Powell. I've also put a squashed up water bottle in my pocket, and I've now got a damp patch. It's a great cover story. Are you? Oh, thanks, Lauren. Wow. Now I feel like a real celebrity. Thanks. And if we could get a latte, extra shot, that'd be fantastic. Thank you so much. Right, still a huge queue heading back. Let's just quickly chat to Steve Powell. Jimbo, out of the way, mate. Come on. What have you got? I've got to sign this.
All over you.
Oh.
I see you all the time.
Oh, all over you. I'm gonna go right in the middle here. We're gonna go. There you go. Oh. Thank you very much. But what's your name?
Nick.
How you doing, Nick? Thanks very much for asking for my autograph. That wasn't staged at all, I promise. Right then, so we'll wait for Jimbo to hop out the way. Jimbo's other half, perhaps? Yeah. Yes, we guessed that right. Could have gone either way, that, couldn't it? Right, here we go. We're just going to push in.
Give these girls a little bit of an interview.
A little bit of an interview. We can certainly give them a little bit of an interview.
Bubbles, don't pop it.
Yeah, why don't we? Hold on. I mean, so much demand. You put a camera in front of these drivers. So, hi girls. What's your name?
Olivia.
Olivia and
Poppy.
Hi, Poppy and Olivia. How are we doing? Liv and Pops. Brilliant. Love it. We haven't seen grid girls as a thing for quite a while, really, have we? What kind of experience do you enjoy by doing this?
Do you know what? We love the racing. Obviously, we're here to support Steve and everything like that, and it's fun for us. You know, we get a day out and wind him up all day. Yeah, that's the fun of it. That is literally the fun of it. Just wind him up all day.
And obviously, you look great in these suits. The sponsors out there as well. Are they as cold as they look, or they're not too bad?
I have to be honest. I'm freezing.
Freezing, right? So it is a bit of. So it is definitely a job.
Yeah, it's definitely a job. I mean, some of them are thermal, but we're therming it today with the normal ones.
And of course, you girls will be down there with Kelly as well on the grid walk later on.
Yeah, definitely. All of us. There's 6 of us, I think.
Six of you?
We've got a few more coming on, yes. There'll be a fair few of us.
It does sound like a lot of trouble, Steve. And Steve, they say they're here to support you. That means it's your fault if it all goes wrong.
Yeah, I'll take full
Because
responsibility.
you've not caused any hassle this weekend at all so far, have you?
Probably an episode yesterday.
I don't know what you're talking about, mate. Don't know what you're talking about. Right, thanks for talking to us. Poppy, Olivia, Steve, Hal, of course. Have a great afternoon, girls. Thank you. Right, Adam Bint, we seem to be wanted down here. We'll just push back into the queue. Adam, what can I do for you?
Look at the lady with the red hair. Go and have a look at her back.
Look at her back.
Yeah.
The lady with the red... Let's have a look at the lady with the red hair. Oh my gosh. Okay, this is quite impressive. We've got a tattoo of Adam Bint's truck, and of course Dave Jenkins 69ME in as well. If they ever change trucks, she is scarpered. I know which one came out better. This is impressive. I think Dave needs a picture of your back, young lady. So tell us, whilst he's taking photographs of your back, what's your name?
Marna.
Hi, Marna. And what made you get a tattoo of his truck?
I followed Dave since the day he started.
Oh, apparently Stuart's truck's on your front, is that right? Unbelievable. So you've got 2 trucks. I take it truck racing is close to your heart.
Yeah. I've been coming here since it started. My dad started me off, and my dad was a lorry driver, hence the other lorry on the back as well. And I've missed 1 year, and that's when my dad passed away, and that was it.
But now you're here, catching up with last time.
Yeah.
Don't worry, I think the microphone missed that bit. Yeah. Well, Marna, thank you so much for joining us. Thanks for coming. And don't miss any more years, okay? Thank you very much. Right, let's have a chat further down the queue now, have a little word with some of the spectators. We'll see what they're here for. And it's still a huge queue. I mean, this started 25 minutes ago. I'm sure the queue's been very long the entire time. Hello there, hi. They look scared. I won't talk to them if they look scared. There we go, that's better. Right, we've got lots of people. Look at the patience. Oh, we've got some hats over here. Hello there.
Hello.
So where are we from?
Tunbridge Wells.
Tunbridge Wells. I take it you've got your proper official BTRC hats on. That's good to see.
Yeah, definitely, 100%.
Are we enjoying the weekend so far?
It's been wicked weather, great truck racing too.
But you'd be here if it was raining anyway, right?
Yes, definitely.
Last November.
Fantastic. Well, thanks very much for coming. Keep moving, keep the queue going. So, you probably can't hear me very well at the moment, but we've got Neil Yates Recovery, who are always a big show truck company. They like to put a lot of theirs in the shows. I mean, if you can have a look at them, the speakers that they've got sticking out the sides of these wreckers, they're quite incredible. We're actually going to go and have a bit more of a look at some of the show trucks shortly. Let's give us a wave, guys. Give us a wave. Way! That's it. A bit more. Come on. Way! Oh, they're at the back of the queue. They're still a bit tired, bless them. Right, I think that's all we've got time for here at the autograph signing session. Let's go and have a look at some of the show trucks so we can have a look what showed up in the convoy event this weekend. Right then, as promised, here we are at the show trucks paddock. So this is at the top of Brands Hatch, and this is something we like to do at as many of the truck racing events as we can, because it really does build that bond between road haulage and of course truck racing as a whole. I'm here with Mark Stocks, who drives of course for Lenham Storage. They actually won yesterday one of the trophies for best kept fleet. Mark, how you doing, buddy?
All right, mate, thank you.
Have you been to many of these events?
Yeah, we go every year. Been doing it now probably about 5-6 years.
Wow, so your truck is obviously incredibly immaculate, as is all the rest of the Lenhams here. We're used to seeing red and blue from Lenhams though. Explain the different liveries.
So this basically is set in for the 75th anniversary. Starting off with the green one down there, which is obviously Lenham's original colours. Then we moved on to Lenham's sort of about 70s. They sort of went over to this brownie colour, and that was also international. And then in the later 70s they went on to this sort of I don't know, turquoisey
Yeah,
sort of colour.
turquoise, aquamarine, mate.
And then obviously the more well-known one is the 80s and sort of into the 90s. And then obviously you've got the red and blue, which is what we're currently running at the moment.
Which is what you'll obviously see heading up and down the highways of Great Britain, delivering all sorts of things.
You will do indeed. Every now and then you may spot one of these, but on the rare occasion.
These are these are one-offs, I'm sure.
They are one-offs, yeah.
Not cheap to paint an entire truck in something like this, is it?
No, I wouldn't have thought so. I didn't ask the price tag.
So I take it this is your daily runner then, is it?
Yes.
And it must be a bit of an honour to get to drive something like this.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, you know, when you got the rest of the fleet and you see them, and you know, and you got these, you feel a little bit. You've got a grin on your face.
Yeah, there's obviously got a lot of pride that's there. Now, with regards to looking after them, I'm sure people out there wonder, because I always have wondered as well, how much kind of time and effort of your own hours in life go into looking after essentially someone else's truck?
A lot. Let's say that, a lot. Staying behind after work, you know, you normal people would just pack up and go home, whereas we're sitting there 2-3 hours later still washing trucks. And you know, events like this, obviously we do this out because we want to do them. You know, it's a good day out.
I think that says a lot about the kind of people that have trucks like this. You might see in truck stops or motorway service car parks some really nice pieces of tack, and you just don't realise how much personal time and passion goes into keeping them the way they are.
Yeah, I mean, you see them sometimes. Some of the guys are out there polishing their lorries, and you know, when they're parked up for the night time, and you just sort of look at them and you're like, fair play. You know what? I've got respect for that man there.
Different level. Well, Mark, look, congratulations on getting best kept fleet. Congratulations on getting this beautiful Volvo. Well done to you, and keep up the good work, sir.
Thank you very much.
Cheers to Mark. Let's go and see what else we can find here at Brands Hatch.
Have you seen this trailer? If you have, take a photo when safe and then send it to us. All for a chance to win one of our 5 miniature truck and trailers.
Total Care's T8 range of mobile column lifts provides a highly flexible lifting solution for any commercial vehicle workshop. Easy to manoeuvre, the columns can be used across different lifting bays within the workshop and can be stored out of the way when not in use. The super strong lifts can support up to a 7,500 kilogram capacity per column and can be configured in sets of 4, 6 or 8. Adjustable wheel forks provide flexibility for lifting a variety of vehicles and wheel diameters. Speak to our team today for more information or a bespoke quote.
Do you want a cone or a tub, mate? You want a tub? Can I get a tub with a flake, please? And can I also get a single with a flake, please? Thank you very much. Just taking a quick break from getting around the circuit now, but of course there is still more racing ahead of us. So let's head over to Dave for the race 4 action here at Brands Hatch Sunday.
The big rigs next out on track then, the British Truck Racing Championship making its way out onto circuits for their 4th race of the weekend, their 2nd of today. 2 wins so far for Ryan Smith and 1 for Stuart Oliver in Division 1, 2 for John Powell and 1 for Adam Bint in Division 2. We'll see in a moment who is going to make it who are going to be the next race winners here at Brands Hatch on this Easter weekend. First, a word from our sponsors. Thanks again to all of our partners and sponsors here at Brands Hatch this weekend, the British Truck Racing Championship. The GT Tyres MAN leading the trucks up to the grid then. The grid for this race based on race 2 yesterday, but with the top 8 positions in each division reversed. So it is Craig Reed, who finished 8th yesterday, who will take pole in truck number 68. 46 Bradley Smith alongside. Second row, number 3 Stephen Powell, the local man, and 32 Jock Borthwick, the Scotsman. Row 3, 89 Simon Reed, and alongside him David Jenkins in the 69 truck. Row 4, number 7 Stuart Oliver, winner this morning, and number 1 Ryan Smith, double winner yesterday. He's got to come through from 8th this time. On row 5, it's number 14 John Bowler, number 12 Michael Oliver. Row 6, 86 of Tom O'Rourke. He failed to finish yesterday's race, went off into the gravel and suffered broken steering, unfortunately. Simon Cole missed race 2 yesterday. He starts alongside, as did number 92 Simon Faulkner. He failed to take the restart, so he starts at the back in the 92. That race, of course, was cut short because Ricky Collett suffered a blow-up in his 95 truck. We saw a spectacular blow-up down the Brabham Straight. He has withdrawn from the rest of the weekend, so won't be in this race. Then there's a gap, and we've got the Division 2 trucks. They'll start in reverse order as well. Jim Bennett's number 28 in the Seddon Atkinson will be at the front of them. Alongside him, number 22 of Paul Rivette. And it's Adam Bint, number 5, number 10 Craig Evans, and number 6 John Powell going for his 3rd win of the weekend from the back of the grid. Craig Evans so unlucky in this morning's race. He led Division 2 all the way, and then with a couple of laps to go ran wide at Paddock Hill Bend, went through the gravel, and John Powell went through to take the win. Interesting grid lineup for this one. Ryan Smith, double winner yesterday, now back in 8th on the grid. He made it up to 3rd in the race this morning. Couldn't quite get past David Jenkins for 2nd place. It took him a while to get past Simon Reed's Iveco as well. Bradley Smith put up a good fight. He could be one to watch here. The 46 on the outside the front row, the youngest man in the championship. Number 7 Stuart Oliver, the winner this morning. He made a great start from the 2nd row of the grid and cleared off in front. They couldn't quite close the gap on the veteran. Looks like one truck we're missing. I can't see Simon Faulkner down there, unfortunately. Fabulous shot there in the cab of one of the trucks. That is John Bowler, I believe, in the number 14 we're looking at. We've got a cam on Craig Evans as well, we're told, in this race as well. There we are in Craig Evans' truck. The MAN, can he take his first Division 2 win at long last this time? Okay, we roll away then, in convoy for the formation lap. Watching the driver at work in the number 14 machine, John Bowler, his Division 1 debut this weekend. Craig Evans in the MAN. He's at the front of the Division 2 grid. The GT Tyres 3-axle MAN leads them round. Craig Reed on pole, just one win in his Division 1 career so far. That was here at Brands Hatch the end of last season. Simon Reed alongside David Jenkins. There's John Bowler, our camera truck. We can see John at work during this race. There's Adam Bint in the Volvo. John Powell at the back of the Division 2 grid this time, going for his 3rd win in a row. Ryan Smith looking for win number 3 of the weekend. Stuart Oliver for his 2nd win. Are we going to see a new winner in Division 1 for this season? I reckon Stephen Powell might have a chance here from the 2nd row of the grid in the number 3. Repaired after that accident with Jock Borthwick yesterday up at Druids. Jim Bennett on pole in Division 2 in his almost classic Seddon Atkinson. Great to have Gentleman Jim and his team back in the championship this year. He's been greatly missed in the paddock. Craig Reed minus his front bumper after a bit of contact in, the front valance after a bit of contact in the race earlier on. Race 4 of the weekend then for the British Truck Racing Championship. Bit of steam coming from the water-cooled brakes on Adam Bint's truck. There is the DAF of John Powell at the back. The pace truck is into pit lane. Craig Reed and Bradley Smith on the front of this partially reversed grid. Can one of them hang on to take their first win of the season? 15 minutes of truck racing coming your way here at Brands Hatch in the sunshine on this Easter Sunday. The power comes on and away they rumble down towards Paddock Hill Bend. Good start by Craig Reed, the man from Stoke in the Iveco Stralis. Will lead into Paddock for the first time. Good start by Stephen Powell there, just getting a bit of dust kicked up on the inside. They've all made it round Paddock for the first time. Let's hope they make it around Druids. Craig Reed has the lead. Stephen Powell making a move up the inside, side by side with his old adversary from yesterday, Jock Borthwick. Simon Reed behind them. They've all made it round, I think. Great stuff. David Jenkins running a bit wide there. We're on board with Craig Evans, giving chase to Simon Cole in the number 41. We're having a few teething troubles with his MAN, known as Eleanor, this weekend. He certainly hasn't gone in 60 seconds just yet, though. Craig Reed has the lead, though. Over the curve, and straight off goes Simon Reed. Goodness me. Straight on he goes, misses the tyre wall. And it's a good job he stopped. They got the truck stopped there and didn't cannon back into the pack on the other side there as they came out of Clark Curve. That would have been disastrous. Somebody else running wide there, Jock Borthwick, kicking up the dust out of Clark Curve there. He's lost some ground. Now, was there contact between Jock Borthwick and Simon Reed? We'll wait and see if we can get a replay of that. Bradley Smith is in third place behind Stephen Powell. Stuart Oliver's up to fourth, and Ryan Smith is fifth. So it's Craig Reed from Stephen Powell. There's Bradley Smith in third place. Let's hope Simon Reed can get going again. That's 89 truck. That was definitely a Code Brown moment there for Simon. Absolutely flying off Tom O'Rourke sideways there in the 86, just ahead of John Bowler. As they head down towards Graham Hill Bend for the second time. See if we can see what happened there for Simon Reed. Something broke there. There was no contact. That was either a steering or brake failure. The truck just charged straight on. That was a scary moment indeed for Simon. Just went straight off there. No way he could slow the truck down. And he was very lucky. There was a lot of open space for that truck to come to a halt in. That could have been very nasty. I would imagine that's end of race for Simon. Tom O'Rourke under fire there from John Bowler in the number 14 down the pit straights. Bowler trying to get around the outside. It's still Craig Reed with the lead ahead of Stephen Powell. Stuart Oliver is up into third place ahead of Ryan Smith. Bradley Smith has dropped back in the number 46. Now he's come through only in 11th place overall. Yeah, there he is. So he's had a moment somewhere as well. Jock Borthwick under fire from his fellow Scotsman, Tom O'Rourke. Leading Division 2, meanwhile, is Adam Bint. He's up in 10th place overall, the black Volvo. We've lost Simon Reed. Wait to see if he gets going again. Ryan Smith onto the tail of Stuart Oliver, the two bonneted trucks together. Ahead of David Jenkins. They're chasing down Stephen Powell now for second place in the number 3, the HGV Direct MAN. On board with Craig Evans, back in the Division 2 pack. He's currently showing us fourth in Division 2 with John Powell ahead of him. Coming up on Simon Cole in the Division 1 machine. Simon's still just getting used to his new MAN as Craig Evans goes through. Adam Bint still leads Division 2 ahead of Paul Rivett incidentally, and now Ryan Smith has caught Stuart Oliver. They've got ahead of Stephen Powell coming through Paddock and Druids there, so up into second and third places. Now down to the business of trying to catch Craig Reed for the lead. Craig looking for his second Division 1 victory of his career. He's slightly light in Iveco. Again, he runs wide there, coming out of Surtees into McLaren. Just as wide as his brother went over the grass. Number 3 in fourth place, Stephen Powell. Then we've got David Jenkins. So the cream rising to the top in Division 1. Next in the order is Michael Oliver Jr. in a good 6th position, his best run of the weekend so far. Here comes David Jenkins up the inside into Paddock Hill Bend, past Stephen Powell, up into 4th place. Now Craig Reed will be able to see these two in his mirrors, Oliver and Smith. Needs to keep a cool head here, try and hold them off for his First win of the season, his second of his Division 1 career, the former Division 2 champion. That was in 2021. There's Michael Oliver, Tom O'Rourke, Jock Borthwick, then John Bowler. And there's Adam Bint, the Division 2 leader, by a fairly clear margin at the moment as well. 5.5 seconds near enough over Paul Rivett. Borthwick makes a move at Surtees, goes past Tom O'Rourke into 7th. That's Jock Borthwick running in the colours of My Name's Doddy, charity set up by Scottish rugby legend Doddy Weir to raise money for motor neurone disease, to which he very sadly succumbed at the end of last year. And a young supporter, Holly, was touring the circuits with Jock Borthwick and his team, riding her bicycle around the circuits to raise money as well. Tom O'Rourke retaking the place there down the straights, and they've caught the race leader. Craig Reed coming under a bit of pressure now from Stuart Oliver. Ryan Smith dodging about in that third place. They're starting to stack up now behind the Iveco, you can see. David Jenkins is 4th. Stephen Powell hanging on to the lead group in 5th as well. Ryan Smith wants to get past Stuart Oliver here. Oliver defeated him in the first race today, race 3 of the weekend. He's all over the back of the Volvo VNL. Similar looking machine, but Ryan Smith's the Daimler Freightliner, run by Worldwide Truck Racing, based in Nottinghamshire. I'm sure Ryan would dearly love to contest the European Truck Racing Championship as well, which sadly doesn't visit the UK anymore. It all comes down to budgets. Bradley Smith's been into the pits, so he did have a problem. That's a great shame for the man who started on the front row. His fellow front row starter still hanging on to the lead. Now Stuart Oliver looking ready to attack, but he's got to be mindful that Ryan Smith is there as well. Smith dodges to the outside. Stuart Oliver moves to cover. Here comes David Jenkins. Oh, Craig Reed's run wide, coming out of Druids. This is Oliver's opportunity. If he can get up alongside, he'll never go round the outside of Graham Hill Bend, surely. Still side by side. If Oliver keeps his foot in, he could take the lead down the straight. Yes, he's done it. Stuart Oliver leads. Craig Reed moving to cover there, but I don't think he'll stop Ryan Smith getting through at Surtees. No, Smith's going to go through into 2nd place, and Jenkins could get 3rd as well. No, Reed able to defend from Jenkins. He's down to 3rd, and it's Oliver versus Smith for the lead now. Still plenty of time to go in this 4th race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship at Brands Hatch. See how much time there is to go as they come up over the line. Just over 7.5 minutes, so we're coming up towards half distance. And here comes Ryan Smith, here comes David Jenkins up on the outside as well. Ryan Smith is not holding back, he's going for the lead. Round the outside of Stuart Oliver, back to the inside. He's driving that truck like a touring car. David Jenkins to the inside on Craig Reed. He's surely going to go through here for 3rd place at Druids. Yes, he's done it. Achievement to get 2 cars side by side successfully through Druids, never mind 2 trucks. Stephen Powell still 5th, Michael Oliver still 6th. And now here comes Ryan Smith. He's going to have a look at Surtees. No, he's not. Not quite close enough that time. 7 laps in the book. Black and white flags being shown to a couple of trucks. The 69 of David Jenkins, number 10 of Craig Evans as well in Division 2. Still Adam Bint who leads Division 2, but Paul Rivett has closed the gap slightly. Now, David Jenkins ran a bit wide there in 3rd place, but the leaders are coming up on Jim Bennett to put a lap on the Seth Atkinson. Bradley Smith back in the pits. Unfortunately, a cloud of steam from his MAN. Looks like some issues there. That's a great shame for the young gun. Ryan Smith up the outside. Jim Bennett needs to check his mirrors here. The slower Seth Atkinson about to be lapped, and they've met him not in the best place for them here. They may have to wait until, no, they won't have to wait until the straight to pass him. He moves aside, lets him through. Good driving by Gentleman Jim. Stuart Oliver continues to lead. David Jenkins still 3rd. Craig Reed still there in 4th place, the early leader. Stephen Powell rounding up the top 5. A better run from him this time after a tough start to his weekend with that crash in the first race yesterday. Ryan Smith on the tail of Stuart Oliver over the line. David Jenkins, incidentally, has got the fastest lap of the race, 59.773. Here's the Division 2 leader, Adam Bint, looking for win number 2 this weekend. Board with Craig Evans. He's 4th in the division behind John Powell ahead there in the DAF. 2nd ahead of them, Paul Rivett, a better run for his MAN this time, the Napa Racing truck. The other Division 2 runner, of course, is Jim Bennett. He's been lapped. I believe Simon Reed is still running as well in truck number 89. He did get going, but he's a lap or 2 down as Ryan Smith. Oh, he tried a move there by the look of it. He's gone wide at Graham Hill Bend. What happened there? David Jenkins up alongside him. I saw something fly up into the air. Was there contact there between Oliver and Smith? Yeah, Smith's still on the wide line. Throws the truck back across in front of David Jenkins. You know these two are deadly rivals. He does not want to let Jenkins by, but he's going to have to through Clark Curve there. Yeah, Jenkins up alongside. He's going to go through. Is there damage to Ryan Smith's truck? It suddenly seems not to be handling as well. Was there contact there with Stuart Oliver we didn't see going into Graham Hill Bend? Try and get a replay of that if we can, hopefully. Whether there was contact, but suddenly Ryan Smith lost pace on that lap. Only a couple of seconds. It's enough to drop him back. He's back up the inside though on David Jenkins into Druids. He goes through. He'll be fired up now, Ryan Smith. Did he just try a lunge at Stuart Oliver and it didn't work and he ran wide? Through the left-hander. Towards the closing stages now. Let's have a look again. Ryan Smith was up behind Stuart Oliver coming down to Graham Hill Bend. I think he almost clipped the back of him, but he didn't expect Oliver to go so wide into the corner, and Ryan Smith had to lift off, or maybe he did just clip the back of Stuart Oliver then. Someone into the pit. Oh, is that Craig Reed? It's one of the Reed trucks coming in. Is that Craig or Simon? No, it's Simon. There's Craig. Possible to tell those two Ivecos apart from a distance. Meanwhile, Michael Oliver moving into 5th position. Past Stephen Powell. Possibly Stephen Powell's truck still a bit battered and bruised after his accident yesterday. Michael Oliver was caught up in that. Well, as I say, that Powell retakes the place into Druids. Good scrap between these two. Behind them, Jock Borthwick and Tom O'Rourke. Still leading Division 2 in 10th overall is Adam Bint. See the damage on those two trucks from that wallop into Druids yesterday. Simon Reed has finally brought the Iveco in. He did get going in after that scary moment on the first lap when he went flying across the grass. Now, Ryan Smith has just done the fastest lap of the race, 59.716. Can he get up alongside Stuart Oliver? Over the line they go. Less than 3 minutes of this race to go now. Simon Cole and John Powell have been given the black and white warning flag for driving standards. There's Adam Bintz in that menacing looking black Volvo Aerodyne. With Craig Evans. The Division 2 pack definitely closing up. See there, Paul Rivette is being hunted down by John Powell. They're coming up to lap somebody there as well, as Michael Oliver again takes Stephen Powell. On board with John Bowler. John working the wheel. One hand on the wheel, one hand on the gear lever. He can throw these trucks around driving with just one hand on the wheel. Incredible. Meanwhile, flying Ryan Smith has got the gap right down on Stuart Oliver. He's having a look on the outside here as they come up over the line this time. What's the gap going to be? There's less than 2 minutes left on the clock now. They get 2 more laps out of this, and now Ryan knows it's time to attack. He goes to the outside into Paddock Hill Bend. David Jenkins watching on in 3rd place. Throws it to the outside again. Trying to confuse Stuart Oliver. Which side is he going to go? Stuart Oliver, immensely experienced. Racing trucks since the 1990s. He's a 10-time champion, one-time European champion as well. Again, right on the rear bumper of the number 7 Volvo there. Ryan Smith, he's going to try and pull out and go for the lead. This is it as they come down towards 30s. Oliver squeezes him almost onto the grass. No, you don't, says Stuart Oliver. This is great racing between these two. Where is Ryan Smith going to make his move? They're coming round to start what I think will be their last lap this time. David Jenkins has been able to close up as well. We could be in for a grandstand finish here. Here they come. Smith's lost a little bit of momentum as a result of that, and he was squeezed towards the grass. Yet less than a minute on the clock, so this is the last lap. Into Paddock Hill Bend. Stuart Oliver, the man from Hexham in Northumberland. Ryan Smith from Mansfield in Nottinghamshire. David Jenkins from Stafford. What can Ryan Smith do? Closes up again. This is where he's stronger. Getting up alongside or on the tail is one thing, passing is another. Stuart Oliver, you can see it moving to defend as they come down towards Graham Hill Bend. Is it going to be win number 2 for Stuart Oliver? This would tie the score at 2 wins apiece for the weekend. The decider will be race 5. With Craig Evans over the line and challenging John Powell for a podium place in Division 2. Here they come into the final couple of corners. I don't think Ryan Smith's going to do it. I think he's going to have to settle for second place. Stuart Oliver gets his foot down. Ryan Smith will try and get up alongside. He'll try the outside run, but he's not going to do it. Stuart Oliver takes win number 2 of the weekend. Ryan Smith second. David Jenkins third, covered by less than 1.5 seconds of the line. And well done, Craig Reed, a fine 4th place. Further back, Michael Oliver, his best finish of the season so far in 5th. Stephen Powell in 6th, then Tom O'Rourke, Jock Borthwick and John Bowler. And here comes Adam Bint, the Oxfordshire driver in the older Volvo. Is going to come in to take the win in Division 2. 3.5 seconds clear of Paul Rivett. He's led Division 2 all the way. We're on board with Craig Evans. He chases them home. Bint takes a clear win in Division 2. Paul Rivett gets his best results of the season in 2nd, and John Powell just holds off Craig Evans to take 3rd. They were the last trucks on the lead lap. Behind them, Simon Cole a lap down, then Jim Bennett. Simon Reed should come in as well. Trademark sideways celebration from Adam Bint. Shades of Kurt Goranson, who took so many wins in a Volvo similar to that in the late 80s and early 90s. There's one retirement there. We lost Bradley Smith with the technical problems, sadly. Well, some highlights from that race. It was Craig Reed who led early on. Brother Simon almost went flying. A scary moment for the Iveco pilot. Craig Reed then ran wide coming through Druids, and he held the lead for a few laps. That was all the invitation Stuart Oliver needed. Round the outside into Graham Hill Bend to get up alongside, then put his foot down along the Cooper Straight to take the lead. It wasn't long before Ryan Smith and David Jenkins were through as well. Ryan Smith trying his hardest from there on in to chase Stuart Oliver for the lead. Oliver drawing on all his years of experience and guile to hang on in front all the way. Good drive by Stuart Oliver. Ryan Smith got closest through Graham Hill Bend, but had to run wide to avoid the back of Oliver, else it could have taken them both out. And it was Stuart Oliver who went on to victory ahead of Smith and Jenkins, covered by 1.4 seconds at the line. Craig Reed in 4th ahead of Michael Oliver. Good result for him. Good battle with Stephen Powell. Tom O'Rourke 7th, battling fellow Scotsman Jock Borthwick. John Bowler taking 9th, and well done Adam Bint, 2nd win of the weekend in Division 2. Paul Rivett behind him ahead of John Powell and Craig Evans, then Simon Cole and Jim Bennett a lap down, completing the top 15. Simon Reed did get going again after a visit to the pits. He was the only other finisher because Bradley Smith sadly dropped out. Let's head down to Pointy in pit lane.
Welcome down to the pit lane here at Brands Hatch, where once more this weekend, Mr. Stuart Oliver, let me give you a pat on the back, sir. I can't believe I'm talking to you again with Ryan Smith snipping at your heels that entire race pretty much. I believe that's not meant to happen, but it's okay, you're outside the truck, you didn't stall it. We just wanted a bit more airtime for the side, didn't we?
Right, yeah, just a bit more, you know,
that's it, yeah. So, Stuart, tell us, the pressure you must have been under to keep Ryan back the second half of that race. It was so close.
Yeah, I knew he was there, but I knew Dave was behind him, and Dave wouldn't be giving him any grace, so I was sort of playing it a little bit. But no, he was there without a doubt, you know, but I enjoyed it. That's what we come for, you know what I mean? That's proper good.
That was a real race, that was. And we saw as you managed to get sliding past Craig Reed, everybody up there was like, oh wow, he's done him. Here we go, let's welcome in Ryan Smith.
It was so good fun, that brilliant drive.
Yes, come on.
Yeah, that was great to watch from where I was standing.
I bet it was, yeah, I tell you. But some great driving from all three of you, weaving through the Division 2s, lapping a couple of those guys at the tail end of the pack as well.
I was attacking Stuart, Dave was attacking me. You know, he didn't put a foot wrong, so where can I go? You know, we have to be patient, and you know what, that's what we signed up to race for. He was on me. He was defending from me, but not at a slow pace, by the way.
No,
he was still
it was
a fast
fast
pace,
yeah.
so no, delighted. Stuart, well done.
And Dave, lots of pressure putting Ryan under that entire second half of the race. You were having a bit of trouble with traffic at one point, weren't you?
Yeah, it was just a typical truck race, wasn't it? We had a little bit of traffic, and ultimately the reason I couldn't keep going forward with these guys is I haven't just quite got that last missing 2/10 at the moment, but as soon as they tripped over each other, I was on them, able to think about a move again, but we need to just find a little bit more speed.
You'll do it. We've got the rest of the season. We've got another race, another 2 races. No, 1 race this weekend. No, it's the grid walk I keep thinking about. That's a big part of my life. Well, thank you very much, Dave. Thank you very much, Stuart. Right. Let's get you back down to the paddock. That's all from the pit lane here now. Let's head back over to the Bark stream to see what racing action we've got from Dave.
Cheers, Pointy. Well, what we've got next is BMWs, the Kumho BMW Championship. They had their first race at the end of the programme yesterday. James Card, the reigning champion, took the win after his nearest pursuer, Jason West, went flying off in similar fashion to Simon Reed did in that race, actually, but he did recover to finish second. Earlier on, Ewan Dunlop caught up with some of the drivers from the Kumho BMW Championship.
Right, folks, we're about to go BMW Kumho racing once again. I'm here with Kevin Denwood, car number 7. We're going to talk about your car in a minute. Yeah. First of all, let's talk about yesterday, 5th place. Is that a successful day for you yesterday?
We lost the power steering.
No, then?
That was no. I had a bit of oversteer. Done a few tweaks on it. Prep Malay, Russ at Prep Malay, done a bit of tweaks on the suspension. We've actually disconnected the power steering because it was fighting me. So I'm going round today with no power steering.
Seriously?
Yeah, that's get out there, get the numbers up there, try to be best, see how we go.
Now, a couple of drivers from yesterday have dropped out. They've got up to Snetterton, Brian Branson, Jazz Sapra. So you're effectively on the second row of the grid today.
Yep, and a good start yesterday. Went between the two of them, Woody and Jazz, and then backed out in the corner, and actually on a brand new car. Yeah. Big test session, I could say, so I'm just going to see how we get on.
Perfect. Let's talk about the car. You're the only compact on the grid, and you're the only car, I'm going to say, with sponsorship by family, friends, children's hands here. Yep. What's going on?
Grandchildren, friends, all the team here, their kids and that. We thought we'd do something to make it look a bit better. So a bit of painting, hand painting.
And handprints on the side of the car, plenty of tape on the top of the car, new engine. Yep. I mean, is it going to hold together?
It'll hold together. Of course it will, yeah. The engine's sand, that was built by Gareth, Autologic. The actual car all put together by Russ at Prep and Lay. Like I say, just no power steering. We struggle, but we're getting there.
I mean, going through Druids with no power steering, is that like wrenching it round?
I hope not. Yeah, yesterday, because it was 1 minute it was there and then it wasn't. I was fighting it. I'd have it and then I wouldn't, and it'd try and throw me back. Yeah. So at least now, when I turn it, it will stay there.
Well, we're going to find out shortly, aren't we?
I'll have arms like a wrestler after.
Kevin, best of luck, mate.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Right, let's go BMW Kumho racing for the second time this weekend. Over to you, commentator Dave Goddard.
Thanks so much, Ewan. And that paint job's certainly a nice touch, isn't it, on Kevin Denwood's car. BMW's coming up to the grid then. Now, a couple of the cars, as was mentioned there, that we saw in yesterday's race are not here today. Jazz Sapra, who was racing the turquoise M3 yesterday, also Brian Branson. They're sharing a car in an endurance race over at Snetterton today. I'm not sure if Kevin Clark is there either, because he was racing one of Jazz Sapra's cars. No, he's not there either, so there's no second row. Brian Branson retired from yesterday's race. He went over the grass clogged his radiator and he overheated, so he had to retire. He would have been at the back, so we've got 3 cars missing, unfortunately. Jazz Sapra has quite a collection of BMWs and races in various events, and with the clashing event at Snetterton, the team have had to go there today. But it is a quality entry of cars. This is who we've got then. James Card, the reigning champion, lines up on pole by virtue of his win yesterday, alongside Jason West, car number 76. No Jazz Sapra on the second row, or Kevin Clark, so row 3 becomes row 2. It's Paul Wood, number 85. He's running, I think, in the invitation class. Kevin Denwood, who we just spoke to, is alongside him. 74, Chris Walton, he's in Class B, alongside Trevor Ford, who's in Class C, number 25, and James Ford, son of Trevor, number 69, in Class D. The cars head off on their green flag lap then. Opening weekend of the season for the Kumho BMW Championship, supported by Kumho tyres for over 30 years now. It's James Card, the silver M3 at the front, the quickest and most powerful cars in Class A at the front of the field. Here are the cars of James Card, Jason West and also Kevin Denwood. There's the Ford family. James in the E36, that's a 318i I think, not an M3 at the back of the field. Trevor, his father, the chairman of the BMW Racing Drivers Club. They had good presence at the Autosport show this year, Autosport International Racing Car Show at the NEC in Birmingham in January. No Kevin Clark either, vastly experienced racer on the short ovals and in BMWs. Raced in Eurocar as well, but he was in Jasvir Sapra's car, one of Jasvir Sapra's collection of BMWs yesterday. I would imagine he's gone to Snetterton with the rest of the team. Jason West has repaired his car, got the gravel out from underneath it and the grass after he went off at Surtees chasing James Card in yesterday's race. Eventually managed to finish second. We're going to see these two, I think, duel for the victory again. Paul Wood running in the invitation class, so not eligible for points, but he could get an overall podium here, the man from the West Midlands. And watch out for Kevin Denwood. It's a warm day here at Brands Hatch. Would you want to be running with no power steering and a rear-wheel drive BMW at Brands Hatch in heat like this? I certainly wouldn't. I do like that hand paint job by his children and grandchildren there. That's a very nice touch indeed. Have a close look at that hopefully as the race goes on. 7 cars out there then, the revs are up and away they go. Down towards the first corner, Jason West gets away well in the 76. We've already seen him take a couple of wins in the Classic Thunder Saloon Championship at Silverstone this year. And he has outpaced James Card around the outside there going into Paddock Bend. Leads the way up towards Druids for the first time. 20 minutes of racing then for the Kumho BMW Championship. Home for all BMW models for many, many years. West leads from Card as they head down into Graham Hill Bend. Paul Wood is in third. Then we've got the E46 Compact of Kevin Denwood, the very modified E46 Compact. Not the best of starts for the Class B runner there, Chris Walton. Engine type and power output decides the classes for this championship. It's very much a case of quality over quantity among the entry this weekend. We'll see entries rise as the season goes on. Of course, there are so many places that you can race your BMW in UK motorsport these days. The drivers are spoilt for choice. That's why Jasvir Sapra and team are elsewhere today. Good to have them here yesterday, though. Sapra and Kevin Clark had a good scrap for third place. Paul Wood in third at the moment. It's going to be these two who are going to scrap it out for the lead. The two leading Class A runners. James Card finally captured the championship he'd been chasing for so long last year. I'm sure that one was in memory of his father Roger, who raced in this championship with an E30, a beautiful E30 M3 for many years that James still owns. Hopefully we'll see him bring that out later this year. Jason West from Surrey. Look on his YouTube channel for some on-board footage from his car in the days to come. Both lapping in the 51-second bracket in the early stages of this race, this pair. They're already nearly 3 seconds clear of Paul Wood in third place. Kevin Denwood is fourth in the compact. And James Ford up into 5th position. There's Woody. Comes from Solihull. Used to race a BMW E46 Compact, as did Kevin Denwood and Russell Dack. We heard Russ's name mentioned, the man behind Prep and Lay Racing. There's a lot of the prep work on these guys. I've seen him out in his M3 over the last couple of years as well. Russell Dack, former champion in the Kumho BMWs. Other great names to have raced in recent years, including Peter Chalice and Gary Whittaker. There you can see that's paint job by Kevin Denwood's grandchildren. Certainly something a bit different, isn't it? I do like that idea. Well, BMW famous for its art cars, of course, at Le Mans and so on. And that's a BMW art car with a bit of a difference. I like it. Kevin in 4th place at the moment. He's about 9 seconds clear of the little group at the back here. We've got James and Trevor Ford. Our family tie is going to be ditched here, I wonder. Are they going to battle each other? James number 69, Trevor in 25. If young Madeline's watching their unofficial mascot over the years, James's daughter. Behind them is Chris Walton, the black and yellow BMW. Walton in Class B, the lone Class B runner. Trevor Ford in Class C and James in Class D. So they're all in different classes, these 3 cars. So they're not going to be taking any points off each other, but racing for fun. James has got through up there, I think. No, he hasn't. Trevor ahead at the moment. Trevor and James fighting it out. So I wonder if they're having a family battle and the loser buys the McDonald's on the way home or something like that. Other fast food takeaways are available, of course. In fact, James could lose out here to Chris Walton. Made a bit of a slow start, the 74 car. He now pulls alongside. Yep, he's going to take James there on the Cooper straight. He's through, up into 6th position. Trevor in 5th place. Still your leader is Jason West. He's just done the new fastest lap, 50.939, so he's lapping under 51 seconds now. One of the quickest cars we've got here this weekend, the 2 M3s at the front of the field. Paul Wood looking rapid as well. There go the leaders through McLaren. 76 Jason West. We've seen him taking on the likes of the V8 supercars and the other modified saloons in the Thunder Saloons over the last few years. James Card in 2nd, a devotee of this championship. We were mentioning some of the big names that have taken this title over the years. Peter Chalice, I remember in the 1990s, had his BMW M5 that he raced very successfully. Now competes in a Porsche in GT racing. Gary Whittaker dominated this championship for many years. There was one year when I think he led every lap of the season. I have to check my records on that one. Also Rick Kerry, who went on to race his 1 Series in the British Touring Car Championship briefly. Also the likes of David Kempton, John Wilcox, Evelyn Buanick, who can often be found driving the safety car at events these days. Glenn Frampton, Terry Truss, just some of the names I remember over the years. Doug Simon as well, who sadly lost to us last year. Paul Bellamy, who went on to become a star in a Super Touring replica BMW in classic touring car events. Started their careers here in Kumho BMW, supported by Kumho tyres for over 30 years. There's Trevor Ford. Mr. Chairman, under fire from Chris Walton now, recovering after a bit of a slow start. Lead gap is just over a second between West and Card. There they are, coming through Surtees. Paul Wood is on his own in 3rd place now. He's nearly 8 seconds down on the 2nd place man, but he's 17 seconds ahead of Kevin Denwood. So Paul Wood with nobody to race with at the moment. He's been concentrating on improving his lap times, I would think. 1.2 seconds in it now. Jason West pulling away slightly from James Card. New personal best for Card that time through, 51.124. West the only man to lap under 51 seconds so far. Wood lapping in the 52s, Denwood in the 54s, 55s. Trevor Ford in the 55s, likewise Chris Walton, and James Ford in his less powerful Class D car is in the 57s. Jason West has just lapped James Ford. He's in the only non-M3, I think, in this race. Well, with the exception of Kevin Denwood's compact. That's a very modified BMW compact, as we've seen. We have seen a BMW Mini class over the last couple of years as well. Hopefully we'll see them back soon. Walton's got ahead of Trevor Ford now. The leaders are coming up to lap them. They've got their headlights on just to warn the back markers that they are there. car we haven't seen on this opening weekend as the pink and white car, Brad Sheehan's Days of Thunder replica. I hope to see that back out soon. A spectacular looking car. Another driver that started his career in this series only a few years ago was GT racing superstar Lucky Khera, the fastest Punjabi as he's known. His first race was in one of these cars at the season opener at Silverstone in about 2017. He's gone on to become a two-time Ferrari Challenge UK champion, racing in the British GT Championship this year with the Race Lab McLaren. I believe it's Ewan Hankey he's sharing with this year. Courteous driving there from Trevor Ford. Points the leaders through on the inside. Jason West, a little bit of a power slide there coming out of Druids. Leads by nearly 1.5 seconds. Now he's pulling away slowly but surely from James Card. Now lap Chris Walton as well. Just a quick blue flag from the marshals. Just to warn Chris they're there. You'll have seen the headlights in his mirror. James Card a little bit held up there by Chris Walton coming into clearways. Chris wasn't sure which side to go there to let James through, I don't think. That'll have opened the lead gap up a bit. Yeah, it's 2 seconds now. So James Card lost about half a second there. Lapping Chris Walton, who's in 5th position. So it's just the 3 Class A cars and the invitation class runner Paul Wood on the lead lap. Paul Wood is 12 seconds behind James Card. Let's see where Kevin Denwood is in relation to him. The Compact's also having a lonely race in 4th. It's BMW, the name everyone wants to race for. The saying goes that Formula One drivers want to race for Ferrari, touring car drivers want to race for BMW. Certainly back in the super touring era, BMW E36 M3 was king. Well, it was an E30 M3 that won BMW's first BTCC title. That was in 1991 with Will Hoy. And the E36 is one for the next 2 years with Tim Harvey and Joachim Winkelhock. And even today, BMW is still on top in the British Touring Car Championship, courtesy of the great Colin Turkington. There's Paul Wood in 3rd. New fastest lap that time for Jason West, 50.755. Must have had a lap clear of traffic. They'll be coming up a link to lap Kevin Denwood soon. In the BMW Art car. We had the eBay Motors replicas in this championship a few years ago as well, the 1 Series, remember those? That was the Cannon family. Russell Dack was champion around that time in his compacts. I think Paul Wood took a title a few years ago as well. Very loyal drivers to this series out there, none more so than James Card. They're ever present for many seasons now. Chasing Jason West, who's nearly 2.5 seconds clear. Card is upping his game to try and catch him. You can see Jason sliding about a bit there. Doesn't want his Kumho tyres to go off because there's still plenty of distance to run. Just under 8 minutes of the race to go now. Here's the battle between, well, this is Paul Wood trying to lap Trevor Ford, who's in 6th place. And Denwood is nearly 30 seconds behind Paul Wood now. James Card, in fact, dropped back on that last lap because Jason West did a 50.628. He's getting quicker, Jason West. Presses on. Ah, there's Denwood. He's about to be lapped in the number 7. Over the line together with the leader. 50.9 was West's lap that time through. James Card does a 51.2, so he's dropping back here, James Card. These two could well be joint championship leaders after today, Card and West. The 46 M3, of course, was taken to the World Championship by Andy Prio, the World Touring Car Champion 3 times. Andy Prio, MBE as he is now. Kevin Denwood lifts off, lets James Card through. Confused me at first, seeing Kevin Denwood's compact on the grid yesterday. I thought it was a 1 Series first, those wide arches. Kevin Clark has raced a 1 Series in the past. That's what threw me off on the grid for yesterday's race, if you were listening in. As Kevin Clark was in the grey M3, normally raced by Jasvir Sapra. I think that's the car that he and Brian Branson will be racing at Snetterton today. Lead gap is now nearly 4 seconds, so Jason West continues to pull away. Kevin Denwood possibly be getting a bit tired in there now with no power steering. On his modified E46 compact. Wonder if the shorter tail helps with the handling. Work in progress, it says on the side. I think he should leave the paint job as it is. I think that's a good look. A nice nod to his family. There's Paul Wood, the invitation class runner. He's keeping it going, just happy to take an overall podium. Well, invitation class cars not eligible for points or trophies, of course. Next up it will be the Caterhams, incidentally, the Caterham Graduates Racing Club Sigma 150 and Sigmax, sponsored by Morphmite. That'll be the pickups for their grand final. We do have the grid for the pickup trucks final. So it will be Alan Cooper starting on pole. As Jason West continues to pull away from James Card. Although Card lapped very slightly quicker on that last lap. But the lap times about half a second off their personal bests. It's 4 seconds in it now for the lead. Paul Wood still third, then Kevin Denwood, Chris Walton, Trevor Ford and James Ford. So it looks like Trevor's going to have the family bragging rights. There's James. 69. There's Jason West, eager to make up for yesterday when I think he slipped up on a patch of fluid going into Surtees, possibly. It might have been water from Brian Branson's car, actually. It may have been some coolants, because Brian Branson, if you missed yesterday's race, got onto the grass more than once coming out of Druids in his bright orange M3, ploughed down the grass on the outside, collected a load of grass in the front air dam and the radiator of his car, and a few laps later the inevitable happened and it overheated and sprayed water everywhere. Yeah, it may be the same colour as a Flymo, but not as effective, as we said yesterday. And that's also left grass all over Graham Hill Bend. No problem today, though. Jason West able to continue. He's still got the fastest lap of the race at 50.628 seconds. Coming into the closing stages now, we'll see how long there is to go as he crosses the line to complete his 20th lap. Just under 3 minutes to go in this second race of the season for the Kumho BMW Championship. Driver I remembered raced in this series was Darren Fielding, who we now sometimes see in historic super touring cars. Got a Vauxhall Cavalier among his collection. There's some quite eminent names in UK motorsport have raced with Kumho BMW over the years. Jason West, the latest to dominate here at Brands Hatch today. Had to give best to James Card yesterday after that off. It's over the grass coming through Surtees. lost about 5 seconds. He's now over 6 seconds clear of James Card. There is James in the background. His M3 just a little bit off the boil today, I think. They're well ahead of everybody else. Paul Wood in a safe third. Just a couple of minutes left, less than that on the clock now. I think we'll get 2 more laps out of this. As Jason West laps James Ford and Trevor Ford there. I always get those two mixed up, I apologise. Trevor still leading Class C in 6th place. Over the line goes the leader. And we'll get 2 more laps out of this. James Card dropping back all the time. He's 7.5 seconds behind now. He knows he's not going to catch Jason West. I think he's settled for second. They're 24 seconds ahead of Paul Wood in 3rd place. Just those 3 cars on the lead lap now as the leader passes Chris Walton to lap him for a second time. Over the line he goes to start his final lap. Making up for his off yesterday, a dominant display by Jason West. He's already had a couple of wins in Classic Thunder this year at Silverstone in much less favourable conditions than this. He had to clear a load of grass and dirt out from under the car after going off yesterday with a couple of laps to go. No problem at all this time for the bewinged BMW E46 M3. The man from Guildford in Surrey in the underscore BMW M3, Jason West. A dominant display here at Brands Hatch today in round 2 of the 2023 Kumho Tyres BMW Championship. Here he comes up towards the line. Flag to flag for Jason West. Well clear of James Card, who will come over in 2nd place. See what the gap is as they come through this time. There's the silver car over the line second, nearly 11 seconds in it at the end of that race. So whether James Card had a problem or whether he just settled for second. And this man is going to be 3rd. The man from Solihull, number 85. The Deutsche Tech BMW of Paul Wood. Here he comes in for 3rd place. There's Kevin Denwood over the line in 4th. Wood takes the flag nearly 23 seconds down on James Card. He completes the podium, wins the invitation class. 4th, it's Kevin Denwood, and 3rd in Class A. Chris Walton will take 5th. 6th for Trevor Ford, and James Ford will come in 7th. All 7 cars go the distance then in Kumho BMW race number 2. Jason West wins by nearly 11 seconds and gets the fastest lap of 50.628. A dominant display from the number 76 car. James Card in 2nd place. The only other man on the lead lap was Paul Wood. He wins the invitation class. The compact of Kevin Denwood, a probably very tired Kevin Denwood after driving without power steering, takes 4th position. 5th, and the winner of Class B is Chris Walton. 6th, winning Class C, Trevor Ford, and he wins the family battle with James Ford, who wins Class D. Thanks to the Kumho BMWs this weekend then. We'll see entries grow, I'm sure, as the season goes on across 2023. It'll be down to Ewan shortly to talk to our race winner.
Cheers, Dave. Well, with only 7 cars, bit of a procession at the front for Jason West in the end. We'll have a chat with him in a second. And James Card. Tell you what, Jason West struggled to find the number 1 spot for about a few seconds. They had to do a 5-point turn to get in, but he had a lovely race. We'll have a chat right now. And I love to see this sort of camaraderie after all the races. We'll wait for Jason to get his helmet off. Got a bottle of champagne here and the number 1 cap. So 1 win apiece for James and Jason this weekend. Great way to start the championship for them. That's them done for the weekend. Ooh, One apiece. Good weekend.
Yeah, that was good, wasn't it? Yeah, not the most exciting to watch, I'm sure. But James kept me honest to start with, but then I think I had a misfire or something.
But very interestingly, you were lapping in 50.5 seconds, right? The British touring cars do about 48 seconds. These are incredibly powerful machines.
Yeah, our good friend Gary Whittaker, I'm sure, once got his E36 M3 round here in something like 48.9, but then he is a legend, so...
He is, yeah. I mean, that's your weekend done. It's a first and a second place. Interestingly, you went from pole to second yesterday. Today you were second, had a great start. Why doesn't anybody want to win from pole in these cars?
I think we're going to have to ask our good colleagues in the trucks as to why they like to leave oil slicks off pole.
That's a really good point, really good point. How do you celebrate this weekend?
I'm going to have a sit down, I think.
And?
Yeah, why not? Let's have some rather fetching, I'm sure, English sparkling wine. Excellent.
Great weekend, well done.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. We'll have a quick chat, James, as well. Just saying, a bit of a procession in the end there once he got away, but happy with your weekend's work?
Yeah, happy. So that was unfortunate because we were having a good race, but it just started to develop a misfire at the corners, and it happened after about 4 or 5 laps, and he was just eking away from it. And then at the end, it was getting worse and worse. So for the last kind of 9 minutes, I wanted to finish because we need as many cars finishing as we can.
And that was quite hot, I imagine.
To be honest, I wasn't pushing for half the race. So I was all right in there because it literally it wouldn't rev down the straight. So I was short shifting and everything. So, but so it goes.
Great start to your championship defence.
Yeah, it's been a good weekend.
Well done. Cheers, buddy. Thank you. Let's speak with our third place finisher, Paul Wood. Paul, lovely way to end the weekend for you.
Yeah, not bad. Obviously, going in, knew there wasn't really the pace to obviously match Jason and James, but it's all about being out there having a bit of fun. Yeah.
Nice Sunday drive, wasn't it?
That's it. Just having a little look round, see what it's about, giving them a wave. Time to get an ice cream now.
Points on the board, well done, mate.
Cool. Cheers,
buddy. Thanks
Cheers.
a lot. As you can see behind us now, we're about to go Caterham racing. It's the 150s and the Sigmats coming out. We finished off with the 135s for today and this weekend, but the Caterham's taking over once again, and Dave will talk you through it.
Thanks, Ewan. Yes, just waiting for the Caterhams to be released out onto the grid. The Morphme Caterham Graduates Racing Club. This is their other 2 classes. We saw the Sigma 135s earlier on. Now it's 2 classes combined, the Sigma 150s and Sig Max. Sigma 150, as the name suggests, is 150 brake horsepower Ford Sigma engines based on the Caterham Motorsport 310R model, while the Sig Max cars based on Caterham Road Sport spec cars with engines of about 140 brake horsepower. So they're pretty evenly matched, the 2 classes. It's 2 Sigma 150 cars are on the front row, the 2 Harrys, Harry Senior in car number 1 and 121 Harry Kramer. Start on the front row alongside on the second row rather is the first of the Sig Maxes. That's Steve Arnold, number 6, lost most of his front body panels in yesterday's race. That's alongside number 61 of Angus McLean. You can recognise the drivers' classes from the colour on the outside of the grid there, blue for 150 and white for Sig Max. Row 3, Dan Livingston, number 85, and 58 of Rob Warner. Watch for him off the line, made a quick start yesterday. Row 4 is number 4, Kevin Barrett, and 82, Matt Willoughby, the chairman of the Caterham Graduates Racing Club. Row 5, Andrew Whitton, 112, and Doug Christie in number 67. On the 6th row, 83, Jonathan Ems, and 33 car of Gareth Cordy. Row 7, number 3, Oliver Smith, and 199 of Nick Powell. Row 8, number 101, Paul Fielder, and 10, Phil Clark. Row 9, 32, Ian Anderson, and number 5 of Paul Jepson. Moving back to the 10th row, we have 64, Amanda Anderson. Won a title with the Caterham Graduates a few years back. She's done some GT racing in Ginettas as well. Starts alongside number 34 of Neil Evans. Then we've got number 7, Rob Appleton, 9, Martin Gleach on row 11. On the 12th row, we have number 84, Ong Sengi from Singapore, 36 of Sean Cronin, and also to add back to the back of the grid, number 2, Duncan McCall. He missed qualifying yesterday with gearbox problems. Was allowed to start from the back of the grid. So number 1, Harry Senior, leads them round, the defending Sigma 150 champion. Last year, meanwhile, in Sig Max, it was Max Haynes who took the title on that occasion. Max Haynes has not appeared this weekend, been confining his racing to sim racing so far this year. Finished ahead of Andy Molsom and Kevin Barrett in the Sig Max points this year. Kevin Barrett is out there, car number 4. In Sigma 150 last year, Harry Senior beat Ben Winrow and Stephen Clark to the title. Up to the grid they come then. Harry Senior took the win yesterday after a great battle with Harry Kramer. He's in the all-red car. In the Sigmax division, it was Dan Livingston, the green number 85 car, who took the victory on that occasion. Steve Arnold was up there at the sharp end, but had his challenge blunted when he lost his nose cone, had to be flagged into the pits. Similar to Stefano Mara in the other Caterham race yesterday. Senior and Kramer, the two Harrys on the front row of the grid then. Steve Arnold, the yellow car on the inside of row 2. Alongside Angus McLean in the purple number 61 with the orange roll cage. Row 3, Dan Livingston in green, Rob Warner in blue and orange. A quick starter, so watch for him coming through from row 3. Fourth row, Kevin Barrett in car number 4, could be one of the favourites in Sigmax, alongside 82 Matt Willoughby. Mr. Chairman in the red and black car. Also in red and black is Andrew Whitton, and the all-black number 67 of Doug Christie completes the top 10 on the grid. This will be a 20-minute race for the Morphmy Caterham Graduates Racing Club Sigmax and Sigma 150 combined grid. We could see a Sigmax theoretically take a win overall. It's more likely to be a 150 though. I think the winner's going to come from one of those two on the front row. Get the all clear from the marshals then. Revs rise and away they go. And down towards Paddock Bend for the first time. The two Harrys together. Is Harry Kramer going to get the edge over Harry Senior? I think he might just about get there around the outside into Paddock Bend. Yes, he has. Harry Kramer takes up the lead in car number 121. They all make it round Paddock Bend okay. Another good start from Rob Warner. He's up into 4th place behind Angus McLean. Steve Arnold drops back into 5th position as they sort themselves out through Druids. It's Harry Kramer who leads from Harry Senior. McLean in 3rd, then it's Warner. Steve Arnold in 5th, Dan Livingston in 6th position. A good start there from the orange, I think that's number 83 car of Jonathan Ems, up into 7th position. Can Harry Kramer hang on in front this time? Then they swap the lead on a few occasions, the two Harrys in yesterday's race. All round okay for the first time. Number 34 there, that's Neil Evans in the bright green machine further back. 7 Rob Appleton in the powder blue and orange car. It almost seems to be a rule that there has to be a car in those colours in every meeting in the UK. As to the outside goes Harry Senior. He's not going to get through there at Paddock Bend. He'll switch back to the inside on the exit. He might have a run on Harry Kramer here into Druids. Angus McLean is up into 3rd position. Steve Arnold going for the outside. He's got the early lead in the Sigmax category, hoping his front bodywork stays together this time. He's got ahead of Dan Livingston. Down the hill into Graham Hill Bend, Harry Senior has the lead. Swapping places with Harry Kramer in the early stages. He managed to make the move stick coming out of Paddock Hill Bend and into Druids. Angus McLean up there in 3rd position. Bouncing over the curbs there. Terrific action already. Now 4th Caterham race of the weekend. Without doubt, some of the most enjoyable racing in all UK motorsport comes from Caterhams. We've seen the factory-supported series at Alton Park already this season as Harry Kramer goes for the outside into Paddock Bend. He goes straight through. You saw him use the slipstream there from Harry Senior. He tucked in behind Harry Senior going into the Sir Jack Brabham straights, and now Senior's going to try and do the same thing. He's clipped the back of Harry Kramer. His nose cone's come off. Exactly the same as we saw with Steve Arnold and Stefano Mara yesterday. They're so fragile, the nose cones of these cars. Now surely Harry Senior is going to get the black and orange flag if that bit of bodywork doesn't come off, and he's going to have to call into the pits to remove that, because that's dangerous if it could fly up into the air. He's pulled to one side there. He's trying to defend 2nd place. That's going to affect the handling of the car if he gets caught up in the suspension. Angus McLean in behind him, then it's Rob Warner, Steve Arnold and Dan Livingston. Steve Arnold will be thinking, I know what it's like for that to happen. That happened to me yesterday. Although Steve got going again after they removed the nose cone, and then his bonnet flew off as well. Steve Superleggera Arnold, as he's now known. Yeah, Harry Senior still going. Wouldn't be surprised though if he gets the black and orange flag, the meatball flag as the drivers call it. Lost 2nd place there to Angus McLean. Rob Warner in behind in the blue and orange car. Harry Senior still going for the moment. I'll have to watch the marshals on the start-finish line to see if the black and orange flag does go out. Harry Kramer clearing the lead as a result. He's not slowing Harry Senior down, is it? Still attacking. There's Steve Arnold in his multicoloured number 6 car. He's leading the Sigmax division, but only just ahead of Dan Livingston. Third in Sigmax, it's Kevin Barrett, number 4. So Senior down to 4th place now because Warner has come through and Arnold, yeah, it's slowing him down now. Harry Senior, he hasn't got the straight line speed because the aero has been compromised by that loose nose. He clipped the back of Harry Kramer coming up into Druids, and Rob Warner up the inside takes Angus McLean. Under braking for Druids. Good move, Rob Warner, but Angus McLean fights back. Tremendous racing here for the minor placing, but all this is going to allow Harry Kramer to escape at the front of the field. Steve Arnold leads the Sigmax division. He lost out in a photo finish further back down the order with Matt Willoughby after they'd both dropped back with various issues. About 3,000ths of a second in it, I think, as they crossed the line in yesterday's race. A hand goes in the air from Harry Senior. He's heading for the pits. That's courteous driving there from Harry Senior, letting his rivals know that he was coming in. Well, that's kiboshed his hopes of a second win this weekend. Harry Kramer, I would say this is his race to lose now. The red 121 car from Northwich in Cheshire. Rob Warner battling Angus McLean for second. McLean at the inside. Rob Warner's gone wide. Going into Druids. He's lost out as well to Steve Arnold. So we've got a Sigmax car in the top 3 overall. Rob Warner goes down to 4th. Behind them, Dan Livingston, the second Sigmax. Then I think it's Jonathan Ems, the number 83, next in the order. Behind him could well be Doug Christie, the number 67 car. Experienced name in the Caterham Graduates Racing Club, sponsored by Morphmy for this year, the vehicle livery specialists. These 3 breaking away now to try and go after Harry Kramer. Harry's lead is over 2 seconds now, 2.3 seconds. As McLean scraps it out with Arnold and Warner, second, third and fourth. Steve Arnold technically doesn't really need to get past Angus McLean because he's leading his category. Will get the maximum points if he stays in front, but you try telling that to a racing driver in the heat of the moment. You don't need to overtake the guy in front of you. Kevin Barrett's in there behind Jonathan Ems. There's Andrew Whitton, Doug Christie, and behind them Matt Willoughby, the chairman. He dropped back with a few problems yesterday, ended up battling Steve Arnold in what was left of the number 6 car. It's good to see he's got his body panels back and is able to reattach them. He's tucked in there in 3rd place. The sun still shines here at Brands Hatch, the huge crowd loving this. They may be here to see the trucks, but they enjoy their Caterham action as well. There's a couple of cars being given 10-second penalties for a false start. One of them is number 32, Ian Anderson, and the other one is the number 5 car, that's Paul Jepson. Now they're back in around 15th and 16th places at the moment, so 10-second penalty, false starts for cars 32 and 5. Meanwhile, Steve Arnold has got ahead of Angus McLean up into 2nd place. And he's now going to try and go after Harry Kramer. Arnold's just done the fastest lap of the race, so the Sigmax cars may be about 10 brake horsepower less powerful than the Sigma 150s, but they can certainly keep up with them. Could we have an overall winner from the Sigmax division? Can Steve Arnold do it? 2.7 seconds behind Harry Kramer, who's just done new fastest lap of the race, 53.893. Side by side there, Jonathan Ems, and I think that was Andrew Whitton on the outside. Kevin Barrett's just got past them, so running wide there, that was Dan Livingston. Under fire from Kev Barrett. They're fighting for 2nd in Sigmax. The Caterham Road Sports equivalent cars. 82, that's Matt Willoughby ahead of Ollie Smith in the number 3, the white and green car. And behind them, that looks like Gareth Cordy, number 33. We saw him lose a wing in yesterday's race. Caterham race meetings mean that the factory is kept busy making those wings over the wheels. Yet to see a race where we don't lose at least a couple. Harry Kramer, 9 laps in the book. Just under 12 minutes of this race to go for the Morphe Sigma 150 and Sigmax categories of the Caterham Graduate Racing Club. Created back in the 1990s for graduates of the Caterham Scholarship, as it was then. Steve Arnold still slugging it out with Angus McLean for second place. He takes the place back again there. Jonathan Ems on the inside and Doug Christie. Oh, Andrew Whitten tried to turn across there, just avoids Doug Christie through Druids. Then Willoughby and Smith behind them. 82 Matt Willoughby sliding about there. He's losing track. Andrew Whitten rather losing traction. Willoughby and Whitten in similarly coloured cars then. Steve Arnold still holding second place, but they're dropping back from Harry Kramer all the time. He does a 53.815. Is Steve Arnold going to respond this time? No, he can't. There's 3 seconds in it between the two of them now. Harry Kramer with the new fastest lap of the race. Doug Christie side by side with either Whitten or Willoughby there. It's the 82 of Matt Willoughby gets through on Doug Christie. There's Andrew Whitten, the brighter red car. Behind them, Ollie Smith, and then it's Nick Powell. Historic racer as well as Caterham racer. Powell will be racing, of all things, at the Goodwood Revival in an Austin A35. He's also raced a Lotus Elan with his son Eddie for a number of years. That sadly got wrecked in a crash at Spa-Francorchamps a year or two ago. Over the line they go. Lead gap about the same, just over 3 seconds. Harry Kramer to Angus McLean. McLean and Arnell seem to be swapping places every lap. There they are into Druids. Steve Arnold still leads the Sigmax division ahead of Kevin Barrett, car with the white nose there, and Dan Livingston, number 85. There's Powell, 199 ahead of Ollie Smith. Gareth Cordy behind them, and that's the 101 of Paul Field. Ems running well in the 83 car, they're in 7th place. Matt Willoughby now starting to chase him down though. Struggled a bit in qualifying yesterday, did Matt? Black and white flag for a couple of cars, the number 10, which is Phil Clark, the 34 of Neil Evans. Harry Senior's car unfortunately is still in the pit lane. He didn't rejoin after pulling in, so maybe that nose cone has damaged the suspension. Still Harry Kramer out front. The gap has come down slightly. There's the number 10 car we just mentioned of Phil Clark. Makes a move on car number 6. That's number 6, sorry, number 9, Martin Gleitch. Apologies there. Things calming down a little now. We've got this little scrap going on further back. It's Kevin Barrett coming under fire from Jonathan Ems. This is the fight for 5th position. And Steve Arnold again up the inside retakes Angus McLean. They've swapped places more times than I can count now. Rob Warner shadowing them, looking to get onto the podium. Jonathan Ems holding off Matt Willoughby. Doug Christie's just got ahead of them. Christie and Willoughby the big movers at the moment. Fastest lap of the race is with Rob Warner now, 53.492. They're getting quicker and quicker all the time, especially on these new Toyo tyres. Switching from Yokohama this year, this championship. Black and white flag being shown to car number 9 of Martin Gleitch. Over the line they go, look at this, they're passing a back marker there. Side by side once again between McLean and Arnold. McLean comes out ahead on the inside. Harry Kramer still nearly 3 seconds clear. Now Rob Warner at the inside, he's taken Arnold for 3rd place. Good opportunist move there into Druids. So Rob Warner into a podium position now. Arnold in that 4th position. Any fight back here, still leading the Sigmax division, so it won't matter too much that Rob Warner has got ahead of him. He's 3rd in the 150s and overall. It's over 6 minutes of this race to go. Bit of a twitch there for Rob Warner in that 3rd place. He tries to chase down Angus McLean now for 2nd place. That position does matter because they're in the same class, the Sigma 150s. I don't think they're going to catch Harry Kramer here, looking for his first win of the season. Just under 5.5 minutes of the race to go now. Kramer leads it. McLean, Warner, Arnold. For the first time, I think, no changes within a lap there in that battle for 2nd. They're being caught by Kevin Barrett now as well. He's dropped Dan Livingston. Livingston 3rd of the Sigmaxes behind Barrett. A few changes back in the pack. Gareth Cordy, we see there battling with Andrew Whitton. Paul Fielder, I think, has got ahead of Ollie Smith as well. Well, he had. Smith back ahead now. And they're all closing up on Nick Powell in the orange number 199 car. It's the battle for 10th place. The only retirement, sadly, Harry Senior, the number 1. Over the curb, McLaren into clearways. Gareth Cordy under fire from Andrew Whitton. The 112 car tries to move for the inside. Moving to the outside is Rob Warner. To the inside, Steve Arnold into Paddock Bend. He's back into 3rd place. The Sigmax leader back into an overall podium position. Now here comes Kevin Barrett. He's been able to reel these two in. Now Kevin Barrett in the camo liveried car there. If he can get ahead of Steve Arnold, will take the lead of the Sigmax division. I don't think Arnold realised that Kevin Barrett was closing, and Dan Livingston's not far away either, the number 85, the man from Crowborough in Sussex. Arnold just about holding it together, ahead of Warner. There's the very distinctly liveried. I wonder if Morphme, the championship sponsor, were responsible for the number 4 livery on Kevin Barrett's car, the Essex driver. Certainly an impressive looking machine. Over the line they go. The lead gap, if anything, has come down just a little there. Angus McLean, he's escaped these 4 now, so he's going after Harry Kramer. There's Kramer. There's the purple car in 2nd place. Angus McLean. With Steve Arnold kept busy battling Warner, Barrett, and now Livingston shortly as well. This is going to allow McLean to escape and go after the race leader. Sideways there, Rob Warner. Through Graham Hill Bend. He's gone wide. This is going to let Kevin Barrett get through, I think. Up towards 30s. He's alongside, and he goes through. Up into 4th overall. And now he is going to go after Steve Arnold for the lead of the Sigmax category. Dan Livingston's going to try and get through as well. Rob Warner's going backwards. You see just that slightest loss of momentum there as he got sideways and went wide coming out of Graham Hill Bend. It only takes that minimal loss of momentum in a Caterham, and everybody behind in your group behind you gets through, and you have to start again from the back. Lead gap comes down again. 2.1 seconds now. Angus McLean took 4/10 out of Harry Kramer on that last lap. There's not much time left to go though. I think Angus is going to run out of time to catch Harry here. Dan Livingston having a go at Warner. See how much time there is left to go. There's less than 3 minutes to go, I think, as they crossed the line last time through. And Livingston all over the back of Warner. Leader coming up to cross the line to complete his 20th lap. There's less than 2 minutes on the clock now, and the gap is down to 1.8 seconds. I think Angus McLean is going to run out of time to catch him, as round the outside goes Dan Livingston. Now that won't bother Rob Warner too much. As I said, they're in different classes. Warner is still third of the Sigma 150s. He's not going to catch the two in front of him, so he's going to settle the third, let the Sig Maxes go and just take it easy to the end, I think, now. Steve Arnold and Kevin Barrett will battle for Sig Max victory. Still this midfield group dicing. Nick Powell, I think, has been taken there by Doug Christie. Yes, he's got through into 8th place. Kevin Barrett trying to go after Steve Arnold. Is he going to catch the yellow machine? Over the line they go, less than a minute on the clock. We might get 2 more laps out of this. There was about 58 seconds left, I think. We'll have to wait and see whether they'll get 1 or 2 more laps, whether this is the last lap or it'll be the next one. Tricky to judge sometimes when it's a timed race. The lead gap is still 1.8 seconds, so I think Harry Kramer is safe at the front. Been a slightly lonely race for him this time, with no Harry Senior to battle with after that bit of damage forced Harry to pit. Up towards 30s goes the red machine. Can Angus McLean catch him? He's really pushing there, Angus McLean. Steve Arnold is 1.9 seconds clear of Kevin Barrett, so it looks like he's got the Sig Max win sewn up. Make up for the disappointment of yesterday when he had to pit with that loose bodywork. Over the line to start the final lap goes Harry Kramer. Now going to get 1 more lap in. He had to give best to Harry Senior yesterday, but the company director from Northwich in Cheshire, Harry Kramer, in his 4th year of Cater and Graduates racing, is heading for victory here at Brands Hatch. Through the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend, along the Cooper Straights, safely clear of Angus McLean. Through towards Clearways for the last time, ready to celebrate a 2nd and a 1st. I think we'll put him into a clear championship lead in his category. Up and over the line, Harry Kramer wins at Brands Hatch. Angus McLean 2nd, he got the gap down to 1.3 seconds at the end, and well done Steve Arnold, makes up for the disappointment yesterday by winning the Sig Max class in a fine 3rd overall. 4th for Kevin Barrett.
Where we can see the completion of race 4 of the British Truck Racing weekend, and of course it's time to hand out some trophies. I think that one's going to make the final cut, okay guys? Brilliant job to you guys, and a brilliant job to the drivers as well. No red flags on that one, round of applause. Yeah, awesome. So I knew they could do it. Just got to believe. Right then, as tradition dictates, we're starting off, of course, with the Division 2 results, top 3, and of course, going into 3rd place. Put your hands together for John Powell. I'm not confusing you with the hats. Just get one choice. One choice only. Right, John. Thank you very much, sir. Start thinking of your word, remember? You've got it already. Okay. Is it PG? That's right then, now I'm sure we're going to get a pretty decent cheer for this one. In 2nd place, his first trophy of the year. Put your hands together for Paul Rivette. You know, it's impressive, but we know you've got more people out there than anybody else. That's just, you know. Right then. And of course, as somebody said earlier on, experience goes a long way, so put your hands together for 1st place, Adam Binns. I tell you, I've got to do the trophies from the other side next time, I think, because they're getting a bit lopsided. Right then, get your pictures, look out to the crowd, round of applause for your top 3, and we'll get our one-word wonders now from the podium. John, what's your word? Visibility. I'm sure there's a story behind that. Adam? Spectacular! And you know what? Well done for not saying exciting. And Paul, your first go at this, so what's the word? Epic. Epic. I love it. Round of applause for Division 2, top 3. Fantastic effort, great race. And speaking about great races, ladies and gentlemen, the battle at the beginning and the battle at the front of Division 1 was something not to be sniffed at. So, in Division 1 for race 4, still having a chat about how it went down whilst playing keeping upping, I can see. Put your hands together for third place, Dave Jenkins. There we go. Start thinking your words, you've got time, you've got time. And in second place, come on Ryan, you've got to do better than this. It's Ryan Smith, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, unbelievable, unbelievable. Now, someone had a serious padlock on the doors to the front position, and that driver, of course, in first place in Division 1. Put your hands together for Stuart Oliver. Here he comes. Waiting at the back that time though, didn't you? I'll tell you. Well done, sir. Well done. Get on that podium, get your pictures. Come on, Stu, we're waiting. Blimey. I know, he might not be old on track, but you know. Come on then, get your pictures, get your videos. Round of applause for Division 1 top 3. And it's time for the one-word wonders. Dave, what have we got for us?
Only 2 words, but it's the same thing.
Okay, go on.
Team and family. Because without them, we wouldn't be here, would we?
Okay, let's just put a hyphen in between those two. We'll go team, family. Family team, that's it. Stuart, what have we got from you?
Vintage.
Vintage. On his way. Talking about the truck, obviously. And Ryan?
Respectful.
Oh, I'll tell you what, someone's got their songs. Round of applause for Division 1 top 3. Thank you very much, gentlemen. And of course, we've still got one more race left this afternoon, along with a fantastic grid walk up on the pit straight at the top of Brands Hatch. So we will look forward to seeing you all there. Thank you, and we'll see you soon.
Have you seen this trailer? If you have, take a photo when safe and then send it to us. All for a chance to win one of our 5 miniature truck and trailers.
Total Care's T8 range of mobile column lifts provides a highly flexible lifting solution for any commercial vehicle workshop. Easy to manoeuvre, the columns can be used across different lifting bays within the workshop and can be stored out of the way when not in use. The super strong lifts can support up to a 7,500 kilogram capacity per column and can be configured in sets of 4, 6 or 8. Adjustable wheel forks provide flexibility for lifting a variety of vehicles and wheel diameters. Speak to our team today for more information or a bespoke quote.
Pickup trucks on track then here at Brands Hatch in the sunshine. This is the grand final. The other 2 races being taken as qualifying heats effectively for the grid for this grand final. So the grid for this race based on the aggregate finishes of the 2 heats, but again, just like in qualifying, the top 6 are flipped around. So the top qualifier was Dale Gent in terms of his results in the earlier 2 races, so he starts 6th. It's Alan Cooper, number 72, who starts on pole with number 21 Dean Tompkins alongside him. Second row 93 of Michael Smith, and number 40 Rhys Jones, the reigning champion. Matt Simpson, winner of the race yesterday, starts 5th on the grid alongside our earlier winner today, number 83 Dale Gent, aka Dale Earnhardt. Row 4, number 12 Paul Tompkins, and 41 Aaron Thompson. 5th row, number 5 Dan Fisher, hopefully he's got his timing transponder working this time. Starts alongside Chris Brockhurst in the number 89. Row 6, 84 Matt Moore, the newcomer pickup this season alongside 71 Simon Ward, row 7 number 3 Jeff Simpson and 13 of Richard Ayling. The penultimate row 25 Russell Smith, our other newcomer, and 39 of Danny Hunn failed to finish the second race earlier on. 65 Mark Willis rounds out the grid because Tom Hutchins has had to withdraw. Unfortunately, Mark Willis with a non-finish earlier on had to make a pit stop in yesterday's race as well, so he starts from the back. Watch for him coming through. All 17 are there. Shame we've lost Tom Hutchins. He's a bit of a Brands Hatch specialist. Had problems with his truck in the first race yesterday and had to pull out at the weekend. This will be another 18 laps of the Brands Hatch Indy circuits, and this should be a very close encounter indeed. Alan Cooper on pole, the number 72, was dropped back a couple of spots in the race earlier on, ran wide coming out of Graham Hill Bend and Druids after a little bit of contact. Dean Tompkins had a bit of a rivalry with him in that race. He's alongside the younger Tompkins in number 21, his dad Paul, back on row 4. Began his career in the Bangers, where he was very successful, has won hot rod races as well. Dean Tompkins has done a few banger race meetings too. We've even seen former pickup champion George Taricki racing bangers in recent times as well. George now racing national hot rods on the short ovals this season, so going back to his roots somewhat. Michael Smith, ex-Formula 1 stock car driver, on row 2. Good to see Aaron Thompson out there, number 41, following in his father's footsteps. His father, Steve, raced in Eurocar in the 1990s. They made a comeback over the last couple of years, sharing a Renault Clio in the Brick Car Trophy. They came close to winning the title last season. Actually, 2 years ago that was, I apologise. Aaron in the number 41 there on row 4 of the grid, just ahead of Chris Brockhurst, his first full season in pickups this year. Graduated from racing the Space Frame Vauxhall Tigra Silhouette. Dan Fisher, number 5, alongside him. Awaiting the all clear to get this race underway. There's got a bit of a clear up going on down at Paddock Hill Bend. Those two caterhams have been recovered. You can see there the marks in the gravel trap. Fair play to the marshals and the recovery teams once again. Most of these drivers have come through, as we said earlier, the ranks of stock cars and hot rods. There's a few that have come through the saloon car ranks, particularly here at Brands Hatch. Rhys Jones, also Dan Fisher. He raced in the Cannon's Tin Top series that used to run here at Brands Hatch. Tom Hutchins as well. 71 Simon Ward. Used to race his Vauxhall Astra GTE in the Classic Touring Car Racing Club in the pre-93 Touring Car Championship. Look out for Jeff Simpson, number 3, in the ex-Roger Dormer truck, father of Matt, who's on row 3. I remember watching Jeff in his national hot rod when I was very young at Hensford Raceway. Richard Ayling, number 13, alongside him. Newcomer Russell Smith at the back, alongside Danny Hunn. He failed to finish the race earlier today. Mark Willis, a luckless weekend, one of the most experienced men on the grid in pickups, along with Michael Smith, I think. One driver that we had hoped to see this weekend was Neil Tressler, number 37, the Isuzu-bodied truck, but transmission problems forcing them out of the weekend, sadly. Hopefully we'll see them back out soon. Well done trackside recovery, their flatbed taking the caterhams away. Just a slight delay here while a couple of caterhams ended up in the gravel on the last lap of the previous race are cleared. It's a shame we don't still have the 1.5 mile Rockingham Motor Speedway in Northamptonshire, where these pickups used to achieve speeds of nearly 150 miles an hour on the ovals. That's how close, that's the closest we've got to NASCAR in recent years in the UK. I remember the ASCAR Days of Thunder series that used to run there as well, attracting drivers of the calibre of Ben Collins and Jason Plato. The NASCAR Whelen Euro Series does visit Brands Hatch every year for the American Speed Fest, of course. Pickup trucks do feature there. Rockingham is still intact, but not used for racing, very sadly. Well, here we go then, ready for the rolling starts. Used to go around Rockingham to the strains of We Will Rock You. I know, because it was me that played it several times when I was in the box at Rockingham. Alan Cooper in pole position then. Dean Tompkins alongside. Dale Gent and Matt Simpson are earlier winners on the third row this time. I reckon Rhys Jones could be a good bet here. Russell Smith, newcomer at the back. Laps the distance then. Who's going to come out on top in the first grand final for the pickups this season on the Brands Hatch Indy circuits? 2-litre engine, space frame built pickups, incredibly evenly matched machines. Pace car brings them round. Pulls into pit lane. Alan Cooper and Dean Tompkins together on the front row of the grid. The tension begins to mount. They're in grid formation. The red lights will be on. They can't start racing till the red lights go out. The revs are up, ready for a start, and away we go. We thunder down towards Paddock Hill Bend for the first time in this grand final for the pickups. It is Alan Cooper who has held his lead from pole position, but only just. A couple of trucks bounce up on the curb on the inside. Dean Tompkins slots into second place. Rhys Jones tucks in behind. He's going to try and go up into third on the outside of Michael Smith. They're side by side into Druids. Dale Gent trying to get around the outside of Matt Simpson. They're all round Druids A-OK. It is Alan Cooper who leads. Jones has got ahead of Smith up into third place. Dale Gent's got ahead of Matt Simpson. Bit of a slow exit there by Paul Tompkins, and problems for Richard Ayling. He's gone off onto the grass, spins around. He'll try and get going again from there. Unlucky 13 for Richard Ayling. He'll rejoin at the back of the field. Been a quiet weekend for him so far. They come round to complete the opening lap then. Who's going to be leading across the line for the first time? It looks as though Alan Cooper has held his lead. The black and green number 72 ahead of Dean Tompkins and Rhys Jones over the line. There you go. Down into Paddock Hill Bend they drop once again. Let's have a replay of what happened there. We saw Paul Tompkins get a very slow exit from Graham Hill Bend there, but it was Richard Ayling who got onto the grass. No grip there for the rear wheel drive machine. Round he went. Drags a bit of grass onto the circuit, but was able to rejoin. Michael Smith side by side with Matt Simpson ahead of Dale Gent. Now Paul Tompkins was the one who lost out there at Graham Hill Bend. He's down to 8th. Cooper leads it with Dean Tompkins and Rhys Jones right on his tail. The rest of them fairly close, bunched up behind, side by side between Simpson and Smith now for 4th position. Dale Gent is tucked in behind them. Looks like Aaron Thompson next in the 41. He's running well. Down towards Paddock once again. Alan Cooper looking to hang on for his first win of the season. Oh, he's run wide there, coming out of Paddock Hill Bend. This is Dean Thompson's opportunity. We saw Alan Cooper just slide slightly wide there. He's managed to cover the line though as Michael Smith and Dale Gent battling out. Dale Gent's driven all the way around the outside there of Michael Smith. Good move by the number 83. The Dale Earnhardt look-alike gets ahead of Michael Smith. Then it's Thompson. Paul Tompkins, bit of a slow first lap for him. He's down in 8th position. Can Alan Cooper start to pull away then? Up the inside, Rhys Jones trying to take 2nd place as they head into Clearways. See if he's made that move stick as they come into the Sir Jack Brabham Straights. Yes, he has. He's through into 2nd position. Matt Simpson up into 4th place. And now here comes Dale Gent in the black livery of the Intimidator. Dale Earnhardt, can he intimidate his way up into a podium place here? From 6th on the grid. He was the top qualifier from the 2 races earlier on, along with Matt Simpson, but of course the top 6 flipped around on the grids. Up the inside, Rhys Jones and Matt Simpson. Is Jones going to take the lead here from Alan Cooper? Yes, he's done it. Coming through Druids, Rhys Jones takes the lead. I said he'd be one to watch in this race. The pink truck has got the lead. Then Matt Simpson going for 2nd. Dale Gent under fire from Dean Tompkins as he moves through past 2 trucks there on the run through Druids. Dale Gent is flying in the 83. He could go for 3rd place here into Clearways. Up the inside on Alan Cooper. And yes, Gent I think has got through there into 3rd position. Yes, he's done it. Side by side between Michael Smith and Aaron Thompson further back. But it's Jones who leads from Simpson, Gent, Cooper, Dean Tompkins. Smith and Thompson side by side. Then it's Paul Tompkins trying to bump draft his way through. He clips the back of Aaron Thompson. I thought Aaron was going to spin there. Chris Brockhurst getting involved in this battle as well now, the 89. Thompson goes wide, coming out of Paddock Hill Bend as Dale Gent up the inside, side by side with Matt Simpson, side by side between Dean Tompkins and Alan Cooper as well. Paul Tompkins has leaned Aaron Thompson wide again and gets to on the inside. They're racing almost in pairs here, with the exception of Rhys Jones, who's pulled away in front. Everybody else fighting behind him, and Jones able to put clear air between himself and the rest of the pack. Running wide there, Chris Brockhurst in the 89. I think that's Mark Willis up behind him, who's come through from the back of the grid. This is great stuff. Dan Fisher in that group as well. There's Willis, the red and blue number 65. Somehow they've all kept it on the island. They're all still running. Last runner Richard Ayling after he spun earlier on. Over the line, the order this time: Jones, Matt Simpson, Gent, Dean Tompkins, Cooper, Paul Tompkins, then Thompson, Michael Smith, Brockhurst and Dan Fisher, your top 10. Rhys Jones leading by 1.3 seconds. Matt Simpson up into 2nd. He and Dale Gent, the 2 race winners earlier in the weekend. Can they catch Rhys Jones? Dean Tompkins still ahead of Alan Cooper, the pole sitter in this race. One on the Mallory Mile Oval in the past. 1 mile oval up in Leicestershire. See them swinging about, these rear-wheel drive machines. Not a lot of grip out there as Aaron Thompson, continuing his rivalry with Paul Tompkins, has a look on the inside. Nearly contact between the 2 of them there. He'll try again down the pit straight. They've got ahead of Michael Smith in the 93. Again, Paul Tompkins trying to move to cover. Rhys Jones continues to lead, the local man from Herne Bay. Matt Simpson in the 303. In the, well, number 30 he is now. He was 303 in his days in the hot rods. Slough in Berkshire. His dad Jeff was 303 as well. There's a regression back to my younger days on the ovals there. 3rd place number 83 of Dale Gent. And Dean Tompkins going well in 4th. His dad Paul trying to close up on Alan Cooper now. Aaron Thompson has dropped behind Michael Smith. There's a battle further back. Jeff Simpson on the tail of Simon Ward. Danny Hunn still struggling a little in the 39. He's a bit off the pace today. Had some problems earlier on. They're getting a little more strung out now. Except for Alan Cooper, who's on the tail of Dean Tompkins and trying to take 4th place away as they come up to Druids. He's got the inside line. Is he going to go through? He certainly is. Cooper up into 4th place. Paul Tompkins giving chase now to his son Dean. It's Michael Smith, Aaron Thompson, Chris Brockhurst and Mark Willis from the back of the grid up to 10th. Dan Fisher is 11th. Matthew Moore is in 12th place in the 84. Used to race an RSR Escort, the Space Frame Mark 1 Escort. Black and white flag being shown to number 72, Alan Cooper. Possibly for exceeding track limits. There he is, still ahead of Dean Tompkins. The first 3 have got away now from this battle. Cooper back ahead of Tompkins now after that move at Druids. There's the leaders. Now the gap is coming down because Matt Simpson has just done the fastest lap of the race, 51.858, and he's on the tail of Rhys Jones now. Dean Tompkins fights back. This is where he lost the place a lap ago. Going up towards half distance in this pickup truck's grand final, and Alan Cooper defending there as they come through Graham Hill Bend. And Rhys Jones is having to defend now because Matt Simpson is going for it. He's already told us he's going to be contesting the full season this year. I reckon Matt Simpson could be a good bet for the pickup truck championship this year. Already on the evidence of this weekend's form. On the tail of Jones, Gent in third, and then everybody else fighting for fourth. There's 6 of them stacked up now behind Alan Cooper. The Tompkins boys are there. Smith, Thompson and Brockhurst next in the order. There's Brockhurst, the turquoise car there, the turquoise truck there at the back of this group. And a small gap back to Dan Fisher and Mark Willis fighting for 10th place. Now, have family ties been ditched here among the Tompkins clan? Are they going to fight each other? Never mind that, because look at the way Matt Simpson is going. He's almost up alongside Rhys Jones. Jones moves to cover. They're sliding about as they come into Surtees and McLaren. Matt Simpson all over Rhys Jones now for the lead of this race. Dale Gent's not far away either. They come round to complete lap number 10. 8 laps to go this time. Over the line they go. The gap is just 0.2 of a second. There's only half a second covering these 3 now at the front of the field. They're 4 seconds clear of Alan Cooper in 4th position, who's still ahead of that train. I think Paul Tompkins has got past his son Dean now. Yes, he's up into 5th position. Now Simpson goes to the left, trying to get the overlap on Jones there down towards Graham Hill Bend to get the inside line. He'll try again. He has a start the inside. There's going to be contact between the 2 of them. Simpson spins out. Simpson spins out. That's his chance gone. Well, that was a bit, in my opinion, a bit over-enthusiastic there by Matt Simpson. He was positioning himself coming out of Druids, trying to get the line away for Graham Hill Bend. It didn't work, and oh, something's happened to Dean Tompkins. He's sliding about there. Has he got a puncture, I wonder? Something's wrong with the 21 truck. He was all over the place coming into Surtees there, just slid offline. I thought he may have suspension damage or a puncture possibly, but he looks okay. He's kept it going as Mark Willis makes a move on Chris Brockhurst. Let's have a look at that again. You saw Simpson was trying to get up alongside Jones to get the inside for Graham Hill Bend. Then he saw another chance going into the turn. There's the contact. Round goes Matt Simpson. Who was responsible? Probably depends who you ask. Rhys Jones then has the lead ahead of Dale Gent now. They lap Russell Smith. Now Simpson has got going again, I think. Yes, down in 15th place. Aaron Thompson attacking Alan Cooper. He's coming on strong in the closing stage of this race. He could make a move for possibly for 4th position here. Paul Tompkins is up into 3rd in the number 12, with Dean Tompkins having made that mistake and Simpson having spun. Look at Aaron Thompson on the inside here. He's going for 4th place. He's going through and he's taking Michael Smith with him past Alan Cooper. It's all change in the order here. They lap Russell Smith on the inside. And now Michael Smith really attacking Aaron Thompson. Michael Smith, I think, would have raced against Aaron's father Steve back in the Eurocar days. There are the leaders. The gap is coming down. It's Dale Gent's turn to attack Rhys Jones now. They're coming around to complete lap 13 this time, so there'll be 5 to go. There's Paul Tompkins in 3rd. Aaron Thompson going great guns in 4th place. Then Michael Smith 5th. Cooper 6th. 7th place, it is Mark Willis who's come through from the back. They are well behind these two. They're coming up to lap Richard Ayling in the number 13, who spun earlier on. Can Rhys Jones hang on? They're nearly 5 seconds clear of everyone else, these two. The inside. Rhys Jones in the DLRD truck run by Dave Longhurst, former World Hot Rod champion. He's manager for Lee Wood in his British touring car days as well. On Cooper Straights. 4 laps to go after this one. Paul Tompkins still 3rd. Michael Smith has got past Cooper now into 5th position. It's Willis, Brockhurst, Fisher. Dean Tompkins down to 10th after that error through Surtees and McLaren. Black and white flag being shown to the race leader, number 40 Rhys Jones, and to Aaron Thompson. Just need to be careful here. But all 17 trucks are still running. There's the battle for fourth. Paul Tompkins has escaped ahead of them. Aaron Thompson under fire from Michael Smith. Thompson goes wide, Smith going through, up into fourth place. Alan Cooper will try and out-drag Aaron Thompson up to Druids as well. And in behind him is Mark Willis. He's going to go through Aaron Thompson. He's going backwards. Oh, what a shame. He'd fought his way up into fourth. He's thrown it all the way there by running wide at Paddock Bend. Lights back on Mark Willis. Nearly clips the back of Mark Willis. He's all over the place. Aaron Thompson onto the grass. I wonder if his tyres have gone off. To the back of this group now. Brockhurst's gone through, so have Fisher and Dean Tompkins. I think Aaron Thompson's got a problem there. He's lost about 5 or 6 places in one lap. In such a short lap, that is a lot of time to lose. Mark Willis now having a go at Alan Cooper, try and move into the top 5. They lap Richard Ayling. Chris Brockhurst running well in 7th position. Here are the leaders, less than 3 laps to go now. Can Rhys Jones hold off Dale Jents? Poor old Aaron Thompson, he's just lost 6 places in about 4 corners. Shows how evenly matched these trucks are. You run wide just once and everybody powers through. And you start again at the back of the queue. Less than 4/10 of a second in between these two last time through. Just 2 laps to go this time. Jones from Jents. Less than half a second in it, 0.448 to be precise. They're nearly 6 seconds clear of Paul Tompkins in 3rd. He's 1.5 seconds clear of Michael Smith. There's Paul in the background. And he's heading for a podium. More battling further back, Chris Brockhurst, Dan Fisher and Mark Willis trying to go 3 wide into Druids. That's not going to work. Dan Fisher thinks better of it. Chris Brockhurst, he's been one of the more impressive names this weekend, in my opinion. His first full season in pickups this year. Dan Fisher, excuse me, says to Mark Willis, and goes through. And fighting back is Dean Tompkins. Remember me, he says. After he's off earlier on, coming back into the equation. Gets ahead of Mark Willis. Behind him is Aaron Thompson after he's off earlier on, and Matthew Moore, number 84, in 11th place. Thompson gets ahead of Willis now. Truck 71 has got a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits. That's Simon Ward. He's in 14th place. But the leaders are on their last lap now. What can Dale Jents do? It's going to take a last bend lunge, I think, to try and get up alongside Rhys Jones. The reigning champion starting to pull away slightly along Cooper Straight. I think he's got this race sewn up. He said he'd be one to watch in this one. Consistency paying off from the heats earlier on. Round clear ways for the final time. I don't think Dale Jents is going to get up there with him. And it's going to be a first win of the season for the reigning pickup truck racing champion here at Brands Hatch. Rhys Jones takes the checkered flag. Less than half a second ahead of Dale Jents. I think that will put Dale Jents into the early championship lead this year. Paul Tompkins comes over in 3rd ahead of Michael Smith, and then Alan Cooper heads the train for 5th position, although I think Cooper may have got a penalty there. Yes, penalty for Alan Cooper. I assume that's for exceeding track limits. So 5th will go to Chris Brockhurst, great drive by him. 6th for Dan Fisher, Dean Tompkins 7th, then Aaron Thompson, and Cooper down to 10th behind Matthew Moore. Matt Simpson, after that spin while fighting for the lead, recovers to finish a no doubt disappointed 11th. Mark Willis is 12th, Danny Hunn 13th, Jeff Simpson 14th, Simon Ward also with a penalty finishes 15th, 16th goes to Richard Ayling, and 17th Russell Smith, both of them a lap down. The winning margin 0.349 of a second. The 2 leaders were around 7 seconds clear at the flag of Paul Tompkins in 3rd. Michael Smith in 4th, and well done Chris Brockhurst, some good controlled driving as he begins his first full season in pickups, a fine 5th place. Good result for Dan Fisher, coming through for 6th as others hit trouble around him. There'll probably be a few discussions over that tangle between Matt Simpson and Rhys Jones. We'll see it again here. You see Rhys Jones moved across to defend from Simpson as he tried to take the line. Simpson had another stab at it. There's the contact, and round went Matt Simpson. Good avoiding job by Dale Jents as well. there's likely to be a few discussions about that. That's Rhys Jones taking the flag. And Ewan Dunlop is going to be down there in a few moments' time to greet him in Parc Ferme.
Three races for pickups, and for Rhys Jones it's a third, second and finally that win he was after this weekend. We're going to wait for him to get out of his car. We did see his teams give it a big fist bump as he drove into his position here, number one. Shame for Matt Simpson. We'll talk about that connection between the two drivers. Then of course Paul Tompkinson getting his first podium of the weekend after just missing out in race number 2, coming fourth. He's been promoted to third. So great racing all round. Rhys is getting out right now. Rhys, third, second and first.
Yeah, I said we wanted to move forward, and yeah, we've moved forward. I'd like to thank the team because I've put them through some grief this weekend, getting some diffs sorted out. We've had 3 axle changes this weekend, so to get to where we needed to today. So yeah, can't thank them enough getting it done.
Got to ask the contact with Matt Simpson earlier on, from your point of view?
Yeah, he just took a dive. Maybe the track weren't really there. He got up on the curb, and I think as he jumped back down, he hit the throttle and lit him up. So,
in terms of the championship, that could be so important.
Yeah, especially for Matt. Yeah. Yeah, look, we'll just keep doing what we're doing and keep moving forward.
Mate, great weekend, well done.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, buddy. Right, let's speak to Dale Gents around here. Just look at these cars, they're absolutely incredible bits of kit. It's another podium, it's a great weekend, isn't it?
Brilliant weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's well pleased with it. That's it. Just want to thank, I've never done it earlier, BP Mitchell and MA Ponsonby and J26 for coming on board for this year.
Yeah.
Can't do it without them guys and that, and everyone else who's helped us build this car up from this big crash it had at Mallory a couple of years ago. James at Relentless, getting it ready, and the boys, we were still finishing it off Friday morning it was before testing, so yeah, can't thank them guys enough for getting it here for us.
I mean, every driver here, it's a massive team. You're the guy that gets in front of the camera, but it's a big team, as you just said, isn't it?
It is a big team with it. I just pedal it. I know.
Send it.
I just try and do the best what I can of and then them guys, yeah, can't thank them enough for it.
How'd you build on this?
Oh, hopefully when we go off to Mallory, we keep going forward. So we're on it this year. I'm hungry. So.
What was your view of the incident between Rhys and Matt?
Matt just got loose. I think he just got on the power a bit too much. It was so tight, and there was nothing. He just got loose and went round.
I think you'll come back fighting the next round, don't you?
Oh yeah, I think he will. we can't count Matt out. So,
mate, well and great weekend.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, buddy. And we'll try and speak to Paul Tompkinson. Sorry. Come on in. Finally got that podium.
Yeah, long awaited, but yeah, well chuffed with that.
I mean, you took advantage of everything that was going on around you, wasn't it?
Yeah, once we got away from that pack, we sort of got gone, but they've already driven into the sunset. So, but
no chance of catching them.
Well, they was getting closer, but they had too much of a gap and we'll run out of laps really. But would I have got them? Probably not. It's hard on them old cars.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm pleased with that. Apparently Matt went off, so done me a favour. I'll take that.
One podium between you and the boy. You happy with that? Is that a good weekend?
Yeah, it's good for me.
Yeah,
love it.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
We'll see you next round. Well done.
Yeah, you will.
Cheers, buddy. Thank you so much. So there we go. That is 3 pickup truck races done this weekend. We go on to Mallory for them next time. Now coming up, it is our 5th and final race in the British Truck Racing Championship, our headline event of the weekend. Pointy is going to be doing a grid walk very shortly. They're not quite on the grid just yet, so just to go through those places once again, it is back to Dave.
Okay, getting ready for our final truck race of the weekend then. So who's going to be leading the championship coming out of this weekend? The grid will be based on the results of race number 3 earlier on in the weekend, with the reverse grid in operation once more. Let's head down and see who Pointy's found to talk to first of all.
Well, I had the opportunity to head down into the paddock earlier and have a quick chat with Jock Borthwick with regards to moving from Division 2 to Division 1. Well, hello again. You join me now down outside Jock Borthwick's tent, where we've managed to steal a few moments out of a very busy race schedule. Jock, how you doing, buddy?
Great, fantastic, loving it. Great to be back out again. It's a long winter, and everybody's raring to go, and it's magic. Brilliant.
Now, you were with us in Division 2 last year. Division 1, quite the jump. Obviously, you did quite well, but what made you want to get ahead into the Division 1 so quickly?
I just think probably the competition, the numbers maybe dropping off a little bit in Group 2. You're always want to improve and move on, and yeah, I thought now or never. I'm 60-year-old, I'm not getting no younger, so let's go now.
Don't look a day over 58.
Cheers, Pointy.
So obviously now you've got a brand new engine for this year, one of the MAN D26s.
Yeah, we put the Paddock engine in and delighted with it. What a difference to drive. Obviously got a bit more horsepower. Chassis wise we've got a bit to go, because basically we're just still running the Group 2 truck with the Petrofit in it. So we've got a bit of work to do with axles, suspension and bits and pieces. And we're building a new truck just now, which I was hoping to get out towards the end of the season, but the time you keep this on the track and do your work, I think realistically that'll be out next year.
Yeah.
But you're gaining experience racing in Group 1 this year, and hopefully by the end of the season we'll work and get it somewhere nearer the pace. But more than happy for the first time out. I mean, we basically finished getting it together Thursday morning at 5 o'clock. I think I've finished.
That's a late night, that is, or an early morning.
Drove it on the trailer and we're here, and to get it going round and no really have any big disasters and be there or thereabouts. I know we're probably 3/4 of a second up the front runners, but to run where the truck is and what the chassis is, I'm happy. Or as happy as I can be.
As happy as you can be. Probably happier than you were a few weekends last year. We found you at very late hours of the night rebuilding gearboxes, swapping parts between yourself and Ryan Smith's gearbox, I believe.
Yeah, I know, it's just what you do, and that's why you do it. You just love it.
It's all that push to the finish line, off and on the track.
Absolutely, yeah. Just deadline. And it's great, but I'm loving the Group 1, and you've got a lot of quick guys out there, so you learn for them.
Yeah.
And even if you're tagging on for a little bit just to learn, you're learning quickly. So.
No, totally. Now, just quickly, so I know we've obviously got a nice grid walk to get up to very shortly. What kind of differences do the Division 2 trucks have to the Division 1? So you said you're still running a kind of Division 2 truck. To get into that Division 1, is it just power and top speed? Well, it can't be top speed because they're all limited to 100, aren't they?
Engine's a big bit, but obviously the chassis suspension is equally as important. You can have all the power you want, but if you can't lay it down or can't turn in, or it's pointless having the power. So it's
right.
you need the bit underneath the power to make it work. And then the drivers has something to do with it, I suppose.
So what's your background before you got into truck racing? What's your day job, I suppose?
Oh, my day job's a truck mechanic.
Of course.
Truck mechanic. But,
you can tell that by how you work on your own truck so much.
And I do enjoy it still, so been at it a long time, so that's my day job, repair trucks and anything to do with trucks. So just come racing at the weekend for a little change,
Yeah, busman's holiday. You get to break it and fix it.
Absolutely, yeah, definitely.
Oh, well, look, Jock, thank you very much for joining us, and of course, good luck in Division 1. It is a serious jump. So those of you out there that aren't too sure about truck racing, there's a pretty big difference with regards to the standards in Division 1, the standards in Division 2. There's a lot to keep up with, isn't there? So thanks for joining us. Good luck for the season. Jock Borthwick, Division 1.
Thank you. Thanks, thank you.
Well, lots of action so far this weekend, but we managed to head down into Parc Fermé to have a quick chat with some drivers after race 4 this afternoon. Right, you join us down here in Parc Fermé and the paddock as a whole, of course with a fantastic Napa racing backdrop. All very proud of their driver, Paul Rivette, for pulling that second out of nowhere. My goodness, what a fantastic race that must have been for you. And with the trouble you started the weekend with, you've got to be happy.
Absolutely over the moon with it, you know, absolutely drove the wheels off that Napa truck in that one to pull that second place out the bag. We're still 10k down in a straight line, so we're still having issues with the truck, but we just seem to keep finding a little bit more pace, and when we get this thing right, I mean, fingers crossed it's going to be watch this space, because we're in the race already and we've got issues, so when they're sorted, we'll be there.
Indeed you will be, and a bit of trophy silverware to take home with you this weekend as well. Have we started a fresh cabinet for this season?
Yeah, well, we're going to add to the man cave at home, so I'm going to have to put some more shelves up, I think, looking at the size of those trophies.
Yeah, just getting out there, he's already got some trophies, of course, ladies and gentlemen. So, obviously, we're happy with the truck, we're happy with the result. We've got one race left. Are we going to make any serious changes to try and find that 10k you were talking about?
The guys will keep working away on it and see what they can do. We think our problem is we're missing the high split still on the truck, but the truck's all been rewired before this weekend, and we're gradually, Sean's here doing more and more with it, and we're getting more and more data as the weekend goes on and finding out more and more. You know, it's first race of the season for us, and it's a learning curve without being here last year. So we're learning, we're heading in the right direction, and we'll keep that up.
That's fantastic. Right, another quick clap then for Paul Rivette getting his first trophy of the season. Well done, Paul. Thanks for talking to us. And of course, massive well done to the other drivers we've got here from Napa Racing as well. Let's go and have a look who else we can find down here in the paddock at Brands Hatch. Hi, Jim. Fancy meeting you here.
Yeah, great to be back, mate, after 3 years.
I know, it doesn't feel like that long, but obviously it really has been, hasn't it? Like pre-lockdown that you stopped racing with us.
November 19th was the last time I raced here.
Wow, that's insane. Of course, the same truck, Old Faithful?
Old Faithful, a bit of modification, but needs a bit more tweaking. But she's going around the track, she's coming home. I can't ask for much more, really.
And I'll tell you what though, there's a lot to be said for the consistency and reliability of a truck, because we've had a lot of people in Division 2 over the years come out with like, oh, we've got the speed, we've got the power, and then they spend most of the time in the paddock.
Yeah, I never have had that problem, but...
What, the speed? But I've got to say, you are a fan favourite. You know, you've been in the truck racing game for how long now?
13 years now.
You see, you know...
Excluding the 3 years, I got excluded last year, you know, in the 2 COVID years, hence for 3 years.
But you made it through COVID and so did the truck?
Yep.
That's fantastic, that's what we like to see.
The nettles and the acorns were growing quite profusely, but...
Giving back to nature, I see.
Yeah, of course.
And we managed to scrape the moss off it just in time for Brands Hatch this year.
Well, a little bit more than that. A little bit more than that.
Just the bits you can see so far, then.
Yeah, well, it's the odd one or two, but most of this has been resprayed. And
now, I know it's not something you're always used to, but of course, race 2. Well, sorry, earlier on's race today. You actually finished ahead of one of the Division 1 trucks, didn't you?
I have no idea.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. You went. Yes, you finished ahead of a Division 1 truck. Mr. Simon Cole not having a great weekend so far, and you were just there chugging along. You, Division 2, Jim Bennett, finished ahead of Division 1.
Yeah, I thought I was at the back, but obviously I wasn't. Yeah.
Fantastic effort as far as I'm concerned. Let's have a little round of applause for the returning legend, Jim Bennett. Thanks very much for talking to us, Jim. Excellent effort, and I'm sure we'll catch up with you more through the season. Jim Bennett, ladies and gentlemen, down here in Park Fermé at Brands Hatch. Well, you join us down here right at the far end of Park Fermé, of course. That means because we're with the first place Division 2 driver, Adam Bin. Adam, congratulations on that win. Well deserved.
Yeah, it was a nice drive, and I managed to keep up with the Division 1 as well, and it's nice to be mixing it up with other people as well.
Yeah, it's interesting you say that, isn't it? Because Division 2 starting with Division 1 this year, we've seen a lot of different kind of dynamics over the last few years of where we're starting, where we're not. Is there a gap? Are you in front? Do you think this one's working at the moment?
Yeah, I definitely do, and I think it makes a better showing for the crowd as well. And at the end of the day, we're here to put on a good show, and hopefully it is.
It is interesting because obviously Division 1 on paper is just one group and then Division 2 separately, but out on the circuit we're seeing quite a combination of position changes, aren't we, where we've got Division 1s dropping back, Division 1s that are close to the front, and like you said yourself, the Division 2s getting mixed up in the action.
Yeah, there's a lot of people, new trucks and new bits of kit, and they're having teething problems, and obviously we're capitalising on them issues they're having, and it's just making for a good viewing.
And I mean, what kind of lap times are we looking at from you, sir?
60.9 is my fastest from earlier.
It's quite, I mean, when you really look at it, that's only a couple of seconds, literally a couple of seconds behind the front runners of Division 1.
Yeah, it is. And the back end of Division 1 is like 0.9 of a second behind them.
You're catching them in every lap, basically.
Yeah, it is.
Do we see a good future for us here then for the rest of the season?
Yeah, well, you got to stay positive and take every race as it comes.
Obviously, there's only 5 of you there now at the moment in Division 2, so I'm going to see the same few names popping up a lot on the podiums, aren't I?
Yeah, hopefully, and like I said, hopefully it keeps mixing around and one of us doesn't just walk away with it, because we're not here to just drive around. We like to have the fun of racing each other.
That's one thing I've always enjoyed about Division 2 myself, is that it always is a battle, a challenge, an interesting race. You never really know who's going to end up where. You know, there's some trucks have got reliability issues, some drivers are newer, or some trucks are older, and it really is proper racing in a way.
Yeah, it's grassroots racing, isn't it? We built this truck ourselves, and nothing's brought. We built the engine, the chassis, everything. So we put everything into it, and when it breaks, we know why and how to fix it.
Yes, it's definitely their fault if it does.
Yeah, it definitely is, 100%.
Adam, thank you very much for talking to us. Let's get you over to that podium and give you some silverware. Adam Bint, first place, race 4 in Division 2 here at Brands Hatch.
Well, here we go, ahead of our 5th and final race of the British Truck Racing of this weekend, and we've got another grid walk. This is going to be a big race, 2 apiece for Dave Jenkins and Ryan Smith. Who is going to win the showdown? They're going to have to battle their way through the pack. Now, Pointy's going to do the grid walk, so let's see if this works. Last time I saw him, he was surrounded by grid girls. Let's see where he is now. Pointy, over to you.
Here you go. Thanks, Ewan. Thanks very much. As you can see, I'm a little bit preoccupied down here, but shall we go and have a look at the grid walk, shall we, girls? Right, off you go. Thanks very much for the shot. Fantastic. Right, as you can see, we are indeed down here on the grid at Brands Hatch, and we're about to do the second grid walk of the weekend. This is, of course, the British Truck Racing Championship grid walk, and the lovely ladies will be joining us along the paddock. We've got Truck 3, Steve Powell, bringing those along. And as we can see, if you look over to your right now, the sea, the ocean of impending doom. Thousands upon thousands of spectators that have come to the event this weekend have all been let loose onto the grid, and what a sight. That truly is a fantastic thing to see. So many members of the public queued up for at least the last hour and a half or so to get into the line to be allowed onto the pits, the grid, sorry. Let's have a little walk up, shall we? And we'll have a wander and see what drivers we can find. Of course, everybody will be outside their trucks at this point. That truly is a terrifying scene, that is. There's so many people coming. Of course, this is a fantastic opportunity for anybody that's here to come down, meet the drivers, feel a bit special, get their feet on the tarmac where the action really happens. They're in race order now at the moment, so as you can see at the start of this last race of the weekend, we've got a reverse grid, putting Michael Oliver at the very front. Let's just hope he manages to keep it on the tarmac for a couple of laps. Otherwise, you might go a bit googly woogle. A bit googly woogle. Michael, let's have a quick chat to you as we work our way up. Not a great start to the weekend, but we've been seeing some more consistency from you the second half.
Oh, it's all about how you finish. You should know that. It's all about how you finish.
Did you just see how I started? Right, well, good luck for the last race of the weekend. As you can see, the people are now starting to move past like an ocean. Of course, it's a good time, to trip over small children and for other people to get photographs, selfies, autographs if they didn't get a chance with the driver signing earlier on. We've got Tom O'Rourke on your right there as well. This is absolute mayhem. Yeah, say hello, say hi. Hi, what's your name? Where'd you come from?
Teal, Folkestone.
Teal from Folkestone?
Yeah.
Where are the ferries?
Yeah.
The ferries in Folkestone?
Yeah.
Do you see many ferries?
Yeah.
Cool, just say yeah.
Yeah.
Brilliant, thanks very much. Bye, Teal. Brilliant, great interview. I wish all the drivers were that eloquent. So I don't even think she knows she's going to be on TV later on, so that's quite impressive. We'll just grab a few more randomers along the way to have a chat to. Let's keep moving up, shall we? Call them randomers, I respect them heavily, of course. You look lost. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you.
What are you doing here today?
Watching the trucks as usual.
Of course, as usual, as you should be. Thank you very much, Mr. Horn. Very nice. What's been the best part of the weekend for you so far?
Oh God, I don't know. Everything.
Just say truck racing.
Truck racing.
Oh, brilliant. Thanks. That was really good. It was almost like you came up with it yourself. I take it you're looking forward to the last race?
Yeah.
Brilliant. And have we got a favourite truck on the grid at the moment?
David Jenkins.
David Jenkins, I like it, fantastic. Well, you go and find David Jenkins, get a selfie and an autograph, and we'll carry on up, shall we? Come on, Adam, let's see if we can't manage to... Jimbo, how are we doing? So I remember Jimbo, he's been carrying that chair all day, he hasn't sat on it once. Not once. No, well, indeed, neither have I, sir, neither have I. Let's scoot round the outside, shall we? We might get a little bit more room. Coming through, cameraman, coming through, watch your backs, there we go. Tom O'Rourke here, Bradley Smith, the young Bradley Smith, of course. Can I have a selfie? Hey. Oh, thanks. Watch where your hand goes, Bradley. I'll tell you. So, Bradley, obviously, this is a great opportunity for spectators to come down onto the grid. Are you a fan of this?
Oh yeah, it's absolutely brilliant. So look everyone here, taking pictures of everyone, plus getting the crowd involved, showing them around the trucks, showing them inside the trucks. It's good, look at it, it's rammed, it's brilliant. It
is absolutely rammed. I mean, the queue was literally all the way down Paddock Hill Bend to the paddock.
Yeah, I could see it. I was coming up the hill, see everyone stood there waiting. It's just absolutely brilliant. It's good for the sport. It's brilliant to see, yeah, unreal.
And it's fantastic for the sponsors as well, you know, especially with you're at the front and we've got AGS and Ferns. Yeah. Fantastic. In fact, I even convinced these two to come down. Well done for queuing up, guys. We spoke to these two little ones earlier on. They weren't too sure about the grid walk, but we managed to convince them, and that's the main thing. We've got another person we need to speak to here. What's going on? Ewan, hello, how are we?
Did you catch that throw okay?
I hope I caught the throw.
You were having great fun, weren't you?
Well, I mean, before the camera started, yes, obviously I had
Sorry to interrupt.
How's your day been on circuit?
Mate, it's a great day, isn't it? The weather is incredible, the racing is sensational. We've now got a grid walk. I can't believe how many people are here on Easter Sunday. It is wonderful.
It truly is, yeah. And I mean, again, only the second grid walk of the season. Huge amounts of people have come. I believe it's a massive selling point for the sport.
Are we going to do this every week?
I think we should.
I think we should as well.
I think it'd be a massive lost opportunity if we don't.
Yeah, and I think we'll perfect our throw. I'll do it from further and further away, yeah?
Yes, okay. I mean, to be honest, I just looked at him and waited for him to nod. I'm like, I couldn't hear a thing you were saying.
Are we speaking to drivers or are we speaking to fans here?
I've done a bit of both so far. Why don't you pick one out of the crowd and we'll just go and accost them.
You know what? Let's speak to this young lad here.
Come on in.
He wants to be on camera.
Okay, with his trap star jacket on. Now listen, you, don't swear, all right? Because otherwise we won't just have swearing on TV, we'll have a good old-fashioned beating as well. What's your name?
Louis.
Louis, where'd you come from, buddy?
London.
London, oh, okay then, so a bit of a distance then. And what are you here to see?
Like cars and all that. Like
cars and all that, not the trucks?
Well, yeah, trucks are cars, aren't they?
I mean, the truck drivers would probably argue with you.
Oh, well, like all the trucks, all the cars then.
Okay, cool, good. I like the rewind there. You did well. You styled that out nicely. Well, seeing as we're looking at the trucks right now, have you seen any that take your fancy? If you could pick any one, which one would you drive?
Number one.
Number one. And why is number one? Just because he's number one?
I just like the look of it, if you know what I mean. Like
it does look
like,
cool.
All the trucks like that, they're like forward, if you get what I mean. It's a little bit back.
So you're on about the flat fronts or the bull nose fronts, right?
Yeah.
The ones with the big noses.
Yep.
I like it. Okay, man that likes big noses. We got it there. Thank you very much for talking to us, Louis. All the way from London. What a legend. He's going to be sharing that link with everybody later on. And if you think you might have been on the TV today, head over to btrc.co and follow the links to our YouTube channel. And of course, our new website is up and running now with opportunities to buy lots of merchandise, tickets and other things with our and possibly my face in it. Wouldn't that be great if there was a T-shirt with my face in it? No? Okay, no, don't all jump at once. Calm yourselves down. Right, you look exciting. Come and have a chat. What's your name, young'un?
Layla.
Hello, Layla. That's a very nice name. You know, I talk to a lot of people with a lot of different names, and Layla's a fresh one for me. So, let's try and get some words out of you now, okay? So, what have you come to see today?
Racing.
Racing, I like it. She's keeping it general. You can't get caught out when you keep it general. We're obviously on the grid walk now. Are you looking forward to this part of the day?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And have you got a favourite truck that you like the most?
Yeah.
Which one is it?
22.
22. What? Which one's 22? You'll have to tell me because I'm terrible at numbers.
It's a blue one.
A blue one. Oh, wait. Has it got yellow bits on it?
Yeah.
I think it might be Paul Rivette, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Good idea. Even if it's not, we've got agreement. We're okay. Well, thank you very much for talking to me, Layla. Are you excited about the last race?
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, you go and enjoy the rest of this grid walk with your family. Thanks for coming down to Brands Hatch. Let's go and have a look now. Ewan, are you coming with me or are you staying here? Let's go and find the driver. Wave hello, everybody, to the camera. Hey, there we go. Chaz Draycott. Hello, young man. What's your name?
My name is Stevie.
His name is Stevie. Chaz, how are we doing?
Two microphones here. How are we going to do this?
I'm not quite sure how this is going to work, but we can certainly try our best. If we just point them in the same direction at the same time. So I've got next to me, live on camera, Chaz Draycott, one of the circuit commentators here this weekend. Chaz, have you enjoyed the weather and the action so far?
I'd rather it be raining, to be honest with you.
I think we might have a bit of a disagreement there, mate. I think the dry conditions is absolutely fantastic for racing.
Oh, yeah, it's gorgeous, isn't it? I mean, look at all the fans we've got on the grid here. It's absolutely phenomenal. So many people around, all here for the love of truck racing. Drivers are in good spirits. You know, Brad had a bit of a nightmare in that last race, but he's still a happy boy now. He's got the truck fixed. He's near the front of the grid. And what a fantastic turnout we've got on said grid this year as well. It's just so strong, isn't it?
I am absolutely thrilled with the grid that we've got, and not only that, the grid walk. I was telling the viewers yesterday how happy I am that the spectators are able to get involved with this part of the sport, because it's something we've been missing for so many years. And of course, British Truck Racing Championship, now promoted by Trucksport UK, are really trying to push this sport into 2023 with a great start to the season, in my opinion.
Yeah, and they're doing exactly that. You know, we've got a massive grid in Division 1. Shame about the numbers slightly in Division 2, but that's just natural progression for these drivers going forward, you know, and it just goes from strength to strength every year. And like you say, having the grid walk, having people up close, seeing idiots like us stood on the grid, it's just a great laugh, isn't it?
I'm still waiting for someone to figure out what they've let themselves in for.
I know.
One day they'll turn around and go, yeah, we don't need either of them anymore. Let's just send them home.
We'll stick around until they stop paying the invoices.
Thank you very much,
Nice
Chaz Draycott, everybody. Right, let's come round the outside. Excuse me, bye everyone. Let's head out over here a bit. Bye, love you. Goodness me. Loads of people, and you can feel the atmosphere through the lens, I think, at the moment, with everybody just having such a fantastic time. Unfortunately, though, the sun is shining directly into the camera, and that's not ideal. I think if we do this again, we should have a word with the sky and just try and get them to move it around a little bit. But if you can just manage to get a bit of a shot over this sea of people, so many more than we had yesterday. The trucks look fantastic. It's their moment with us as a team to show off what they've done with the trucks, how they look, and of course how they've rebuilt them since the racing incidents they've obviously had this weekend. Let's see if we can't wiggle through the crowd. That's your favourite truck, isn't it? Yeah, I thought it was, yeah.
What is this channel on?
This is going to be on btrc.co. If you search BTRC on YouTube, then you can go and subscribe, okay? And that goes for all you out there as well. Yeah, BTRC.
All subscribe to BTRC.
So says Louis, King Louis of London. There we go. Cheers, Louis. What a guy. What a guy. He's praying. He's brilliant. What's your name?
Bradley.
Hi, Bradley. Are you as energetic as Louis?
Yeah.
Sounds good. Which one's your favourite truck? Don't say that one.
That one.
Oh, he's failed. Don't talk to me, Bradley. Oh, look, it's Arnie. Hi, Arnie. Do you want an interview, Arnie? Come on, Arnie. Just speak to me, Arnie. Arnie, of course, being Ryan Smith, reigning champions, head mechanic, and probably almost single-handedly responsible for keeping that thing on track. We did try and speak to him earlier on, because obviously probably only he knows all the buttons and knobs and switches inside that cab, but he's camera shy, so I don't know how we're going to learn what goes on inside a truck. Let's see if we can't head a bit further back. Hi there. Hi. What's your name?
Oscar.
Oscar. Is that more A's or more R's? And what's your name?
Lily.
Lily. Hello, Lily. And what's your name?
Charlotte.
Hello, Charlotte. Oh, my wife's name's Charlotte. That's a great name. I like that. Are we having a great day today, guys?
Not really.
Oh no, what's wrong with you?
Grumpy.
He's grumpy. Oh, well, that's not like little boys to be grumpy. Is it because you didn't get an ice cream at lunchtime when you demanded one?
Yes.
Oh dear, somebody get this man an ice cream. Goodness me. Well, thanks for coming today, guys. You're having a great time?
Yes. Yes.
All right, stop shouting. It reminds me of a younger me, at least, you know, yesterday morning before they turned the volume on the microphone down. Probably a good job we have, thanks to you. Right, have a great day, guys. Thanks very much for joining us. And what's your name, little girl?
Sam.
Hi, Sam. Is this? Do we get this on the fairground today, Sam?
My grumpy son's toy, yes.
The grumpy son's toy, right? And why are you grumpy, son? If you've got a cool toy?
I have no idea.
He has no idea. Just one of those phases. Thanks for talking to us, Sam. I'll leave you with the clan, shall I? Yes. Rather be doing interviews. Oh, rather be doing interviews than looking after that lot. My goodness me. Right. As you can see in the background here, selfies galore, autographs, signings, pictures of the truck, pictures of the drivers, and of course a great opportunity to get to chat to some of these people. Now, I personally haven't got a clue if we're doing these anymore this weekend, this season, but I certainly hope we are. Just actually got my colleague over here, Sean. How are we? You're live, don't swear. And remind me of your name again, young lady? Sarah, I was going to say Sarah, but then I was just had a Sam, and I was like, if I get this wrong, I'm going to look really silly. You know, you answer to most things. That's good. Now, Sean, you and I have worked together for a couple of years now, haven't we?
We have, yeah. We do a lot of events here. We do the Speed Fest here at Brands Hatch, which is absolutely an awesome event. So, yeah, so whenever you're at a wedding or whatever you're doing,
Wedding. There was a proposal on one of your Snapchat live videos at Donington once, wasn't there?
There was, yeah. There was a proposal. And then we used to do the Jaffa Cake Challenge. Remember that when you're on your radio show?
The Jaffa Cake Challenge. We had good fun with that.
Oh, that was brilliant. The Jaffa Cake Challenge. It's actually harder than what you think.
It is much harder. 6 in 20 seconds. If you want to try it at home, make sure there's someone present in case you do choke, because it's quite difficult. Sean, you're a haulage driver day in, day out. Obviously, this is a very busy hobby for you. It keeps you certainly concentrated during the year. What's it like out there at the moment, being on the road?
Yeah, it's tough competition out there. Obviously, fuel prices went up, and it was very tough for everybody. Facilities are really, second to none now. Facilities also seem to be getting taken over by building development, so we're struggling for places to go. But general, I'll just keep ticking over on my own. Doing a bit of motorsport, do the fifth wheel caravans. I'm actually doing a lot with Queen at the moment. So
Queen.
Yeah. So we're doing that. Pete Tong Philharmonic Orchestra, so we do the haulage for that. So
wow, I've always wanted to go and see that, the Philharmonic Orchestra. And what's it like hanging around with Sean? I bet you don't get to see him very often, do you?
I actually do.
Surprising.
Surprisingly, I do, yeah.
Are you one of these with your feet up on the front of the cab on traffic on the M6?
No.
No, that's okay. Well, look, great to talk to you, Sean. Thanks for joining us, buddy. Sarah, a pleasure to meet you, of course. First time I met Sarah this weekend. That's why
brand new 23 reg.
Brand new 23 reg. Well, that's one way of describing. Okay, we'll leave that one there. Let's not dwell on it too much. Righto. What comes after 20? Is it 63 or 35? I'm rubbish with. It's 35. Louis back again. Is there 3 of you? We don't need any more Louis. Right. Right. Let's dive back in to the paddock, and we've finally made it up to truck number 3. Of course, getting a lot of attention for some unknown reason. Hello, Grumpy. How are we? Right. Where is Steve Powell, driver number 3? Here he is. Right, watch your back. There we go, he's here. Steve talking business just for a change. Steve, how are we doing, buddy?
Not bad, thank you, Boyd, to you.
Yeah, fantastic.
No, actually, still the same, yeah. Still
the same,
still
quite
rubbish,
bad, just rubbish. Yeah, okay, that's okay.
Sun's out, though.
It is lovely.
Yeah.
Certainly a bit warmer. I feel sorry for these girls wearing these things. I tell you, I'm cold just looking at them.
I think they're all right now. It's the shoes. They walk like penguins.
Yeah. Like that.
They're right for the first 100 metres.
I tried wearing heels once.
It's good. It's really good, darling. It's really good. So.
Yeah, and obviously, I was just talking to some guys. Obviously, you've got a hand in the organisation, the championship. Can we expect more grid walks throughout the year, or is it going to be a Brands Hatch only kind of thing?
No, I think we need to. I mean, we do try to do them in November, but unfortunately, because the clocks are turned and with red flags, it just doesn't happen. So I think Donington, we'll be able to pull one off. That'd be beneficial. Maybe Snetterton. Definitely brand. I mean, it works. It's the second one. I mean, look at the people.
It's absolutely
Someone
fantastic.
described it as like the zombie effect when they was all walking down the
It's
V's.
true, yeah.
But
You should
it's
film
brilliant.
it.
It's
Do a
brilliant.
filter over the top, make it look like a zombie attack.
It's good for the kids, but it's good for everyone. Every age just enjoys it, you know what I mean? So
And it's good for the trucks as well. You know, so much more up front, get close and personal, take pictures of the trucks, the drivers.
Yeah, it's great for the sponsors, to be fair. I mean, they get on TV, but when they can have some good shots here and people look around them, it's really, really good. So the whole job, including yourselves, all going in the right direction.
I don't know what you're talking about. I just keep blagging it day by day. Oh, look, we've got a last-minute autograph here as well. We haven't started. We've just got people going. That's okay. Yesterday, we managed to keep talking the entire time until the ambulances started shifting us on. I know, right? Throughout the whole time. Hey, guys, say hi. Right, let's head a bit further back if we can. Then we've definitely lost Ewan. I'm not sure whether he was supposed to be talking to anybody or not, but we can make our way back. Bye, Louis. See you later. Yeah, Louis, everybody. God, I tell you what, I think he's on share save, isn't he? Right, so we've got 68 Craig Reed over here. Managed to put his back together after a little bump and tickle earlier on. This is a very strange gap we've got here, obviously, because when they start the race, they're usually quite close together. But this is the division between Division 2, Division 1. And we are looking at the back here and seeing there is quite a few ambulances making their way down. Obviously, the safest way to clear the grid here at Brands Hatch just before the race, which we are actually running on time for, if not early, in fact. So whatever you saw in your schedules earlier on, now we've got... Let's head over just quickly and talk to some real celebrities. First aiders, come on now, don't go disappearing. Now, what's your name?
Peter.
Peter and?
Mark.
Peter, Mark, how are we doing, guys? So, first of all, thanks for being here. I take it because you're advanced first aid, i.e. paramedics, let's keep people alive if they're trying not to be. Do you always do motorsport?
Yes. Throughout the year with St John, obviously. So various different events that they're doing here.
Fantastic. So you guys usually based here then, Mark?
Well, we're actually based in Medway, but we come up here to support the local unit.
So is this like a voluntary thing? Is it a job?
Yeah, all voluntary.
Wow, so you're here in rain or shine conditions as well to help people out if they need it. If people out there wanting to get involved in something like St John's Ambulance, which to be honest feels like a family name for so many years now, it's been around such a long time and providing support for so many people, what would you be doing to get into it? How did you get into it?
Well, we just contacted St John via their website and we were put forward for a training event and here we are.
And here we are. And the training event that you went on, did you feel like it was obviously quite important or very useful? Was it an eye-opening experience?
Well, I've been doing first aid for about 30 years, so for me it was pretty much everyday stuff. But yeah, for newbies coming in, it is quite an eye-opener. And once you join the team, you feel part of the family.
Have we had any incidents this weekend, or have they all been kept on track?
Well, so far, nothing.
Well, we've jinxed it now, haven't we, ladies and gentlemen? oh, I've twisted my ankle, quick. Send him to the ambulance, it's a hemorrhage. Guys, no, listen, thank you very much for being here. Well on with the defibrillator, just because some of the older drivers will be falling asleep round about now. So, yeah, we might need those. Guys, thanks very much for being with us. I don't need to interview him. We can see now the ocean of people that once joined us down on the grid here at Brands Hatch is now very quickly leaving. Come here, don't just wave. Do you want to get involved? Get involved. Let's do it this way. Hi, girls. Names?
Ella. Bethany. Kavita.
Kavita, Bethany, Ella. Yeah. See, I did it backwards just to impress them all. I'll forget after now, though. What's brought you down here today, ladies?
Just a bit of fun, something to do. There's a break in the F1 season, so...
Oh, well, I'm glad we managed to fill a gap for F1. Yeah.
I just pointed out that this is actually better.
Oh.
You've now got 3 new fans.
Yeah.
3 new fans. Do you follow us on Facebook, Instagram and YouTube?
Oh, no, but I'm definitely going to.
You're definitely going to. It's btrc.co for the website, and all the links to the profiles are on there.
That's great, yeah, we can't wait.
That's great. Good. Just quickly before we get run over by an ambulance, ironically, what's the favourite truck out here? Binti?
Yeah,
Binti. 3 favourites for Binti. There was a woman earlier on that got a tattoo on her back of Binti's truck. It's next. Well, right. Oh, no. You might change it later. You want a photo? Right. Cheers, ladies. Enjoy the last race of the weekend. You want a photo?
Yeah,
Want a photo? Let's have a photo. Where are we? Quickly, quick. Look, there's ambulances going. Quick, 3, 2, 1. He's got one. Thank you very much. Well, it looks like we're getting well and truly evicted now, ladies and gentlemen, so we're going to have to leave it here. We will speak to you very soon, of course, when we get racing for the last one of the weekend here at Brands Hatch.
Well, we live by the motto, motorsport should be fun, and this is the kind of thing that makes motorsport fun. That was hugely enjoyable, I have to say. Only a disappointment I couldn't join Pointy down there on the grid. I'm up here in the commentary box, ready to take you through the action in this final race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. Wonderful to see so many of the fans down there getting up close and personal. Great to hear that some new fans have been attracted as well. Some have just come along as casual spectators, are now committed truck racing fans, which is just great to see. Let's have a look at the grid then for our final race of the day. This was the race of the day for the British Truck Racing Championship. This grid is based on the race this morning, race 3, with the top 8 in Division 1 reverse. So it's Michael Oliver, number 12, on pole position alongside 86 Tom O'Rourke. Finally gets a decent start on the grid this weekend. Jock Borthwick on row 2, number 32, alongside 46 Bradley Smith. Hopefully he's ironed out his gremlins from the last race. Simon Reed, 89, on row 3. Ryan Smith on the outside of the third row in the number 1. And then David Jenkins and Stuart Oliver. Ryan Smith and Stuart Oliver, 2 wins apiece so far this weekend. Row 5, number 14, John Bowler, alongside 3 of Stephen Powell. Then Craig Reed in the 68, 92 of Simon Faulkner. Simon Cole, we're told, won't be starting. Unfortunately, the 41 truck, he's had some teething problems with that. And yes, he's not there at the back of the field. Not sure if Simon Faulkner's there either, so we'll wait until just confirm on that. Division 2, Jim Bennett, number 28, heads up the grid alongside the 22 of Paul Rivets. Then Adam Bint, number 5, and Craig Evans in the number 10. John Powell, number 6, at the back of the field. Craig Evans out of luck in the race this morning. Ran wide while leading the class, let John Powell through. 2 wins apiece for Adam Bint and John Powell. Will we see one of those two take a hat-trick, or will we see a new winner? Will Ryan Smith or Stuart Oliver take a hat-trick in Division 1, or will we see a new winner? Yes, Simon Faulkner, unfortunately, is not there, the 92 Iveco. He had some problems earlier today, and Simon Cole not there either. So a couple of trucks short on the grid. All 5 Division 2 runners are there. Slightly smaller field in Division 2 this year, with a few Division 2 runners from last season having moved on up into Division 1. Last year it was Luke Garrett who took the Division 2 title, but I think he's planning to race on the continent this year. Wait to see if he does reappear later this season in the UK. Michael Oliver on pole then, in the number 12. It's been a pretty luckless weekend for Oliver Jr. so far this Brands Hatch weekend. He was 11th in the Division 1 points last season with just a couple of race wins, looking at his first win of the season here. Tom O'Rourke starts alongside. Failed to win last year, but got 3 podiums, the Scotsman and the MV Commercial and Freyhouse Trailers MAN. Based in Livingston in Scotland, 60 years of age. Never been to a truck race meeting until he came along with MV Commercial as a display stand at Convoy in the Park at Donington a few years ago. Ended up sponsoring the British Truck Racing Championship and then decided to have a go at racing for himself. Debuted in 2019, had a huge crash at Thruxton in 2020, but bounced back in style over the last couple of years, looking for his first win since back in 2021. I think he's had just 1 win in the championship so far. Another Scotsman, Jock Borthwick, on row 2. A rather fraught weekend after that damage from race 1 on Saturday. The MND, My Name's Doddy, liveried tartan and white number 32. Looks a bit like the old Stewart Grand Prix team, doesn't it? From the late 1990s. Raising money for motor neurone disease. The campaign started by Doddy Weir, the great Scottish rugby international. So his supporter, young Holly, here as well this weekend, we saw yesterday, cycling around the racetracks to raise money for MND research. Very worthy cause indeed. 46 Bradley Smith back out there. Has had a bit of a frustrating weekend, shown some good pace, but reliability issues with the 46 MAN. 89 of Simon Reed, had a few wins last season, and he starts alongside Ryan Smith. Is Ryan going to make it 3 out of 5? Stuart Oliver's beaten him twice. The two bonneted trucks have won all 4 between them so far. Are we going to see a new winner? Last few fans being cleared back to safety. Thanks to the volunteer marshals. Not only the marshals, we see the medical crews down there as well, the trackside recovery crews and everybody else here at Brands Hatch for making this weekend possible. We couldn't go racing without them. See the ambulances and the course cars on parade down there as well. Division 2 a little further back. Jim Bennett, we heard from him just before the grid walk. Back in the championship after 3 years away, a real unsung hero of truck racing. His rather venerable Seddon Atkinson Strato 380 may not have the pace of its rivals, but he's a real character, a great friend to everyone in the paddock, is Gentleman Jim. It's great to have him here, picking up some points in Division 2 this weekend. Paul Rivette alongside in the Napa Racing MAN, looking for his first win of the season. Made a one-off appearance at Donington last year to debut that truck, the multiple Renault Clio champion. Done a bit of touring car racing as well. Translating those skills into truck racing. I know Napa have some big plans for motorsport ahead this year. We've seen them in British touring cars now, with a big presence there. Even in the world of Formula 1 stock cars, Jack France's F1 stock car sponsored by Napa. Powell up there at the back of the grid. He and Adam Bint will be vying for the Division 2 title, I think, this year. Craig Evans, desperate for his first win. Four podiums last year. Finished 5th in the points, was 3rd in the points in 2021. Comes from Newcastle under Lyme in Staffordshire. In fact, North Staffordshire, quite a breeding ground for truck racers. You've got Dave Jenkins from Stafford, the Reed brothers from Stoke, and Craig Evans from nearby in Newcastle under Lyme. The Olivers come from Hexham up in Northumberland. 2 Scotsmen out there. Ryan Smith from Nottinghamshire. Bradley Smith is local man to Brands Hatch from Gravesend in Kent, not as local as Stephen Powell though. Lives virtually within walking distance of Brands Hatch. Runs a pub just down the road in West Kingsdown, the Portobello. John Bowler, he comes from Stockport up near Manchester. 6 John Powell, fairly local as well, lives in Tonbridge. Jim Bennett's from over in Suffolk. Paul Rivette from Epsom in Surrey. Adam Bint comes from Oxfordshire, lives in Whitney. I think the grid is almost clear now, ahead of our final truck race of the weekend. This is going to be a cracker. Big 3 to watch: Ryan Smith, Stuart Oliver and David Jenkins. All towards the back end of that top 8 after their successes earlier on, showing how the reverse grid system works. Good to hear from Chaz Draycott as well during the grid walk there. Hello, voice of motorsport. He's on the PA commentary at Brands Hatch this weekend. Along with Matt Suckling. Seen Matt during our British Endurance Championship coverage as well on BARC TV. On board with Ryan Smith, just getting strapped in there by one of his team, the Worldwide Truck Racing team. See there how heavily the drivers have to be strapped down for safety reasons. The big, sizable roll cages there as well to support the cab, roof and sides in the event, thankfully rare event of a rollover. We did see Ricky Collick get upside down a couple of years ago at Thruxton when he caught out on the wet grass and slid off and rolled. Thankfully no injury. Ricky Collett sadly having to withdraw from today's racing, suffered a spectacular blow up in the second race yesterday. He's headed back to Halifax, to his home base, to possibly put a new engine in his MAN. Looking back there from the tail of the number 68 of Craig Reed at the back of the Division 1 grid. Just waiting for the medical vehicles and the course cars to get into position then. Cameras on Ryan Smith and Craig Reed's trucks for this one. A short pause while we get the grid cleared ahead of our next race for the British Truck Racing Championship. Next round for the championship takes place towards the end of May at Pembrey in South Wales. That's the 20th and 21st of May. Then they go to Thruxton at the start of July. The 9th of July for Convoy on the Plain. It's the big one at Donington in August. August 12th and 13th, Convoy in the Park at Donington Park. One of the biggest truck racing and truck show events in the UK. Then it's over to Norfolk in September, to Snetterton, back to Pembrey in October, and then the finale is back here at Brands Hatch on Bonfire Weekend, the November the 4th and 5th. Will we see Ryan Smith take 8 titles in a row on that occasion? We always finish with a massive firework display as well, as is the tradition in truck racing. I remember there used to be big firework and truck events at Donington years gone by as well. It's always been not just a racing event, it's a festival whenever the truck racers come to town. Especially when the European Championship used to come and race at the likes of Silverstone and Donington in the past. Sadly, the European Championship not part of the UK race scene anymore. It'd be great to have the Euro Championship back again. The likes of the Hungarian Norbert Kiss, who has been very successful in that series in the last few years. Great names I've seen race over the years, well, the likes of Hans van der Marwitz, Gunther Spindler, the late Slim Borgert, of course, who was sadly lost to us earlier this year, the Swedish pop drummer turned racing driver. Also Kurt Goranson, permanently sideways at the wheel of his Volvo. Great days they were, the late 80s and early 90s, when truck racing really took off and became so popular. It all began at Donington in 1984, when a fleet of road-going trucks, some cases literally straight off the road and straight into the race, took part in the first ever event at Donington, the Lucas Truck Super Prix. It's attracted one of Donington's biggest ever crowds. The Italian Tullio Ghislotti, who we mentioned yesterday, who won on that occasion. The Italians have not enjoyed a great amount of success in truck racing over the years. It's been the UK, Germany, Eastern Europe and Scandinavia who enjoyed the most success in the European series. Here we go. Final truck race of the weekend. This will be a 15-minute race. Gap in the grid, one of our YouTube commenters has asked. That's because there are 2 divisions. Division 2 are the second group, slightly less powerful trucks. On board with Ryan Smith. We head up towards Druids under the Burton Power Bridge. Start from the third row of the grid. Simon Reed and Bradley Smith ahead of us. Bradley Smith, no relation to Ryan. Bradley's father Tony did used to compete. I remember him racing a Finnish-built Sisu a few years ago. Bradley Smith, not to be confused with Brad Smith, who's raced in Division 2 over the last few seasons, but not on the grid this year. Pace truck leads them round. Final time this weekend. Michael Oliver and Tom O'Rourke on the front row of the grid. A marvellous weekend it has been. The big rigs are back in 2023. Revs beginning to rise from these 12 and 13 litre turbocharged engines. Glenn Smith guides the number 1 Daimler Freightliner around. They're in line 2 by 2. Here we go. Tension mounts. The revs start to rise. Pace truck is in pit lane. Michael Oliver and Tom O'Rourke lead them up towards the red lights. The power is unleashed and away we go down towards Paddock Bend for the first time. Good start by Tom O'Rourke from the outside in number 86. Looks like he's going to take up the lead. Oh, they've tangled. The 2 front row men go off and wallop straight in we go. Oh dear. Michael Oliver and Tom O'Rourke into the barriers. That's surely going to be a red flag instantly. Yep, the red flag is out straight away. Let's hope both the drivers are okay. Well, that just about sums up Tom O'Rourke's weekend. So he's had a terrible weekend. And Michael Oliver as well. Let's hope both those trucks have escaped without too much damage. Let's hope both the drivers are okay. It was tricky to see there with the cloud of dust that went up. Let's have a look again. 2 front row men tried to go for the same piece of tarmac. They were right together even as the red lights went out. O'Rourke tried to go around the outside, but he wasn't quite clear of Michael Oliver as he turned in. He comes across, there's the contact. They can't get away from each other, and then walloped. Great cloud of dust, tricky to see you. Have a look from the reverse angle here, if we can. Watch the front row as they come down towards Paddock Bend. There's the contact as O'Rourke turned across Oliver. Big impact into the end of the tyre wall. O'Rourke's truck lucky not to tip over onto its side there. Okay, on trackside recovery and the course field, as you can see, Tom O'Rourke, he said there, that truck lucky not to roll over. Tom's out, he's okay. That's the main thing. Yeah, the drivers are all right. There's Michael Oliver as well. That's the main thing. Let's hope the barriers aren't too badly damaged and the recovery will take place, and then we can get this race back underway. But that's very much end of day for Michael Oliver. And for Tom O'Rourke, he's had a disastrous weekend, Tom O'Rourke. He was excluded from qualifying because his speed limiter didn't work properly, and the truck was exceeding the 100-mile-an-hour mandatory limit. So his qualifying times were disallowed. He had to start yesterday's races from the pit lane. He ended up in the gravel with broken steering in race 2. And now this. Front end of that truck is wrecked, and it's gone in backwards. It's spun round there as well. You can see up on the tyre wall. Michael Oliver. Every time there's an incident, poor old Michael Oliver seems to be caught up in it. So the barriers are going to need rebuilding there, certainly the tyre walls. It's going to be quite a sizable recovery operation here. Recovery trucks we've got there. Got the LJ Transportation DAF XF, the 3-axle recovery truck. Covers 100,000 kilometres a year, we're told. Jason Farnell is driving that one, so thank you to him for his help. And also the Toad 2-axle DAF there as well, the DAF CF85. Lee Briggs is the operator of that truck, so they're going to go to work recovering our race trucks. And I believe Pointy's got some news for us.
Well, I didn't want to have to say this, but we've had a pretty big incident on the first corner of the last lap. As you can see behind me, we've got the trucks now reassembled on the grid in starting positions from the almost completed lap. But if you look round to your right now, you'll see the trackside recovery hard at work trying to get their trucks, Michael Oliver and Tom O'Rourke, out of the gravel there at Paddock Hill Bend. Now, what happened? Well, I was actually recording it on my phone, as will most of the stadiums and grandstands around the circuit. So what it looks like is Michael unfortunately might have lost a bit of traction, or Tom O'Rourke's come across in front of him a bit tighter than expected, and we spun him round. That's of course sent them both onto the gravel. Now, this gravel doesn't look massive, however, it's about 2 foot deep over there, and if you're not in the right vehicle, it's going to slow you down, and that is the whole point, because there are huge amounts of spectators and bystanders on the bottom of Paddock Hill Bend, and it is a prime position to watch that first corner, of course. But when you hit that gravel in something the weight of a racing truck, you are going to sink very, very quickly. So the fact that both of those trucks have managed to get as far across it as they have, you can tell straight away they were definitely both in racing conditions and at racing speed. So hopefully we're going to get them shifted quite quickly. Obviously we've got the wreckers down there now, trying to pull them back out as far as they can to see if we can get them back onto the tarmac, and of course at that stage then we'll see how much damage has been done to one if not both of the trucks. Now in situations like this, obviously we've got drivers getting out of their cabs down on the grid. Don't fall over, that wouldn't be good TV. Well, it would be good TV, but it wouldn't be good for your ankles. We've got plenty of marshals down on site, and of course plenty of recovery teams as well. And it's situations like this that really make you realise how important everybody is at the circuit. Because of course without these volunteer marshals, without the scrutineers, without the people watching over the grandstands and all of the viewers that come to watch, it really wouldn't be a safe place to be. Motorsport is dangerous, as we can see. This does happen a lot, whether it be cars, trucks, it doesn't matter. It is happening a lot, and of course we need to make sure that everyone's as safe as possible before something like this might or might not happen. So a massive shout out, and again a possibility to say thank you to the marshals and everybody that give their time, like the paramedics we spoke to earlier on down on the grid walk, Pete and Mark, giving their time to St John's Ambulance to look after people, to jump into action when things like this happen, and the drivers of whether it be the Caterhams, the Coupes, the British Truck Racing Championships, all need help and care. People are giving their time to make that doable. Let's quickly spin round now and look back down onto the grid now. Obviously quite a relaxed situation. We've got drivers out of cabs. Ryan Smith and Stuart Oliver at the back of number 7 there, looking at some tyre damage perhaps, all going over what might or might not have gone wrong for them in that first sort of lap that we just saw them try and do. Division 2 drivers further back are sitting pretty at the moment though. They're just relaxing, hoping that the race gets back underway as quickly as possible. But of course, whilst we're looking at this angle, what a fantastic opportunity to see some of the amazing show trucks earlier on. The turquoise Lenham truck, transport truck that we spoke to, I think it was Mark that we had a chat to earlier on. Great guy, really nice talking to him, and of course loads of things to say about the best kept fleet winners here at Convoy Brands Hatch at the beginning of the year. But then some of the other show trucks that show up, and they really do like to come along and show off what they've got, and the spectators do love seeing it. It really is a fantastic entrance site as people come in from the main car park at the top of the entrance of Brands Hatch there and get to see all of these amazing show trucks. So I suppose you're wondering what we're going to do now. Well, I'm going to run out of breath eventually, I'm sure, and if Ewan's not coming up to join me, which would have been nice to have a chat to him, we will probably end up looking down onto the recovery and possibly seeing some of the recovery process. So now we're up to speed. We know it's going to be a few minutes before we're back under racing conditions. Let's head down to one of the situated cameras on Paddock Hill Bend and see if we can't watch some of that recovery in action.
What did Pointy say during the grid walk? You let slip we were running ahead of schedule. That's your fault, Pointy. Joking aside, yeah, we can see the recovery operation in progress there. The LJ Transportation DAF is trying to remove the remains of Tom O'Rourke's MAN from the gravel trap. They've already pulled him out of there once this weekend. That was in race 2 yesterday when his steering broke. But a lot more broken besides, I think, sadly now. But thankfully the driver is okay. Both Tom O'Rourke and Michael Oliver got out unhurt, showing the strength of these race trucks and the strength of the barriers as well. You can see the tyres and the foam blocks there as well, the Recticel barriers absorbing the impact. Thankfully everybody down there is okay. Recovery operation will be being coordinated by Steve Bewers of Trackside Recovery. We haven't got the big American Kenworth in this time that we saw in November last year. Let's have a look again, see what happened there. They were leaning on each other as the race got underway, and Tom O'Rourke was determined to get into Paddock Hill Bend in front of Michael Oliver, but as he turned in, he wasn't quite clear. There's the contact, off they go, and wallop straight in. O'Rourke in backwards, Oliver in forwards. End of play for those two. See it again from the other angle. O'Rourke thought he was clear as he turned across, but he wasn't. Nothing could be done from there on in, and in they went. Jock Borthwick won't be too pleased. He'd taken the lead as a result of that. Oh, the recovery operation in progress. Then the 2 DAF recovery vehicles. The medical car down there as well. I'm sure the drivers will just be taken to the medical centre for a checkup. Then the marshals will have to rebuild the barrier. Almost got Tom O'Rourke's car, Tom O'Rourke's truck forward. We can see some of the teams packing up on their way home as well in the background from our other races as well. I can see Harry Kramer's Caterham down there celebrating his victory earlier on. Trevor Ford's BMW on its trailer as well, the BMW Racing Drivers Club Mobile HQ. DLRD, that on the right of your picture in the background, that's Dave Longhurst Racing Developments. I can see Longden down there, I think, in the red shirt. Former National Hot Rod World Champion. Tow ropes being pulled into line to try and get Michael Oliver's truck out of the barrier there. I think they're going to try and use both tow vehicles here to drag the number 12 truck back, because you can see it looks as though the front axle may be broken. So they've got to drag it through the sand. Bits of bodywork being removed. And then the JCB coming in, that's going to try and rebuild the barrier, I think. Going to see what they're doing here. I think they're going to try and lever Michael Oliver's truck out of the barrier with the JCB and then pull it with the 2 recovery trucks. I've not seen this before. Masterpiece of coordination between the 3 vehicles here. Said yesterday, if ever there's a motorway closure in the south of England on the M25, for example, due to a crashed or broken down lorry, it might be these trucks you see now that's recovering it. This is how they do it. Looks like it's going to be the LJ Transportation DAF. I think that bigger DAF has got 2 winches on it, so they might be using that to recover both trucks here. JCB's just getting the barriers repaired, possibly. Meanwhile, earlier on today, Pointy was out and about in the paddock again, and he was at an autograph signing session for some of our truck racers. Let's see what he was able to find out.
Right then, so as part of the convoy events and of course the British Truck Racing Championships, we do like to have something called the driver's signing session, also known as autograph sessions. As you can see, life must continue on around these events, but if we head on in, let's have a look at some of the drivers signing some autographs. Excusez-moi, s'il vous plaît. Hello mate, like your hat. We're obviously allowed to go contraflow. Watch out for the barrier there, Ad. As you can see, we've got all of the Division 1, Division 2 drivers here taking a break from fixing their trucks, working on them, getting them ready for the next race. And we can see by the huge queue further down here, it's actually a really popular part of the weekend. So we didn't do this yesterday, but we are doing it today, obviously. And that's as well as another grid walk that we'll be holding later on, just before the last race of the day, where, of course, you might have seen yesterday, we allow spectators and viewers to come on to the pit lane and to the grid and have a walk around to meet the drivers up close and personal with their trucks. Let's have a wander down, shall we, and see if we can't have a little word with some of the people that have come all the way down here to chat to the drivers. Hi, excuse me, hello.
Hello, you're right.
What's your name?
Andrew.
Hi Andrew, and what's brought you along to Brands Hatch today?
Just to watch the trucks.
Just to watch, he said just to watch the trucks. I mean, that's good enough. It's a generalisation.
I've watched it since I was 5, so it's just been, you know.
Really?
Yeah, tradition.
Who's your favourite driver, so Michael Oliver?
Stuart. It is Stuart.
Stuart, oh! I was hoping you'd say Michael, but you know, you're not getting that £5, I promised you now. Are you having a good day so far?
Loving it, thank you.
Fantastic. Well, Andrew, enjoy the rest of your day. Drivers obviously happy to see all of the fans. A little bit of wind picking up, so you've got to make sure they hold on to these nice and tight. Let's head a bit further back. Hi. Hi, Lauren. Hi. Hello, how are we doing? Lauren actually works here at the circuit. Lauren, if you could just give us a quick rundown of why the circuit runs these kind of events.
To give everyone the opportunity to meet the drivers and get to see them, they see them on track, get to see them off track, get their autographs and meet who they absolutely love.
It is fantastic, and we were just talking a moment ago about the grid walk and how it's not really been done for so many years with British truck racing. What's made that possible now? And obviously it's a firm favourite.
Well, it gives everyone the opportunity to go on the grid. You don't get the opportunity to go on the grid unless you are here, and they get to actually get up and close and personal with the drivers and the trucks, which is really good. Yeah.
It is a rare occasion. We're very grateful that you're allowing us to do it. Lauren, thank you very much. Keep up the great work. Huge amounts of behind the scenes effort goes into putting these weekends on, obviously, and it's people like Lauren that make the whole thing possible. Yeah, I beg your pardon?
I want your hat.
You want my hat? I want your hat.
I'll go and get it out of the car.
Oh, there we go. That's a trade. What's your name, sir?
Jimbo.
Jimbo, how you doing, Jimbo?
Yeah, not too bad.
Are we here on foot, in car, in truck?
Car.
Car. And we've just come to see the truck race, I take it?
Yeah, yeah.
When you're ready. Are you ready? Well, I'm going to speak to Steve Powell, not one to attract attention, obviously, but we'll get a great shot to talk to Steve Powell. I've also put a squashed up water bottle in my pocket, and I've now got a damp patch. It's a great cover story. Are you? Oh, thanks, Lauren. Wow. Now I feel like a real celebrity. Thanks. And if we could get a latte, extra shot, that'd be fantastic. Thank you so much. Right, still a huge, huge queue heading back. Let's just quickly chat to Steve Powell. Jimbo, out of the way, mate. Come on. What have you got? I've got to sign this. Oh, all over you. I'm gonna go right in the middle here. We're gonna go. There you go. Oh. Thank you very much. But what's your name?
Nick.
How you doing, Nick? Thanks very much for asking for my autograph. That wasn't staged at all, I promise. Right then, so we'll wait for Jimbo to hop out the way. Jimbo's other half, perhaps? Yeah. Yes, we guessed that right. Could have gone either way, that, couldn't it? Right, here we go. We're just going to push in.
Give these girls a little bit of an interview.
A little bit of an interview. We can certainly give them a little bit of an interview.
Bubbles, don't pop it.
Yeah, why don't we? Hold on. I mean, so much demand. You put a camera in front of these drivers. So, hi girls. What's your name?
Olivia.
Olivia and
Poppy.
Hi Poppy and Olivia. How are we doing? Liv and Pops. Brilliant. Love it. So we haven't seen grid girls as a thing for quite a while, really, have we? What kind of experience do you enjoy by doing this?
Do you know what? We love the racing. Obviously, we're here to support Steve and everything like that. And it's fun for us. You know, we get a day out and wind him up all day.
Yeah, that's the fun of it. That is literally the fun of it. Just wind him up all day.
And obviously you look great in these suits. The sponsors out there as well. Are they as cold as they look, or they're not too bad?
I have to be honest. I'm freezing.
Freezing, right? So it is a bit of. So it is definitely a job.
Yeah, it's definitely a job. I mean, some of them are thermal, but we're firming it today with the normal ones.
And of course, you girls will be down there with Kelly as well on the grid walk later on.
Yeah, definitely. All of us. There's 6 of us, I think.
Six of you?
We've got a few more coming on, yes. There'll be a fair few of us.
It does sound like a lot of trouble, Steve. And Steve, they say they're here to support you. That means it's your fault if it all goes wrong.
Yeah, I'll take full
Because
responsibility.
you've not caused any hassle this weekend at all so far, have you?
Probably an episode yesterday.
I don't know what you're talking about, mate. Don't know what you're talking about. Right, thanks for talking to us. Poppy, Olivia, Steve, Hal, of course. Have a great afternoon, girls. Thank you. Right, Adam Bint, we seem to be wanted down here. We'll just push back into the queue. Adam, what can I do for you?
Look at the lady with the red hair. Go and have a look at her back.
Look at her back.
Yeah.
The lady with the red. Let's have a look at the lady with the red hair. Oh my gosh. Okay, this is quite impressive. We've got a tattoo of Adam Bint's truck, and of course Dave Jenkins 69 MEN as well. If they ever change trucks, she is scarpered. I know which one came out better. This is impressive. I think Dave needs a picture of your back, young lady. So tell us, whilst he's taking photographs of your back, what's your name?
Marna.
Hi, Marna. And what made you get a tattoo of his truck?
I followed Dave since the day he started.
Oh, apparently Stuart's truck's on your front, is that right? Unbelievable. So you've got 2 trucks. I take it truck racing close to your heart.
Yeah. I've been coming here since it started. My dad started me off, and my dad was a lorry driver, hence the other lorry on the back as well. And I've missed 1 year, and that's when my dad passed away, and that was it.
But now you're here, catching up with last time.
Yeah.
Don't worry, I think the microphone missed that bit. Yeah. Well, Marna, thank you so much for joining us. Thanks for coming, and don't miss any more years, okay? Thank you very much. Right, let's have a chat further down the queue now, have a little word with some of the spectators. We'll see what they're here for. And it's still a huge queue. I mean, this started 25 minutes ago. I'm sure the queue's been very long the entire time. Hello there, hi. They look scared. I won't talk to them if they look scared. There we go, that's better. Right, we've got lots of people. Look at the patience. Oh, we've got some hats over here. Hello there.
Hello.
So where are we from?
Tunbridge Wells.
Tunbridge Wells. I take it you've got your proper official BTRC hats on. That's good to see.
Yeah, definitely, 100%.
Are we enjoying the weekend so far?
It's been wicked weather, great truck racing too.
But you'd be here if it was raining anyway, right?
Yes, definitely.
Last November.
Fantastic. Well, thanks very much for coming. Keep moving, keep the queue going. So, you probably can't hear me very well at the moment, but we've got Neil Yates Recovery, who are always a big show truck company. They like to put a lot of theirs in the shows. I mean, if you can have a look at them, the speakers that they've got sticking out the sides of these wreckers, they're quite incredible. We're actually going to go and have a bit more of a look at some of the show trucks shortly. Let's give us a wave, guys. Give us a wave. Way! That's it, a bit more. Come on. Way! Oh, they're at the back of the queue. They're still a bit tired, bless them. Right, I think that's all we've got time for here at the autograph signing session. Let's go and have a look at some of the show trucks so we can have a look what showed up in the convoy event this weekend. Right then, as promised, here we are at the show trucks paddock. So this is at the top of Brands Hatch, and this is something we like to do at as many of the truck racing events as we can, because it really does build that bond between road haulage and of course truck racing as a whole. I'm here with Mark Stocks, who drives of course for Lenham Storage. They actually won yesterday one of the trophies for best kept fleet. Mark, how you doing, buddy?
All right, mate, thank you.
Have you been to many of these events?
Yeah, we go every year. Been doing it now probably about 5-6 years.
Wow, so your truck is obviously incredibly immaculate, as is all the rest of the Lenhams here. We're used to seeing red and blue from Lenhams though. Explain the different liveries.
So this basically is set in for the 75th anniversary. Starting off with the green one down there, which is obviously Lenham's original colours. Then we moved on to Lenham's sort of about 70s. They sort of went over to this brownie colour, and that was also international. And then in the later 70s they went on to this sort of, I don't know, turquoisey sort of colour.
Turquoise, aquamarine, mate.
And then obviously the more well-known one is the 80s and sort of into the 90s. And then obviously you've got the red and blue, which is what we're currently running at the moment.
Which is what you'll obviously see heading up and down the highways of Great Britain, delivering all sorts of things.
You will do indeed. Every now and then you may spot one of these, but on the rare occasion.
These are these are one-offs, I'm sure.
They are one-offs, yeah.
Not cheap to paint an entire truck in something like this, is it?
No, I wouldn't have thought so. I didn't ask the price tag.
So I take it this is your daily runner then, is it?
Yes.
And it must be a bit of an honour to get to drive something like this.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, you know, when you got the rest of the fleet and you see them, and you know, and you got these, you feel a little bit. You've got a grin on your face.
Yeah, there's obviously got a lot of pride that's there. Now, with regards to looking after them, I'm sure people out there wonder, because I always have wondered as well, how much kind of time and effort of your own hours in life go into looking after essentially someone else's truck?
A lot. Let's say that, a lot. Staying behind after work, you know, you normal people would just pack up and go home, whereas we're sitting there 2-3 hours later still washing trucks. And you know, events like this, obviously we do this out because we want to do them. You know, it's a good day out.
I think that says a lot about the kind of people that have trucks like this. You might see in truck stops or motorway service car parks some really nice pieces of tack, and you just don't realise how much personal time and passion goes into keeping them the way they are.
Yeah, I mean, you see them sometimes. Some of the guys are out there polishing their lorries, and you know, when they're parked up for night time, and you just sort of look at them and you're like, fair play. You know what? I've got respect for that man there.
Different level. Well, Mark, look, congratulations on getting best kept fleet.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations on getting this beautiful Volvo. Well done to you, and keep up the good work, sir.
Thank you very much.
Cheers to Mark. Let's go and see what else we can find here at Brands Hatch.
Well, what we can find is that the track is just about clear. Well done to Trackside Recovery and the volunteer marshals. It looks like we are nearly ready to go racing again. Well done to everyone concerned there. Thanks for sticking with us there during the enforced delay. If you missed it, Tom O'Rourke and Michael Oliver tangled going into the first corner of our final truck race of the day and went into the barriers. Thanks to Mark Dickin, who's sent me a couple of photos through from down there at the scene. With the recovery operation in process. Quite a bit of damage to both the trucks, but the drivers are all okay. You may recognise the name Mark Dickin. He raced in the Hyundai Coupe Cup for a few years. So we're almost ready to go racing again. We mentioned Mick Gould Recovery's big American trucks. The Peterbilt you may have spotted there. That was on track here in November. I did say it was a Kenworth earlier on. This is a Peterbilt, apologies there. And I mentioned earlier we saw that on track in November last year. Well, it is here on display in the paddock. You may have spotted it during the driver signing session there. It's not until you see that thing close up you realise just how enormous it is. On board with Ryan Smith. He's being strapped back in, gets the crash helmet on. It will be a 12-minute restart. 12-minute restarts. And obviously we will be without our front row. Thanks to everybody who has looked in and liked the stream today. Nice to see Lenham Storage with their show trucks here as well. It was Andrew Fulcher who was sponsored by them when he ran in the British Truck Racing Championship a few years ago. He's raced cars as well, raced in the Alfa Romeo Championship a couple of years back. know the Fulcher family were watching on yesterday. If they are today, hello to you. Looking back from Craig Reed. There's the Division 2 front row, Jim Bennett and Paul Rivett. So it'll be 12 minutes for this restart. There are 2 car races to go after this. We've got the third race of the weekend for the Mini Challenge Trophy category, sponsored by Virtue Motors. And our second race for the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club as well. They had some fantastic races earlier on. Mini Challenge was like a touring car race. It was brilliant, with Jack Byrne taking his first ever outright win. Scott Bugner holding off his MGZR opponents to win the MG Owners Club race. They'll go again later on. It's a partially reversed grid for the Mini Challenge. I can tell you the top 4 will be reversed from the results of race 2. Done in the same way as the British Touring Car Championship. Unless there's been any changes made to that grid, we'll pick that up when we can. We've got a concert being played on air horns at the moment. There's been a change to the results of race 3 from the truck race earlier on that's just come through to us. Race 11 of the weekend. Ryan Smith has been given a 10-second penalty for an out-of-position start. That was in race 3 earlier this weekend. I don't think that's been reflected on the grid for this race. It's there, or has it? Let's have a look. Well, he's on the second row now anyway, because the front row isn't there. So he would have started further forward for this race anyway. But yes, Ryan Smith given a 10-second penalty in race 3 for the trucks today for an out-of-position start. So that's just come through to us. Grid is formed up then, no Mike Oliver or Tom O'Rourke, so it's Jock Borthwick and Bradley Smith leading them round, then Simon Reed and Ryan Smith, and this is likely to play into the hands of Ryan Smith, I would think, but David Jenkins and Stuart Oliver on the next row will have something to say about that. Now it's John Bowler and Stephen Powell, Craig Reed behind them, no Simon Faulkner or Simon Cole. Then we've got the Division 2 boys, Jim Bennett, Paul Rivett, Adam Bint, Craig Evans and John Powell at the back. 12 minutes for the British Truck Racing Championships finale here this weekend at Brands Hatch on this season opener on Easter Sunday. I would say Ryan Smith from 4th on the grid will start as the favourite for a hat-trick of wins here. Jock Borthwick looking for his first Division 1 win. Bradley Smith likewise alongside him. Two each for Adam Bint and John Powell in Division 2 so far. The DAF Pace truck makes its way into pit lane. Well done to everyone once again involved in the clean-up. Thankfully the drivers involved are okay. And here we go with our final truck race of the weekend. 12 minutes of racing coming your way. Jock Borthwick and Bradley Smith to lead them away. Here we go. Down towards that first corner, we're on board with Ryan Smith. He'll slot in behind Simon Reed as they move into the first turn. Bradley Smith trying to go around the outside. Drivers taking it fairly carefully through Paddock Bend that time. And away they go up towards Druids Hill Bend for the first time. Jock Borthwick has the lead in number 32. Bradley Smith in second, then Simon Reed, Ryan Smith, David Jenkins and Stuart Oliver. John Bowler gets leaned wide there by Stephen Powell. Craig Reed in behind them. Board again with flying Ryan Smith. They swing their way through the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. See, Ryan has the steering wheel set fairly high there, working the wheel as he heads down towards Cooper Straight, still in 4th place. Need to get past Simon Reed in the 89. It's past the point where he went flying off earlier on today. The Reed trucks, you still can't tell them apart because they're now both missing their front bumpers. Jock Borthwick leads from Bradley Smith then. They come round to complete the opening lap. 69 of David Jenkins tucked in 5th place ahead of Stuart Oliver, so they're largely in grid order so far. Forward with Ryan Smith up to full speed now as they head down towards Paddock Hill Bend. A little bit of a slide there from Simon Reed ahead of him. Now can Jock Borthwick hang on in front for a Division 1 win on his debut weekend in the category? Bradley Smith had a couple of podiums last year, the young gun. Who's leading Division 2? Looks like Paul Rivets has come through. Indeed he has, to take the lead in Division 2 ahead of Adam Bintz. It's John Powell in 3rd, Craig Evans in 4th. Jim Bennett has already dropped back in the almost vintage Seth Atkinson. Or trucks line astern in Division 2 and even more line astern in Division 1. Ryan Smith is on the attack on the back of the 89 of Simon Reed. The Daimler Freightliner on the back of the Iveco. See how low set that truck is compared to its rivals there. Coming round to complete their 2nd lap of this 12-minute race. Borthwick does a 59.473. He and Bradley Smith have eked out a bit of an advantage here. They're about 1.5 seconds clear of Simon Reed in 3rd. The quicker runners, the big 3 really, are Ryan Smith, David Jenkins and Stuart Oliver. They're rather bottled up in the traffic at the moment behind Simon Reed. It's Stephen Powell. Here's a challenge in Division 2. John Powell had a look at the inside of Adam Bint there into Druids. Great shot there as they come through the right-hander. Paul Rivett in the Napa MAN has the lead. Craig Evans in 4th place, but Craig much more on the pace this weekend than we saw last season. Really worked hard on his MAN over the winter. Ryan Smith still unable to take 3rd place. There's John Bowler holding off Craig Reed. Former Division 2 rivals, now scrapping in Division 1. It's been a good consistent weekend for John Bowler on his debut in the division. Over the line they go. Borthwick half a second ahead of Bradley Smith. Simon Reed still 3rd. There's Jim Bennett. He's picking up points, slow but steady in Division 2. Well, they say to finish first you have to finish. You never know, he could be in the championship reckoning through consistency at the end of the season with a relatively small entry in Division 2 this season. Simon Reed from Ryan Smith, still the battle for 3rd place. We've been there before. Still Borthwick and Bradley Smith going clear. A little bit of a lock-up there from Jock Borthwick as he came into clearways. There's not as many laps in this race, there's not as much time, and Paul Rivette's dropped back in Division 2. John Powell's come through. So Rivette's down to 3rd place and Adam Bint to 4th. Has there been some contact in there, I wonder? And Adam Bint, he's having a go at, there was certainly contact there, he's having a go at Paul Rivette. Now have they tangled up further round the lap, because these two were 1st and 2nd in Division 2 a lap ago, so what's happened there? John Powell's just taken the lead of the class. Let's see if we can see what's happened. Here it is at Druids. Well, John Powell's already gone through there ahead of Craig Evans, so it must have happened at the very beginning of the lap. So Powell must have got through at Paddock Hill Bend. Change for the lead in Division 2. They're closing back up now. Bint's got back ahead of Paul Rivette at Paddock that time. It's now John Powell. There's the DAF, the Dutch-built machine, leading Division 2 now. Borthwick still leads overall, but he's only half a second ahead of Bradley Smith. Simon Reed still holding off Ryan Smith, who's just done the fastest lap of the race, 59.156. 4 laps completed. Just under 7 minutes of the race to go. John Powell looking for win number 3 in Division 2 this weekend to take the lead of the championship provisionally. Here are the Division 1 leaders, and Ryan Smith's got past Simon Reed. That was at the end of the previous lap. He's up to 3rd. Now Bradley Smith's going to have to work hard to hold him off here. Oh, Jock Borthwick's gone wide, coming out of... thought he was going to spin there, coming out of Druids. This is going to let Bradley Smith attack for the lead. No, Borthwick's held it. That was a dicey moment there. I thought Jock Borthwick was going to go spinning into the tyre wall. Here comes Ryan Smith. I said he'd make short work of Bradley. Surely it's only a matter of time before he takes John Borthwick for the lead. Now that's MAN is not handling well. Simon Reed back up the inside. Bradley Smith's going to fall back now, I think. Here comes Ryan Smith once again. Not going to take him long to get through here. He's on the inside line going down into Paddock Hill Bend. No, Jock Borthwick holds him off this time. Simon Reed's going for third on the inside of the 46 of Bradley Smith. Behind them, Jenkins and Oliver. Bit of contact there as they come up the hill towards Druids. We're on board with Ryan Smith. He's surely going to go through. They think it's all over. It is now. And Ryan Smith takes the lead. I said it wouldn't take him long. Took him around a lap to get through once he dealt with Simon Reed. And once again, the 7 times champion sets off in front. Looking back from Craig Reed, a bit further back, he's running in 8th place. John Bowler behind him. Started at the back of the Division 1 grid. Borthwick still up there in 2nd, then Simon Reed. Bradley Smith still holding 4th, to his credit there, but how long before Jenkins and Stuart Oliver move up to challenge? They've got clear of Stephen Powell. Division 2 still led by John Powell. Less than 5 minutes to go now. And Adam Bint, meanwhile, has caught the number 6 of John Powell. So we're not finished yet in Division 2. There's Paul Rivette, 3rd, and have we lost Craig Evans? We'll pick that up shortly. Evans has dropped behind Paul Rivette. This is the battle for the lead now. These two have been the top men in Division 2 all weekend. Paul Rivette further back in 3rd. Yeah, Craig Evans has dropped quite a long way behind. He is still there. And here comes Adam Bint. He's never going to get round the outside at Graham Hill Bend. You can't do that in a car, barely, never mind a truck. He might have him here, though. On the run up Cooper Straits. Can he get the nose down the inside into Surtees? This is going to be interesting. He's going through, surely. He's got the inside for the left-hander. No, you don't, says John Powell. Bit of wheel banging. Would you want to be wheel banging in 2 5-ton trucks at that speed? And John Powell's held the lead. Brave men, these drivers. Or completely mad, or both. Well, Ryan Smith's clearing off into the lead now. He's already 3.5 seconds up. 58.449. He's just done the fastest lap of the race. 3.5 minutes to go. And the main focus is this scrap in Division 2. Here comes Adam Bint again. Now, if he can stay alongside here at Druids, he might get the inside line for Graham Hill Bend this time. He's trying it. No, you don't, says Powell again. Moves across him. Down the hill. Still John Powell soaking up the pressure from Adam Bint in the older Volvo. On Cooper Straight once again. 3 trucks getting the black and white flag. Craig Evans, Craig Reed and Ryan Smith. Still this battle rages on. Ryan Smith's away and gone now. He's 5 seconds up now on Jock Borthwick, who's still holding off Simon Reed for 2nd. They've got Bradley Smith and David Jenkins go there. Here's the battle for 2nd, and Simon Reed could be about to make a move here into Druids for 2nd place in the Iveco. There he goes, up the inside, and he's through. Simon Reed into 2nd place, but look at the lead that Ryan Smith has got. He's in a different league. Once he's clear of the traffic, he just clears off. Bradley Smith going well in the 46. Could he get on the podium here? He can get ahead of Borthwick. Still these two side by side. Nothing to choose between John Powell and Adam Bint. And despite a couple less entries this season, it is going to be an interesting battle in Division 2, I think, this year for the title. Down the hill. Into Graham Hill Bend once again. Bint cuts back to the inside. Now he's got a run on John Powell. He's got the inside line. Is he going to go through this time? He's got to get it done before they go into Surtees. Yes, he's done it. Nice move. Adam Bint's been trying to do that for about 3 laps. Ryan Smith's just going quicker and quicker. He's at a 58.143 this time. 6.5 seconds ahead. And here's the battle further back. Jock Borthwick is getting more and more sideways in that MAN as he tries to hold onto a podium place. And bash! Oh dear. Tried to turn across there. Bradley Smith David Jenkins, Stuart Oliver, Stephen Powell all take avoiding action. Great cloud of tyre smoke. That just about sums up Jock Borthwick's weekend, unfortunately. Been a trying debut in Division 1. He got sideways there, tried to turn it back. Bradley Smith couldn't avoid him. So who's that going to give third place to? We'll wait and see. I think Bradley Smith is still there. Poor Jock Borthwick, he was trying so hard to hold on for a podium. Yes, Bradley Smith is still in third place. But it's going to be Ryan Smith to take yet another victory. We're on the last lap, I think, now. Possibly might get one more out of it after this one. We'll check as they cross the line. Ryan's away and gone. He's only 7 seconds clear of Simon Reed in the Iveco. Everybody else delayed behind by that spin for Jock Borthwick. Contact with Bradley Smith. Here he comes across the stripe. There will be one more lap to go. Just a few seconds left as he crosses the line. Well, it's been a story of the bonneted trucks this weekend at the sharp end of the field. 2 wins for Stuart Oliver, and it's going to be 3 for the 7-time consecutive champion. And it's also going to be 3 for another bonneted truck by the look of it in Division 2. They'll all want them soon. Here comes Ryan Smith, the Northside Truck and Van Limited Daimler freight lineup, run by Worldwide Truck Racing and driven by Ryan Smith from Mansfield in Nottinghamshire, the undisputed king of British truck racing. Didn't take him long to make his way into the lead once he got past Simon Reed. And he's coming in for win number 3 this weekend. 2 wins earlier today for Stuart Oliver, but Ryan Smith will set the record straight. It's going to be 3-2 between the 2 rivals. Ryan Smith crosses the line, takes the victory. Celebration at all from Ryan and the cab there. Second place goes to Simon Reed, and well done Bradley Smith, a fine third place. Stuart Oliver 4th ahead of David Jenkins. Stephen Powell is 6th, and these two still battling in Division 2. Craig Reed 7th, John Bowler 8th. The unfortunate Jock Borthwick will take 9th. For 10th overall, it's going to be Adam Bintz. He's going to hold off John Powell. Here they come. What a great fight these two have had. It's 3-2 in favour of Adam Bintz over John Powell. Paul Rivette comes over in 3rd. 4th will be Craig Evans. And Jim Bennett completes the finishes. Provisional results of that one then. Ryan Smith taking the victory ahead of Simon Reed by 6.5 seconds, and he got the fastest lap as well. Bradley Smith, a good 3rd, his first podium of the season, ahead of Stuart Oliver, David Jenkins, with Stephen Powell in 6th position. 7th goes to Craig Reed ahead of John Bowler, then Jock Borthwick in 9th after spinning away a podium position after contact with Brad Smith. Adam Bintz just taking the win in Division 2 by less than a second from John Powell, Paul Rivette, Craig Evans and Jim Bennett. A couple of trucks missing for that one, of course. Michael Oliver and Tom O'Rourke didn't take the restarts. Well, Pointy will be down there to greet our race winner Ryan Smith in the pit lane in a moment.
Well, we got there eventually, and that of course brings the racing to an end. But let's go and have a word with Bradley Smith in position 3. A fantastic result for Bradley. Come on down. As I said earlier on, one of the youngest drivers in the championship, and he's just pulled a 3rd place. First trophy of the year, first trophy of the weekend. Team are very happy with him, as you can see. Let's get in and round. They've obviously got to unstrap him. Team want to congratulate him. High fives. Right. Oh, we've got the bark, hats and bottles of bubbly for the top 3, obviously. Fantastic. Come on round a second, Dad.
Let me just melt that and I'll get it out of the way.
All right then, there we go. It's all happening. Whoa, whoa, whoa. This is what live TV is all about, people. Cameraman almost getting knocked out. Great shot of the back end of Bradley there. Bradley, how the devil are we? First trophy of the season, that's got to feel great.
Yeah, no, it's a good way to finish a good weekend really. We tried to finish every race, but unfortunately last race we had a first handbrake fight, so put the handbrake on, which put the brakes on fire. But yeah, to finish on the podium, sorry for the shock. Have a little love nudge down the bottom there, but yeah, it was good. The trucks were brilliant all weekend. A big thank you to Tim, Tom and Melanie at Unit 8 Motorsport for all the help, the shots. It's brilliant people, brilliant advice.
Tim and Melanie, believe it or not, were actually at my wedding. They're great friends of mine. Yeah, really nice people. Unit 8 Motorsport's big in Europe as well, isn't it?
Oh yeah, brilliant. Yeah, we've got Albacetti, a brilliant driver, and great team. Brilliant at what they do, and yeah, it's brilliant.
Looks like they put some magic into your Ferns truck then.
Oh yes, yeah.
Right, thank you very much, Bradley. We better get you out of the way and the rest of the pit, of course. Let's head back over here out of the way to give those trucks a chance. Very well done to Bradley, and of course, what a finish. I mean, the second restart, the first restart of that race went very well. We had a little bit of a bump between Paul Rivett and Adam Bint near the end of that one, but fingers crossed, they're all still friends. I think we're going to head back down to Parc Fermé now, do some post-race interviews and hopefully hand out some trophies for the last race here at Brands Hatch.
Well, thank you very much to everyone from the British Truck Racing Championship then. They will now get ready for Pembrey at the end of May. And we look forward to a couple of car races to conclude our weekend here at Brands Hatch. What a weekend it's been. This lot had an amazing race earlier on. The Mini Challenge, sponsored by Virtue Motors. They're just forming up now ahead of their green flag laps. There was a partially reversed grid. The draw was made in the paddock. As you can see, the top four in the result from race 2 have been reversed. So it's Nathan Edwards, number 21, who has taken pole position for this race, driving the Accelerate Motorsport car. Number 12, Alex Solly alongside him. Second row, number 24 of Tom Ovenden. Amazing run through for second place after dropping as low as 13th earlier on. And 486 Jack Byrne, our earlier winner, completing the second row. Row 3 of the grid, 32 Frankie Taylor, starts alongside 53 James Black. The fourth row, 17 of Nicky Taylor. He got a track limits penalty which dropped him off the podium in race 1. And Harry Hickton, 64, goes alongside him. Row 5, 59 Reese Hurd and 22 of Ashley Gregory. She's got a 2-place grid penalty for this race. The 6th row, 117 Reese Lysets, who was involved in some contact in the first race. 81 Luca Marinoni Osborne, first race today, second of the weekend. 81 Luca Marinoni Osborne starts alongside him. Then on row 7 we got number 23 Lee Pierce, another man to get a track limits penalty. Had a bit of a bruising race earlier on. He starts 13th alongside 62 of Alex Keens. Then on row 8, 96 of Sam Gornall alongside 99 Ben Jenkins. Row 9, 46 Paul Manning alongside 26 of Callum Eason. Paul Manning got a 2-place grid penalty as well for contact in the earlier race. Callum Eason coming through for 18th from the back of the grid. Row 10, 15 Cameron Richardson and 86 of Ben Taylor. Row 11, it's number 8 Dan Armstrong, 11 Gabe Fairbrother. Row 12, number 3 Sophie Wright alongside 7 of Mick Fitzgerald. Row 13, number 16 Jacob Heap and 93 Max Hall. To pit after some contact in race 1. Watch for him coming through. Row 14 is number 5 Katia Loggy and 60 Brendan Fitzgerald. He's there, picks up some damage in race 1. And row 15, 1, 2, 3 Andy Cobb And hopefully at the back, number 71, Harvey Ryby, who rolled after going into the gravel at Paddock at the start of the race earlier on. Race 2 of the weekend, race 1 today. I think I can see Harvey's car there at the back of the grid. That's great to see. Well done to Accelerate Motorsport for rebuilding that car. Yes, I make it 30 cars on the grid. I think everyone's there, which is brilliant to see. Katia Loggy, not sure if she's any relation to Ian Loggy, the British GT champion. I would expect so, but I'm not certain. Thanks for the question there on YouTube. So the top 4 on the result of race 1 reversed. Nathan Edwards will start from the pole position, the number 21 machine. Local man Nathan Edwards from Tunbridge Wells, 24 years of age, sponsored by Intercleanse, 10th in the championship last year. Previously raced in the Fiesta Junior Championship. His father raced at Ford Fiestas before him. Raced in the Renault Clio Cup as well, so an experienced racer, still only 24 years of age. Alongside him it is Alex Solly in the number 12 car. Tom Ovenden, I think, is going to be the one to watch here from the second row, but with the sloping grid, it tends to be the outside lane that makes the slightly quicker starts. So it could be Alex Solly to watch into the first corner. It's just to make sure that Harvey Ryby is there at the back of the field as they come through. Jack Byrne looking for his double. Tom Ovenden won the race yesterday. Frankie Taylor well up on the grid, the ex-JSCC driver. It's Harry Hickton. He'll be waiting for his rival Max Hall to come through. They are teammates now, but team rivals, I would say, after their battles in junior saloon cars. There's the 2 Napa racing cars. Let's have a look towards the back. To warm these Goodyear tyres. Just making sure we've got the full complement of cars here. Saw Katia Loggy was there in number 5. Brendan Fitzgerald is there in number 60. There's Mick Fitzgerald, number 7. And there he is, Harvey Ryby, number 71. They have rebuilt his car. Well done to Accelerate Motorsports. There's Andy Cobb, 1, 2, 3, starting alongside the A. Reeve Motorsport machine at the back. It's battered and bruised. The driver's okay. That's the main thing. And he's ready for action. Watch for young Harvey. He's only 16, coming through the field. Well done, Accelerate Motorsport. .30 cars on the grid then for what will be a 15-minute race. Away they go. And it's a good start from the outside by Alex Solly. As we said, the outside lane would be the one to watch. Jack Byrne up into 3rd place, and Tom Ovenden goes down to 4th. It's going to be Alex Solly, the black and yellow car that leads into Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. The former junior saloon car man heads them up towards Druids. 2nd place is Nathan Edwards, the pole man. Tom Ovenden side by side with Jack Byrne. Then it looks like it's James Black who's come through into 5th in the 53 car. Are they all going to make it around the first half lap okay? It looks like there's a bit of smoke from Harvey Ryby's car there. 1 or 2 a bit slow away at the back of the field. There may have been 1 or 2 spinners further back. Luca Marinoni Osborne goes wide under pressure from Lee Pearce in the 23. It's a bit of a rumbustious race for Lee earlier on. You're not in your 1300 stock car now, Lee Pearce. Side by side there, Reese Lysett with 46 of Paul Manning. Behind them the 28, that's Callum Eason, went off into the gravel yesterday. It's Alex Solly who will lead as they come through to complete the opening lap. Nathan Edwards in second, almost being pushed along there by Jack Byrne. He'll pop out of the slipstream and try to take second place around the outside. Tom Ovenden will try and pop up the inside. There could be 3 wide here on the run up to Druids almost. Jack Byrne's been forced out wide by Tom Ovenden. He's going to go through surely and take third place. James Black up behind them. It's Frankie and Nicky Taylor, no relation. And the 64 of Harry Hickton in behind them. So Alex Solly making the most of the outside line, taking the lead into Paddock, and he's held it so far. Nicky Taylor to the inside of namesake Frankie Taylor. There's Harry Hickton in behind in 64, so close to the junior saloon car title last year. Alex Solly it is who leads the way for Graves Motorsports. Car with a bit of a slow start at the back, number 16 of Jacob Heap, another junior saloon car graduate this year, racing in the Rookie Cup. Don't forget 3 subclasses to look out for. The Directors' Cup for the senior drivers, it'll be Lee Pearce leading that. Graduate Cup is led by Jack Byrne, and the Rookies currently by James Black, the number 53. Side by side, Ashley Gregory up alongside Lee Pearce. She's had a good debut weekend. Jack Byrne all over the back of Tom Ovenden trying to retake third position. He wants his second win. Harry Hickton up the inside trying to take Nicky Taylor, and he's done so. In behind them the 59, that is Reese Hurd, the Chandler Motorsports car, the former Brit carman. In behind them Lee Pearce, then it's Ashley Gregory. Busy battles everywhere you look. Alex Solly, advantage of about 4 mini lengths over Nathan Edwards, the pole sitter. They bounce their way through over the curbs. Luca Marinoni Osborne attacks Ashley Gregory. They lean on each other a little through clearways there. Osborne up the inside. Behind them Reese Lysett in number 117. Still side by side as they come up over the line this time. Just under 12 minutes of the race to go. Plenty of laps to go yet. Reese Lysett almost bump drafting Luca Marinoni Osborne there. Solly leads by half a second ahead of Nathan Edwards. Everybody else in a line behind. Reese Lysett still side by side with Luca Marinoni Osborne. Ashley Gregory, Paul Manning and the 62 of Alex Keynes, the green and gold car there in behind them. Ashley Gregory on the outside. Mentioning Alex Keynes, most of these drivers want to race in British touring cars. Alex Keane says his ambition is to race an AC Cobra at the Goodwood Revival meeting. Now there's something fun to aim for. Frankie Taylor battling with Harry Hickton, who's coming through the field nicely here. Up the inside as they come out of Clearways and Clark Curve. Frankie Taylor tries to give him a squeeze towards the pit wall, but Harry Hickton will have none of that. Back up the inside into Paddock Hill Bend. Nicky Taylor and Reese Hurd in behind, and that's the battle for 6th position. The battle is on for 2nd and 3rd as well. Look at Jack Byrne dodging about to try and defend from Tom Ovenden. They're side by side. Ovenden just about holds the place. This is allowing Alex Solly to escape slightly at the front of the field. Frankie Taylor side by side there. That's with Reese Hurd. By the look at, they're ahead of Lee Pearce and Reese Lysett. Then a gap back to Ashley Gregory in 12th. Luca Marinoni Osborne. And the rest off them. Bouncing over the curb there, Tom Ovenden. Brilliant run through, gaining 11 places in race 2 earlier on. Reese Lysett's number 117, the Studio F car, run by Chandler Motorsports. Both of Chandler's cars well placed here. Leading the way, it is the Graves Motorsport car of Alex Solly. He's got a pair of Accelerate cars behind him, Edwards and Ovenden. Graves Motorsport in 4th and 5th as well, Byrne and James Black. Jack Byrne having a look up the inside. He won't quite get through on Tom Ovenden there. Harry Hickton in there in 6th position. He's driving for Westbourne Motorsports. Nicky Taylor's next into 7th place. They've got past Frankie Taylor. The 2 Taylors both driving for Graves. Reese Hurd and Lee Pearce round out the top 10. Pearce still leading the Directors' Cup. Byrne leads the Graduate Cup. Here comes Tom Ovenden, was having a look at Nathan Edwards there for 2nd place. James Black leading the Rookies division. Where's Max Hall got up to? The 93 car. He's up to 16th towards the back of the field. Side by side for third over the line. And somebody slowing there, that's Harry Hickton. I think he's possibly got a problem there. Yeah, looks like the 64 car is slowing up. Looking at the angle of the front of that car, I wondered if he had a puncture. The tyre looks okay, so it's maybe a mechanical issue. Yeah, he's definitely slowing down. Could be a drive shaft that's gone, possibly. Meanwhile, Tom Ovenden still ahead of Jack Byrne. James Black and Nicky Taylor on their tails. Terrific scrap for third place. Alex Solly leads by just under a second. The yellow and black, number 12 for Graves Motorsports. Ahead of Nathan Edwards. Through Surtees, through McLaren. Reese Lycett all over the back of Lee Pearce. He's well clear of Paul Manning in the Directors' Cup. Reese Lycett forces him to go wide there, coming out of clearways. Solly leads it. Pulling away now. Showing how evenly matched these cars are. Reese Lycett has done the fastest lap of the race, 57.008. Everybody pretty much is lapping within the low 57s. Only a few tenths apart, all their lap times. Jack Byrne again attacks Tom Ovenden. Alex Keane's up the inside there. Having got Paul Manning in the 46 car, and Max Hall's got ahead of them, the yellow and blue number 93. So we've lost Harry Hickton, he's pulled into the pits. We've also lost Andy Cobb again, the 1-2-3, starts at the back of the grid, another retirement for him. And also the number 60, Brendan Fitzgerald. His car was repaired after a smash in race 1, but he's sadly out of this one by the look of it. In race 1 today, was race 2 of the weekend, of course. Luca Marinoni Osborne under fire, excuse me, says Max Hall. He goes through. Chasing now Ashley Gregory in the 22. Oh, bit of leaning there, nearly going up the pit lane. Who was that? Goodness me. Alex Keane's was on the outside there. I think that was the 96 of Sam Gornall. Not sure if he's related to James Gornall, who's been racing saloon cars for many years. Tom Ovenden up the inside. Is he going to take second place here? Yes, he is. Out of Druids, Ovenden up to second. And now he'll get his head down, get his foot down, and go after Alex Solly. Nathan Edwards down to third place. Here comes Jack Byrne. Now he's going to go for third. Slight loss of momentum there for Nathan Edwards, and he's going to fall back down the line, because now in position behind Byrne is James Black. Yeah, Byrne's gone through. Nathan Edwards gets the line back again, the Interclens car. Nicky Taylor and Frankie Taylor fighting it out with Reese Hurd behind them. Eight cars line astern for second place. They're 1.8 seconds down on Alex Solly. It's just a new personal best, so Solly controlling the pace at the moment. Coming up towards half distance in this 15-minute race for the Virtue Motors Mini Challenge Trophy category. These identical 130 horsepower BMW Mini Coopers. Reese Lycett on the tail of Reese Hurd, the two teammates for Chandler Motorsports. The Chandler family began their career in stock cars as Ringwood Raceway in Hampshire, moving on to the circuits in junior saloon cars, with Stephen Chandler driving. At the inside, Reese Hurd attacking Frankie Taylor in the 32, and he goes through. That's for 7th place, I think. Lee Pearce just looking on behind. He's leading his category, the Directors' Cup. Byrne still leads the graduates. James Black still leads the rookies. Side by side, down Paddock Hill bit. Reese Hurd on the inside, side by side with Frankie Taylor. Frankie returning to racing over the last couple of years, took a break during the global pandemic. Reese Lycett attacking as well. There's Lee Pearce, the blue car, but the safety car is coming out. Somebody's gone off somewhere. Not seen the reason why. The safety car coming out. So an incident somewhere. Ben Taylor 86 dropping down the timing screen. So we've lost the 86 car. The safety car is coming out. Everybody will form up single file. Alex Solly was leading by over 1.5 seconds. Quite a big margin in these cars. And and that's going to wipe out his advantage. Under safety car in this third race of the weekend for the Virtue Motors Mini Challenge Trophy category. Alex Solly leading from Tom Ovenden, Jack Byrne, Nathan Edwards down to 4th now, James Black in 5th position. And oh my goodness, that is Ben Taylor, and he's gone on top of the tyre wall. Just making sure that Ben was okay there. He's walking away. He appears to be perfectly okay. That's great to see. He'll be just taken to be checked over. That's extraordinary. It's Ben just speared off on the run into Surtees. The car flies up into the air. Goodness gracious me. An incredible incident. But the catch fence does its job there. Frightening incident. The car just thrown into the air as it hit the grass. Luckily, Ben Taylor is okay, the man from Norfolk. More work for Accelerate Motorsport to do to repair his car. So the field under safety car. The main thing is Ben Taylor appears to be okay. He was just taken for a checkup. So it's Alex Solly from Tom Ovenden, Jack Byrne, Nathan Edwards, James Black, the leading rookie, in 5th position. 6th, it's the number 17, which is Nicky Taylor. Reese Hurd is now up to 7th. Frankie Taylor is 8th. 9th is Reese Lysett, and 10th place Lee Pearce leading the Directors' Cup. Behind them it's Ashley Gregory, then Max Hall has come through well from towards the back in 12th position. Luca Marinoni Osborne is 13th. Then it's Sam Gornall and Paul Manning, top 15. Alex Keynes has dropped back a bit after a bit of contact earlier on. He's down to 17th behind Gabe Fairbrother, number 11. And Ben Jenkins, Callum Eason and Dan Armstrong, number 8. That's your top 20. Harvey Ryby is up to 21st from the back in his battered and bruised machine from earlier on. Let's take a look at that again. There's possibly some contact there we didn't quite see, and Ben Taylor off onto the grass and then takes off. That is a very scary incident. So the catch fence doing its job there. Thankfully Ben Taylor's okay, the safety devices in the car are all doing their job too. Still under safety car conditions here at Brands Hatch at the moment in our third mini challenge race of the weekend, sponsored by Virtue Motors. And in fact the car's being led off circuit, so I think the result is going to be declared at that point. We didn't know how long there was to go there, but that's end of race, I think. Slightly early, because it looked as though the race was going to finish under safety car with they couldn't go back racing with that car stranded atop the tyre wall. So it looks like the result is going to be called slightly early. We'll confirm the results as soon as we can. Should be a win for Alex Solly, his first victory of the 2023 season. That's his first win in the mini challenge as well. His best finish last year was 3rd, en route to 9th in the championship, so congratulations to Alex. Drive from Houghton Regis, motorsport engineer. Okay, the provisional results of that one. We'll wait to see if this is going to be taken back a lap or not. Alex Solly, the provisional winner ahead of Tom Ovenden. Jack Byrne, who wins the Graduate Cup. Nathan Edwards in 4th place. 5th going to James Black. He wins the Rookie Cup. 6th position goes to the number 17, which is Nicky Taylor. Reese Hurd, number 59, in 7th. 8th for Frankie Taylor. 9th, Reese Lysett. And Lee Pearce in 10th wins the Directors' Cup. Ashley Gregory, successful debut weekend for her. She's 11th. Well done, Max Hall, coming through from towards the back of the grid to take 12th position. Just have a look where he started. He was down in 26th, so plenty of places gained there. Luca Marinoni Osborne is 13th. Sam Gornall 14th, and Paul Manning rounds out the top 15. Beyond that, we'll just run you through the full result. Gabe Fairbrother was 16th. Alex Keens was next. Completing the top 20 were Ben Jenkins, Callum Eason, and Dan Armstrong. Then Harvey Ryby from the back of the grid to 21st. 22nd went to the number 15 of Cameron Richardson. Sophie Wright gets, I think, her best finish so far, the Canadian, in 23rd place. Mick Fitzgerald, number 7, was 24th. 25th for Katia Loggy on her debut weekend. Harry Hickton, I'm not sure if he rejoined or not after pulling into the pits with his problem. It's classified as 26th on the timing screen. Obviously, we lost Ben Taylor. Also, Jacob Heap was a retirement. Brendan Fitzgerald and Andy Cobb also failed to finish. We can now hand down to Ewan in Park Ferry.
Cheers, Dave. Thank you, mate. Right, let's go speak to our final race, top 3 of the weekend. Alex, I know you're speaking to your fans. I apologise, buddy, but well done. What a way to end the weekend.
Well, yeah, exactly. Well worded. Yeah, make a way to end the weekend. Couldn't have asked for anything better. Like I said in race 2, to go upwards would be incredible, and we've done exactly that. So yeah, the car felt mega. The slight tweak we made to the end of the day has obviously worked, and yeah, the car.
What do you do?
Great. Oh, it's all top secret. I can't be saying that, but yeah, what it was a big change, and it's clearly worked.
I mean, super weekend. It sets you up fantastically for round 2 as well. This just must do your confidence the world of good too. Yeah, well, going for the championship this year, big time now. This sets us up pretty well for the championship, I'd imagine. Yeah, so we're happy with the car, happy with the team, happy with the driver. So the season should be quite good now. And big hugs when you finish. It's a great paddock, isn't it? Yeah, it's a fantastic paddock now. We've got a lot of mates in here coming up from previous championships. So it's a really friendly paddock now. It's a nice way to progress. Mate, well done. Go and enjoy yourself. Cheers. Thank you very much. Thank you. Right, let's speak to Tom Ovenden. Tom, almost a perfect weekend, mate.
Very nearly. Obviously, we had the tough race in race 2 earlier with the comeback, and that one was a bit more plain sailing, but still very, very tough. Alex got away at the start, so I think his P2 is about as good as I could have done in that race. So.
Horrible way to end it. Never want to see that. He's walked away. He's okay. Does all that doesn't play in your mind a bit when you're driving past that? You know, you're in motorsport. You're young. Is it just confidence all the way?
It is. It's never nice to see something like that, especially on the safety car. We actually get to we had a look. I had a look, and I was like, oh god, I really hope he's okay. So it's never nice to see, but it doesn't stop me from racing or anything like that. So
great weekend for the championship. Puts you on top. What does this do for you moving forward? How do you build on this?
I'm just taking it race by race. I think if you focus too much on the outcome, it can go wrong. So just focus on the process, and we'll leave you the championship lead. So that was my goal. So hopefully we keep it going till the end of the season.
I love that, mate. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, buddy. Now we'll try and find where's Jack Byrne gone. He had a brilliant weekend. He is speaking to our in-course commentator. We've got loads of time because I think we're going to recover that car. They left it there for this safety car. Come on in. Well done again.
Thank you. Yeah, it was another busy one.
You took every spot on the podium this weekend. 1, 2, 3. Yeah.
Yeah, I have. Yeah.
I mean, is that more than you would have hoped for this weekend?
Yeah, we knew we'd be pushing towards the podium, but even to have the consistency that we're on at every race this weekend has been a big boost.
Fantastic. How do you build on this one?
Yeah, we look forward to the next round and just build from here, look at the data again and go forward. Yeah.
Jack, well done, mate.
Thanks very much.
Cheers, buddy. Thank you. Right, we got a couple more drivers we might have time to speak to because the MGs can't come out yet. If we come out of the dark here, Ben, and if we look beyond scrutineering a park firm here, in the distance we can see you've got plenty of the trucks. Looks like we are kind of trying to get that car out of position. It was a horrible accident. Like we said, he's walked away. He's absolutely fine, but you do not want to see that right there. James, so seeing as you're here, let's have a chat. We've got time. How's your weekend gone?
Well, I spoke to you, was it yesterday?
It was yesterday.
Yeah, and I was like, oh, TSL's annoyed me in qualifying, and now I'm stood here finishing P5 with 2 rookie wins under my belt and trying to keep the smile off my face, I think.
So good, yeah?
Yeah, a lot good, and say, unfortunately about the accident, I hope the driver's okay, but racing up front was great. I think we proved, top bunch of us, that we were battling quite well and you can race quite cleanly.
It is incredible, we'll say it again, how competitive this category is, isn't it? Whether you're rookie, graduate, director, everybody's really, no class is pulling away from anybody else, are they?
Definitely not. I think me and Trent does such a good job make cars as even as it can, and especially when we come to Frucks and stuff, top 20 of them can win the race. I think it even proved then the top 10 of us were within a couple of seconds. So makes our life a little bit harder, but it's a definite change to brick car.
It comes down to really fine margins. So what do you tweak now? I know you've had a great weekend, but what do you tweak to move up to the official sort of top podium positions?
See, I can't say that, I'm afraid. It's
okay.
all quite
Everybody says it's top secret. Come on, let us in on something.
Say the fine little margins you can change in, from tyre pressures to damping changes, say quite basic setups, but a final tweak like we've done in that race, big difference was made. So we're at Snetterton next month, we'll see how we got on there.
Can't wait to see you there, well done.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy, thank you. Right, that is us done for the minis this weekend. 3 fantastic races. We've got the MGs coming up next. Now, that is going to be a little bit tasty. If you missed it earlier, there was a couple of conversations after the race that people were not happy. They had little chats between themselves, a little bit too much touchy-feely. So this one could be a little bit spicy. We'll wait and see. We're still doing some clear up. I'm going to throw back to Dave. We'll see you down in Parc Fermé after the MGs.
While trackside recovery flipped Ben Taylor's car back onto its wheels. Ben is lucky there. Look at the damage to the roof of that car. Thankfully the roll cage has done its job. Fortunately Ben is okay, getting out of that very bent BMW Mini Cooper. Liking the personalised plate on trackside recovery's pickup truck there. But there is just one race to go here at Brands Hatch. As soon as that car is clear and the tyre wall has been checked, it is the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. As Ewan hinted there, it was a bit first day back at school earlier on for the MGs. The grid for this one set by the second fastest times in qualifying. Interesting to note that Steve McDermott is only 6th on the grid for this one. Thankfully, tough little cars, these BMW Mini Coopers. Thankfully, Ben Taylor is okay. Sure, Accelerate Motorsport will have that repaired. The cars are getting into position then in the assembly area, as you can see in the pit lane, ready for our final race of the weekend. What a weekend it's been here at Brands Hatch. Great to be back with the British Truck Racing Championship pickups and all the support classes. Earlier on, it was Scott Bugner in his yellow ZR who took the victory, fighting off Jack Chapman and Steve McDermott. And they're on each of the 3 front rows for this one. Scott Bugner, who is in pole position, the number 25, alongside the 83 of Phil Walker. He failed to finish in race 1, pulled into the pits while running 4th. Jack Chapman, the white and blue number 88 on row 2, alongside Andy Heitman, number 60, leading row 3. Number 3, Adrian Olsen, and number 1, Steve McDermott. Quite a way down the grid for the double champion, struggled a bit in qualifying. Row 4 is the first of the MGF class cars. That's number 44, Martin Wills. Remember, Martin Wills had that rocket start and nearly took the lead. And that rocket start, as we said, it was nearly taking the lead into Paddock Hill Bend the first time out. He's alongside number 22 of James Wade. Then we've got number 42, Simon Kendrick. A little bit of damage to the back of his car after race 1. And number 30 alongside him is Andrew Robinson. Then it's number 46, Mark Grant. Yes, he's there. And number 5, Stuart Plotneck in the White Tiger. Then we should have number 82, Jimmy Work, but looks like there's a gap there, so I think his car may have broken down in race 1, the newcomer. Mark Baker's there, though. He failed to finish race 1, the reigning MGF class champion. He'll aim for some points this time. Darren Leonard in the lone ZS Saloon is there, number 76, alongside number 80, Phil Dicker. Then we've got Jake McDermott, the only Class B runner, in number 67. Starts alongside 66, Will Sharp, the first Class A runner in the midget. 11, Chris Millard is there, so is David Amflitz, number 14. Malcolm Hill is not there. I can see that car in one of the garages there. If you look just next to where Simon Kendrick is on that grid, you will see the front end of Malcolm Hill's car, so maybe he's going to join in from the garage. Paul Wisby's MGF is there, number 8, alongside him. The final row should be Mark Rihorski and Paul Ogborn. Mark's car is also in one of the garages, you can see there as well, but Paul Ogborn is in the assembly line on the grid. So hopefully those two classics are going to join in, unless they've had problems in the meantime. They finished the first race. A couple of non-finishers earlier on. Jimmy Work, I think, might be the only non-starter here. We will wait and see. Scott Bugner, it looked as though his rear suspension was a bit awry after some contact early on in race 1. The car was bouncing around a bit at the front of the field, but he hung on to take the win. It was hard work, he admitted, though. Next Ford Fiesta racer. It's his first win in the championship. Class F was won by Martin Wills, a former champion. Class A by Will Sharp on his return to the Classic Division after racing a ZR last year. There's the battered and bruised Mini of Ben Taylor taken back to the paddock. And some Aylsham in the Norfolk Broads. He's raced in the Snetterton Saloons and the Track Day Trophy for newcomers. Ben Taylor signing with Accelerate for this season. Fairly late starter to competition, says Ben, at the age of 33. So once the marshals up there confirm, I can see marshals on the grid, so that's a good sign we're almost ready to get underway. Once the marshals have confirmed that everything's okay up there at Surtees, we'll get the MGs out onto track. They won't line up on the grid, I don't think. They will go straight out of the assembly area and straight into their green flag lap. Unlike the Minis, who have that additional warm-up lap in their regulations. Thanks to all those who have watched over the course of this weekend. Hope you've all enjoyed the action. Enjoy the rest of your Easter weekend. Bank holiday Monday tomorrow, of course. Malcolm Hill is going to join in. And Mark Rihorski as well. Almost a Le Mans style start there from their garages. MGA's raced at Le Mans. I don't know if MGB's ever did. Of course, MG's last appeared at Le Mans in the early 2000s, the MGEX 257 prototypes in the LMP2 division, or LMP 675 it's called then. Mike Newton races one of those these days in the Masters Endurance Legends series. Yes, I am a walking encyclopedia of motorsport, whoever just asked. It's because I don't know about anything else. That comes from obsessively reading Autosport magazine every week for years. Phil Walker's car in the livery that those MG prototypes at Le Mans used, the green and grey. And in the British Touring cars as well. Remember the MG ZS's in the early years of the BTC rules. Warren Hughes and Anthony Reid were among the drivers on those occasions. And you had the Atomic Kitten sponsored ones as well. A certain Colin Turkington raced one of those. Of course, MG later on had the MG6 with the likes of Jason Plato driving for them. Andy Neate as well.
Have you seen this trailer? If you have, take a photo when safe and then send it to us. All for a chance to win one of our 5 miniature truck and trailers.
Total Care's T8 range of mobile column lifts provides a highly flexible lifting solution for any commercial vehicle workshop. Easy to manoeuvre, the columns can be used across different lifting bays within the workshop and can be stored out of the way when not in use. The super strong lifts can support up to a 7,500 kilogram capacity per column and can be configured in sets of 4, 6 or 8. Adjustable wheel forks provide flexibility for lifting a variety of vehicles and wheel diameters. Speak to our team today for more information or a bespoke quote.
Fantastic. I didn't think we'd get on to going live as well. Welcome back then to the last and final, possibly the most important trophies of the weekend. We're down here at the GT podium and you're watching us probably live, which is fantastic news. So let's hand out some trophies. I'd give it a 7.5, maybe an 8 out of 10. We did get a better one earlier on. Right then, as we start with Division 2, let's stick with that. And in third place, with the second trophy of the weekend, put your hands together for Paul Rivette. I noticed you've not got as much blue in the audience today. This is so you need to get them all jackets. Just hand them out to everybody, and then it'll look good then. Right then, so that makes second place for Division 2. Make some noise for Mr. John Powell. Everybody. Yeah, very good. Well done to you, sir. Which means, in that beautiful black Volvo, put your hands together for first place Division 2, it's Adam Binks. Well done, sir, very good job. There we go, this is when we get a chance to take some photos, take some videos, just before we do our one-word wonder on the podium. Paul, what's your word? Action. Action. I like, we've already done action, we said that. Aggressive. Aggressive. Ooh, okay. Watch out, Henry. Relief break. God, yeah, you spent a bit of time on that grid, didn't you? Right, another round of applause then for Division 2, top 3 in the last race here on the weekend at Brands Hatch. Now, on to Division 1, and I want you all
all to make some very, very loud noise for a first trophy of the weekend going to none other than Bradley Smith, ladies and gentlemen. Come on. Making an entrance there, weren't you, mate? Making an entrance there, shake your hand. Get yourself on to number 3. There we go. Right there. And number 2. Well, second place, more like you. Who calls it number 2? That's the number 2. We'll call it second place. You tell it's live, can't you? Never mind, we've said it now. Make some noise for Simon Reed. The number 2. It's been a long day, Simon, I'm sorry. It wouldn't be the same, it's not, no. I want to see that hanging off the bottom of the gearbox in about 2 hours, alright? Which means, in first place, back on top where I'm sure he feels he should be, put your, in a cage where we all know he should be, put your hands together for Ryan Smith, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, if we could have only had some smoke and some glitter, tonight, Matthew, I'm going to be. Get yourself on that first place podium. There we go, get those pictures, take those videos, and of course, it wouldn't be right to go along your first opportunity to do your One World Wonder. What's it going to be? Thank you. Thank you. Oh, like that. That is nice. I like that. Ryan? Perfect. Ooh. Clutching. And Simon? Spot on. Spot on with it. We're allowing the line. We'll give him spot on. Round of applause for Division 1 top 3. And of course, that is all we've got time for now down here at Brands Hatch. What a fantastic opening to the season it's been. We've had loads of great weather, loads of great racing, and even better, loads of great spectators as well. But of course, it is only just the beginning, and we will be seeing you very soon down at South Wales in sunny Pembrey. Take care, and we'll see you then.
Have you seen this trailer? If you have, take a photo when safe and then send it to us. All for a chance to win one of our 5 miniature trucking trailers.
Total Care's T8 range of mobile column lifts provides a highly flexible lifting solution for any commercial vehicle workshop. Easy to manoeuvre, the columns can be used across different lifting bays within the workshop and can be stored out of the way when not in use. The super strong lifts can support up to a 7,500 kilogram capacity per column and can be configured in sets of 4, 6 or 8. Adjustable wheel forks provide flexibility for lifting a variety of vehicles and wheel diameters. Speak to our team today for more information or a bespoke quote.